rebranding as the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. Porsches have not been quite on the bubble. Let's see if they can find the form today. Blue sky, but there are clouds. It's always something you can pretty much always say at the ring, unless it's misty, foggy, and certainly many a race has been delayed by lack of visibility. But no excuses for the drivers today. Not too hot, perfect racing conditions. So 141 cars in the field today. Epic field. A lot of drivers have been rotated. Driver squads are being changed around to give everybody a go. The NLS goes from strength to strength. The level of competition rises ever higher with every passing round. And it must be said, the Hout Racing team formed out of Black Hawk and they took their first win yesterday. They were first to checkered flag in the opening round, but slightly too short in one of their pit stops meant that they didn't get their time, or didn't get to keep their time. They got given more time to add to it, so ended up 6th overall. Here's a gift. Don't do that again. And in fact, we did have a penalty yesterday that had one of the cars disqualified from the race from the Pixum Adrenaline team. And again, that was misdemeanors in the pit lane. And just to explain, if you haven't seen what the NLS has been doing, it's inspirational to get around social distancing so we could go racing when it was still back in June. No pit stops in the pit lane in the opening round. All the cars would go under the pit building, into the paddock at the back and stop in front of their transporter awning. That meant the teams had the space to conduct everything. This time around and yesterday, the SP9 class cars, the top cars and a few others allowed into the pit lane to do their driver changes and their wheel changes. So that gives a bit more space, but that was needed, Peter, because we went up from 140 cars to 155 for yesterday. So most championships, if you add another 15 cars, there's where shall we put them? But again, to the organisers of the NLS, we take our hats off because they got it absolutely right.
It was still quite incongruous though, watching the cars come into the pit lane, the SP9 cars coming into the pit lane through that filter system, all the way in the back, into the, as we call it, the shopping mall, down the back, down the past concrete, down the dual carriageway, cars going in opposing directions, obviously at limited speed and safety, of course, going to the roundabout, coming down, back around again, and then into the pit lane. So they do this whole bit through the car park and paddock. Say it's almost to go shopping and then come and rejoin and park up. Now I'll have some tyres and a new driver and some fuel.
Well, actually, that was one of the problems as the second group gets underway yesterday when the number 3 Falker Motorsport car, Porsche, came in with the rear end on fire. It couldn't get to its pit crew because it would have to go the whole way around the paddock, back into the pit lane to find its pit crew. But luckily, pulled up, and Fire Marshal was out there at a rate of knots, was there immediately. He definitely deserved a big pat on the back. He got that flame, all those flames put out really remarkably quickly. So it was great marshalling from him. Had to sort of go through a little gap in the concrete wall at the back that's been set up there. But again, attention to detail, but it was quite difficult for the team. They might have turned left in the pit lane and see their car arriving on fire, but then it went under the pit building, couldn't get to it. But good work in the paddock, and the fact that number 3 Porsche has been repaired overnight. Thomas Preining will try all over again, joined by Christian Engelhardt today. So when you see the calibre of drivers being slotted into these cars for the second race of this, the second race weekend for the NLS, you just see why this championship is so well received and so well watched all around the planet, because it gets better and better. And whatever planet you live on, whatever continent you live on, the thought of coming to race in an event like the NLS, it's becoming more and more attractive. The series is becoming ever more cosmopolitan, and the number of cars just keeps on growing.
What's not to like, and the evidence is there. The number of cars in front of us, people want to come and race it, and it's a great. We were talking about this yesterday about in terms of pro-am lineups and endurance car racing. It's the gentleman drivers. It's the phrase we still use. Has been long been a backbone of endurance racing, and you have somebody that's made the money, wants to go racing, but they take it very seriously. It's not just for pros, so they'll tend to line up. And as you said quite rightly yesterday, Bruce, about some younger professional drivers that might want to get to Formula, might even want to get to Formula One as a seen the pinnacle. But along the way, it's a very good thing to go and learn your discipline in endurance racing, line up with a pro that pays for the team and runs out, and that's what they want to do with their time and their money and their effort. But they need the pros. They work together really well, and there are a lot of lineups like this in this. And I think it's only going to grow. And VLN, NLS as it is now, is possibly the best place in the world to go and do this.
Well, if you can't be challenged by the Nürburgring Nordschleife and develop your craft, and I think a case in point is the driver who won the opening round, finished second yesterday, David Pittard. He started racing in the VLN a couple of years ago and impressed. Walk on Horse Motorsport signed him up, and he's right there now fighting against works developed drivers. And so that's really a massive achievement. A few years ago, he's running the British GT Championship in GT4, finished third in that in 2017. He won the Spa 6 Hours, so he tried a bit of historic racing in 2018. But from 2019, he joined Christian Cronjes, who he's racing with today, and Lucas Ordonez, and he's really made it stick. But it's all about, you don't have to be in the top class. We've also got Cup 5, which is a phenomenal class, the BMW M240i's, loads of them. And we sort of mention this, but not really jokingly. If you're the TV director, you go, oh, it's a little quiet at the moment. Just cut to where the leaders are in that class, because the 240i's are always super close to each other. Very happy to run in 6-car packs up the Dottinger towards that final sequence in corners. And again, you've got 3 or 4 drivers in these lineups, and it's very much a chance for someone to get their tail into the car and see what they can do. But also, if they're wise, get on really well with the team owner, the man who, as you say, he or she have made their money, and they want to be racing, and they want to have a personable young driver with them. But, play the role of mentorship, if you will. And you can be come at from all angles, and the fact you've got potentially 150 odd cars to try and find a seat in is another good thing. One thing we didn't get to talk about a great deal yesterday was the new category. It's got its new class here, the BMW M2 CS racing class. Only one starter in that yesterday. Walk on Horse Motorsport entered the car for Sami Matti-Trogen, who's one of the stars of virtual racing, but also does a spot of rallying, and Mario von Bohlen. We'll have a look for the progress of that one today. Car number 151. It's a sort of entry-level model for the BMW M customer racing range, but again, a lot of people like to go into something new, and I'm sure we'll see far more than one of those as the season unravels. But certainly BMW have been staunch supporters of the VLN in the past, and the fact is, almost any time you look at the screen, there'll be one of their cars in all sorts of classes, but most notably in SP9, they're really taking it to the Mercedes AMGs at the very sharp end as well.
Only one entrant, okay, doesn't sound good to start. It's only the first time it's run, but if you're going to have one entrant, Walk on Horse Motorsport, that says a lot. And I imagine there'll be a lot of other people now watching their progress, and I imagine that will grow through the rest of our season, Bruce. I think that class will just grow and grow and grow, and I wouldn't be surprised if we start having 10 plus cars in that really quite quickly.
No, and let's face it, in any championship like this, you have classes that are introduced, and they will run their course through maybe 3 or 4 years, and it's time for something fresh. The manufacturer involved wants to highlight another car, and BMW very much use the NLS for this purpose. And what do you want to do if you're running a competition department? You want to see your cars racing. You want to see them racing on a spectacular circuit. You want to see them racing in close competition. So that's 3 boxes ticked immediately. And certainly you have to take your hats off to the manufacturers that still really like a motorsport presence. They understand it's part of their backbone. Today we're going to be treated with a host of new in-car cameras. Number 2, the car that Raffaele Marciello qualified fourth, one of the Get Speed Mercedes, will be carrying our camera, and one of the cameras, bright yellow car with the black stripes on it. And for now, it's going around behind a black Ferrari. It's not often you find a Ferrari these days, a 488 GTE in front of a Mercedes AMG, but that was the brilliant job done by Luca Ludwig to put the Octane 126 car into third on the grid. Track conditions as we work our way around this formation lap. Don't forget, it's not just any old formation lap, it's 24.5 kilometers of formation lap. Conditions a little shady around the back of the circuit, sort of half sunny, but conditions dry. But also the other thing that just has to be mentioned to novices at the Nürburgring, conditions narrow. Certain points around the circuit, in fact almost all points, you have less than half of the width of the car between the edge of the circuit and the thing that goes clang when you hit it.
Now, you were saying yesterday, you mentioned it a good few times, it was one of your favourite phrases, was the grunt of that AMG Mercedes, particularly coming out to the last bit of the lap, the Tiergarten section, out through onto the GP circuit, the grunt down the pit straight, as we said quite rightly. Not only that where the race starts, it's where it finishes as well. So it's quite important that. But they're having that good run down into turn 1 there. I'm going to be intrigued to see at the start of this race. We've got that AMG Marco Engel on pole position, yes, but as you said, that Get Speed car. Now, what's the legs of that going to be like compared to the 488 Ferrari we've just been talking about right in front of it? I think the Ferrari is probably lighter, nimble, a little bit better around the twisty bits, but can't beat the grunt of that Mercedes. That could be very interesting to that first lap.
Yeah, no, I think...
Into the first corner, actually.
Into the first corner, very valid point. Yesterday, we had the number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche starting from the pit lane. Today, it looks like it's the turn of one of the 2 Walk and Horse Motorsport cars, and luckily for fans of the 34 entry, it's not their car. Unluckily for Henry Walkenhorst, the boss, it's his car. He's sharing with Andreas Siegler and I think Friedrich von Bohlen. Just double checking they've kept their lineup for today. Yes, they have. So Dr. Friedrich von Bohlen, hopefully that can be fixed. But don't forget, this is a very long formation lap, so they have got time to get it done. I didn't see anyone working on the car, though, Peter, when we had sight in the garage.
Wasn't. No.
But hopefully all is fine. And that will start from pit exit after the end of the first group has gone through. So it will still be ahead of the second and third groupings as they make their separate starts. So the stage is set. We have roughly, well, we should have it. Safety car, the pace car will bring them round. 7 minutes to go, 6 and a bit minutes to go. And then the drivers on the front row, as they come out of the final corner, will look at the lights on the starting gantry, and off we will go for 4 hours of racing for the 52nd ADAC Barbarossa prize. It's going to be hot in the cockpit, hot in the commentary box, which is exactly how we like it. And for everybody involved, we're racing again. You started 2 weeks ago in the NLS opening round, and here we are 2 weeks later, and we'll have completed 3 rounds within 4 hours from now. So that is a real accolade, and for everyone involved, it's what we do. It's what we do, it's what we love, and this circuit is certainly somewhere that will never, never dim its delight for me.
12 hours of racing, 3 races in 14 days. Can't beat it. Can't beat it. At this place, of all places, it is a mecca of motorsport. You can't exaggerate it. It is an absolutely extraordinary setting. As we said yesterday on a couple of circuits now, if you propose this circuit now, it wouldn't get beyond a conversation stage, never mind to a boardroom. It just wouldn't happen. It is absolutely extraordinary. Long may it continue.
Well, but also another thing, imagine the cost of creating a circuit like this. You know, it was created back in the 1920s. Largely, you know, they wanted it for testing. You know, manufacturers to test on, in fact, on the Sundschleife rather than Nordschleife, but it was to create employment in a very, very deprived part of Germany.
Which goes back to the very roots of motorsport in the UK. Brooklands was actually built as a proving ground. Yes, racing became a natural part of it, and it was a great place to showcase the manufacturers, etc. But it was built as a proving ground because of the restrictions on the roads at the time. Hugh Lockling built it out of his own money, £150,000 at the time in 1907. Think about that. But it was built to help the industry, the fledgling motorsport industry. A motor car, actually, and look at it now, and exactly the same with this. You say you just couldn't build it now. It's a different time. But thank goodness it's been adapted. We can still run these wonderful cars on it. I think this is one of the best series in the world. I really do.
I honestly can't argue with you about that at all. It's just that every lap provides something different, and no, you can't say that about many other circuits. They don't have enough challenges and enough variables. I mean, for the drivers, sometimes the variables are an absolute curse, but when you line up all your ducks in a row and manage to skirt around any of the problems that may affect your rivals, and one factor that will, I'm sure, will be a factor again today, slow zones on the circuit when they're clearing up the inevitable damage and debris, and the cars will go off. They will, unless we're extraordinarily lucky. They will, you know, they'll clatter the barriers. But if you get a slowdown, you've got to slow right down. But if you just got past ahead of it before the slow zone was triggered, then you're laughing. Looks as though, is that not? We've got a car going to pit exit, but that's not the Walk and Horse car. Trying to work out which one that is. So somebody's going to be taking a pit exit start. Still waiting for the 36 BMW to pull out. In fact, it's one of the other BMWs from another class. In fact, it's a Mercedes by looks things. Anyhow, never mind. It is a Mercedes that does from the front. Oh, we had this in the opening round. Peter, do you remember this one? It looks very, very standard from the front end, and it's definitely running in one of the production classes, and that's something worth reiterating. The fact, while we look a lot at the SP9 class cars, the cars for the GT3 category that seems to be able to have a series pretty much anywhere in the world today, you know, very much to the good for everyone. Out there will be cars that are a little more than polished, stickered up and taken onto the circuit, albeit some of which on the road would have phenomenal performance, but in comparison to the SP9 class cars, they're not quite standing still, but there is a yawning chasm in terms of performance, which makes drivers of both categories, all categories, have to stay right on their toes.
Of course, but those drivers are no less committed when they're out there as well. We know it might be a Golf, it might be an AMG. They're no less committed. It's just a speed differential, which adds yet another dimension. We covered this yesterday briefly, didn't we, of the customer cars. So most of the BMWs, in particular, the classes there with their M2s and that 235s, that models, and it's basically a road car as you say, it'll be a standard stock engine. They'll possibly change the ECU. It'll have safety equipment fitted, like appropriate seats, harnesses, roll cages, etc. Obviously racing tyres, but otherwise, you say it's a pretty it's a road-based car, and that it's again a very, very popular class.
It is, and for some people it's their way in. For some people it's all they will ever want to do. They don't want to go any further. They don't have the money to go any further or race a more powerful car. But the fact is they're out racing on the greatest circuit in the world, and a sight that never fails to warm the cockles of my heart is the cars, the SP9 class of the top group, going down the Dottingerhohe, their last moment of calm, weaving around to get heat in their tyres as they ponder the rolling start that will release them for 4 hours of racing and that blast down towards turn 1. Just to run you through, it's the number 16 Mercedes on pole position, the number 15 Phoenix Racing Audi alongside, the best showing from Audi so far in this, the third race of the 2020 NLS. Then Luca Ludwig qualified the 126 Octane 126 Ferrari, third fastest. Could it be a feature not just in qualifying but through all the race? That is a very, very different factor indeed. Another Mercedes, number 2 from Get Speed Performance, in fourth place on the grid. Then comes yesterday's front row, but in reversed order, the 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW and the 42 Schnitzer BMW. Row number 4, the 32 Audi Sport Team. Audi, Markus Winkelhock jumped on board and put that time in. Then Alex Muller qualified, the best qualified Porsche, the Fricadelli 31 in 8th place on the grid. The top 10 completed by the number 17 Mercedes. That's also from Mercedes team HRT, and Lance David Arnold put another Porsche, the Pro-Am leader, car number 30, also from Fricadelli Racing, into 10th on the grid. Anyhow, that was qualifying. Now we've got racing. Last few cars getting into that Tiergarten sequence. It goes on and on, about 45 cars in that top grouping, the top grouping of 3. Sun bright on the bonnets and wings, conditions absolutely spot on for the third round of the NLS for 2020. We're delighted to be racing on this most magnificent of circuits on a bright sunny day in July. Let's see how the start goes today. Luca, the Octane 126 Ferrari could not get close to the tail of the pole, starting the orange HRT Mercedes. Second of the Mercedes hung back a little bit, but the lead Mercedes blasts through, gets a car length lead, but the Ferrari goes into second place, sticking under the rearing was a very good tactic indeed. Can the bright yellow Mercedes, the number 2 car from Get Speed Performance, get past the Ferrari? It's up into third place. He's on the outside line. He's too far back. Phoenix Audi stays in third. He's on the inside, about to be pushed by the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. The Ferrari really fancied having a go for the lead of the race there, not quite alongside Peter into the first corner. And the number 30 Fricadelli car, the Porsche, ran a little bit wide, but you know what? That's another clean start. No spinners, no sinners at turn 1.
Absolutely, but that Ferrari's not done yet. That was a great start there. The Get Speed Mercedes, you say, we thought it might have a run, but it got tucked in. It tried left, it tried right, it couldn't quite get through, and everywhere was blocked, so he had to come out of it. But the Ferrari took advantage of that, and I don't think the Ferrari's done on this opening lap yet. He might just have a look still for that, trying to get that lead straight away on the opening lap. What a mark to set down.
Well, I was looking for those behind who were gaining ground. Lamborghini kicking up the dirt, running wide, down in about 10th place, so he's gained a lot of positions already. But the car that really gained positions was the number 17 Mercedes. I think he's gained 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's up into 6th place, right on the tail of the Walkenhorst car. He started 9th up to 6th, so he was one of the winners down through the first few corners. But the field going down into the dip, up to the Vidal chicane, flicking through. Oh, this is easy, they're thinking. No, this isn't. You're just about to turn left onto the Nordschleife through the Nordkera. And we've got the Fricadelli Porsche, the one that ran a little wide, gained positions, but it must have picked up a puncture. The Monday dived into the back entry to the pit. So that is a massive, massive shame for them.
The Walkenhorst BMW started in the pit lane, that was down to a penalty from qualifying. That's why I started from the pit lane.
Thank you very much. And we do have a spinner at the chicane. Had one there in round 1. It's one of the Teichmann Racing KTMs, a trio of them, and unfortunately 2 of them are still going and 1 is not. That's number 930 at a standstill, so it's either Jörg Greismann or Reinhard Koffler. And the second batch of cars just coming up, preparing to go through the final sequence of corners to take their start. Porsche Caymans at the front of the grouping, then some TCR runners including a Cupra or 2, and waiting for the power to go down, but with Caymans dominating the front end of the grid, none of them have a performance advantage. No one has more grunt than anyone else, but a bit of weaving, and in fact one of the Cupras, a gold, white and black one, getting very close to 4th place. Cayman as it goes down towards first corner. That was weave left, weave right. when they get to the corner, of course, the TCR class car has a better cornering facility. It's got more wings, but this is a tight corner, so the advantage isn't as great. In fact, he's driven to another county. The Cooper got it wrong, ran very wide out of turn 1, and has dropped a couple of the positions that he gained on the run to the first corner.
Still sixth. It's almost they say went up to fourth and back down to sixth again in the space of one corner. It's a 4-hour race, and he's gained 3, lost 2 in one corner. That describes NLS for you, doesn't it?
So again, all tidy in the Porsche Caymans that are increasingly popular, dominating the second grouping. 966 right in the mix. He's the one who constantly is being harried by that pesky little Supra. That's a Team Mathol racing car, and doing enough to repel it for now. But once you get to the quicker corners, that's where I really start to think the Cupra will have a chance. Cupra's still hanging on, 5 Caymans in front of it, but the Cupra doing a very, very good job indeed as they go into the dip and up towards the Vidal chicane.
Just behind that, 2 of the Caymans having a great battle there, and it's actually gone in the favour of, we will tell you in a second when I can actually get eyes on which number. But they've had a great opening lap, and just switch away at the wrong moment, but a great opening lap for 2 of the Caymans back there for, I think it was 7th and 8th in that category.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. Well, unfortunately for Fricadelli Racing, the highest qualifier of the Porsches, number 31, that was the one that had to dive in the back entrance of the pit. Clearly has had a puncture, it's been replaced, and he's got going, but he's going to have to go past the entirety of the second group of cars. He'll still be in front of the M240i led group number 3, which even now is just approaching the sequence of sweepers that are Tiergarten, the final sequence of corners on the start-finish straight. The clock is, we've almost had 3.5 minutes of this race. In fact, almost 4.5 minutes of race. They still haven't got to start, but any moment now they'll be able to see the start-finish straight, get the hammer down, and see where they can end up down into turn 1. But right now, it's their chance to see if they can all get it right down into turn 1. So far, so good, must be said.
As you say, our final group about to get going. You said there's almost 3 races within a race here with the different batches. Everyone's got their own thing going. Now, the lead car in batch 3 has got a heck of a jump there. The safety car peels into the pit lane, and he's shot ahead. Whether he's caught that a bit early, I don't know, but caught the rest of it absolutely napping. And if that was a safety car restart and restart anything else, you'd say that he'd absolutely outfox everybody else. But he's five car lengths ahead.
And the rest down into turn 1. Just trying to see if that's the new M2 CS. It looks like it's car 151, which would make the one and only car in the new class. Come on, mate. His advantage was 5 lengths into turn 1. It's only 2 lengths as he goes through the left-hander at turn 2 as they go through the Mercedes arena. But yes, it looks like he had a different specification of car. Then you look back to the regulars, the M240Is, and they are, well, as they're expected to be. They are nose to tail, side by side. So very, very tidy start indeed at the head of that group, but now the field is bunching up all over again. Quick in a straight line doesn't necessarily mean it's got the advantage the rest of the short loop through the Grand Prix section of the circuit, where it's still wide and spacious. And everyone behaving well. The sun already started to go away a little bit, so maybe it's going to be a greyer day than it was yesterday, but first dozen cars in the third group already dropping those behind. Quite a gap from about 12th place backwards as Renault began in that little grouping, and then behind the older BMWs and an array of other cars. Keeping it clean, keeping it tidy. Massive twitch from about 5th place in the 245 Cup class. Car number 682 kicking up the dirt, and those behind kicking up the dirt even more. That was a Walk on Horse Motorsport car. Daniel Harper, Neil Verhagen and Max Hess. 3 young racers in class now up front, getting a treat view through the windscreen of the number 2 Mercedes. In behind the Phoenix Audi, but in front of that is the Octane 126 Ferrari. So that we saw at the start made a better getaway than the Audi on the outside of the front row. But where is number 16? You know what? I think it's already made a break from pole. Yes, about 2-3 seconds clear. We're not even around the opening lap. Getting very much towards the final few corners before we sweep. They're just going now onto the Dottingerhohe, the final corner, the Galgenkopf. Gallows Head before they get onto the straight, and it's, yeah, with a weather eye, about 2-second advantage for the number 16 Mercedes. They were dominant yesterday, but at the end of that opening stint, Peter, only 3 seconds to the good. Today, they're almost 3 seconds clear before the first lap is over.
Exactly, that's a huge difference. Yeah, 3 seconds on one lap. We'll see when they come across the line. Great run from the Ferrari at the start there. P3 nearly got into the lead, certainly up to P2 now, but nowhere near, as you say, 3 seconds off the tail of that leading car, the Maro Engel-driven Mercedes.
And on the opening lap, you get massive slipstreaming groups. You get them side by side. Just the number 3 Falker Motorsport Porsche going one way to get past an Audi, and then you get that little kick before you go into the compression. It doesn't show on the map, but it certainly does when you're in a car. Then you rise up and sweep through the Tiergarten sweepers. But it was advantage to the number 3 Falker Motorsport Porsche there. But you really have to work any scintilla you can get of a slipstream.
But you could see how well that was managed, because we could hear the onboard, the throttle didn't lift one bit, so he got closer and closer and closer. And normally that little bit, maybe a bit of a lift, which you don't want, so he timed that to absolute perfection of leaving that full throttle on 100%, and just, as you said, jink right, jink left, sold the dummy, got straight out there and used the slipstream. Absolutely perfect piece of driving on the opening lap of a 4-hour race.
Exactly so. And I have to apologise, I'm clearly not accurate. I said about 3 seconds was the lead. 2.672 was Maro Engel's advantage over Jonathan Hershey. Hershey in the Octane 126 Ferrari. Michele Beretta started second, down in third in the Phoenix Racing Audi. He'll still be pleased with that. And then Maxi Goetz, who started the number 2 Get Speed Performance Mercedes, tucked under his rear wing in 4th overall. David Pittard started 5th, remains 5th. Walkenhorst Motorsport, and Hubert Hout, sorry, I've missed off Marcus Finkelholm, who moved up to 6th place in the Audi, so he only gained 1 position. And the car that really lost out in that grouping was going back 2 places. That was Martin Tomczyk in the second of the BMWs. That's the Schnitzer car, but clean and tidy and still very, very close indeed, right down to the tail end of the top 20. 2 cars I just want to highlight that you'd expect to be further forward, but aren't. The 911 Porsche from Manthey Racing, the Grello car, is tucked under the rear wing of Marco Holz's sister Porsche, but you'd really expect the Manthey car to be ahead of the Huber one, but the Huber team is going better and better. The best placed Porsche, sadly for Porsche fans, is outside the top 10. It's Patrick Pilet in the number, the KCMG, one of the 2 KCMG cars, new to the championship for 2020 this weekend. He's only 12th in number 18. And the other car is Nick Giloli, started down in 18th, is only 18th at the moment. That's the Rover Racing BMW. When you say some of these top teams, Manthey Racing and Rover Racing not being in the top half dozen, it seems weird, not being in the top 10, but only just being in the top 20, it shows how the standard is just becoming extraordinary.
Exactly, going back to what you said, the quality and depth of the field this time round, it's top 15 is equivalent to top 10 2 weekends ago, so they're in just on the cusp of that now. So I know it sounds odd thing to say, because you want to be up at the front there, and people can establish so quickly at the beginning of this race, but it is a 4-hour race. They're only just on the cusp of the top 10, so long way to go. Yeah, lots of things can happen. Most likely, as we say, slow zones. That affects the race probably as much as tyres do, to be honest, in this series. It has that kind of effect. So keep it nice and steady, hold your position, keep the powder dry, sit there for a moment. That car it should be competitive. It should be up there. I think we'll see that car rise up to the ranks. And I'd be very surprised, all things being equal, if that car's outside of the top 10 at the end of the race.
Absolutely concur, Peter. So it doesn't look as though weather will play a role this weekend, but you can never, ever discount it. How many times have I said that?
Now you've said it, it probably will.
No, entirely. I sort of wanted to in a strange sort of way. But the Porsche Caymans running in the Cup 3 class for GT4 Caymans, 979 leading the way. Milner Motorsport, well, again, one said that many a time, but not really streaking clear. There's plenty of company for that at the front of the Cayman class. Just trying to scroll up and see exactly where 979 is overall, in 32nd overalls, but only just 0.1 of a second ahead of the 976 car, which is entered by FK Performance. So again, the cream rises to the top. Those 2 teams are duking it out yesterday. 3rd car in that class, so it's Peter Terting leading from Fabio Grosser, and the 3rd driver is in 962. I think that was the car that won the class yesterday. I could be wrong. Jules and Hendrik von Danwitz, and it's Hendrik who's driving at the moment. He's in the red and black Cayman. A little way back, he's on his own in 3rd place, then 4th, 5th and 6th, all but nose to tail as they sweep down into the dip behind the paddock and up the rise to the Vidal chicane. But the first two fighting like mad. Von Danwitz on his own for now in the middle, about 2 seconds down. And the grouping behind looking very busy indeed. In fact, it's two Caymans in behind, and that Cooper that's just been so super strong. Car number 806, it's the best of the TCR runners. You put them side by side, the Cayman looks more exotic, but the TCR cars, of course, look that bit more racy. But for now, it's only 806 that's hanging up there with them, with Hamill at the wheel. Doing a great job. That's Heiko Hamill sharing with Matthias Varsel. He's hanging in with those Caymans, and then there's a bit of a gap behind him. Up front, though, fastest lap of the race so far, obviously to the race leader. 8 minutes 7. That's not too bad. Rolling start, 8 minutes 7. Got the advantage. That's Maro Engel, yesterday's winning quartet, Peter. He's doing it all over again. Yesterday he didn't do the opening stint, it was Lucas Stoltz, but again...
He did the end stint, didn't he?
He did the end stint, but maybe it's not just rotating drivers between Saturday and Sunday, it might be rotating their sequence in through the race, because let's face it, when they're preparing for an event like the Nürburgring 24 Hours, they will all have to be racing at different times of day, at different stages in a sequence, so moving everyone around is no bad thing, and certainly keeps the drivers on their toes. Track conditions still absolutely fabulous, and the SP9 runners still super close to each other. The two Falken Motorsport Porsches running nose to tail. They're in a 4-car Porsche stream. You've got the Huber car number 25 at the front of that grouping, so kudos to Huber. But unfortunately for them, it's 16th Huber, that's Marco Holzer. 17th, the Bantai Racing, the Grello car, Marco Holzer. Then Julian Andlauer tucked in behind for in the Grello car. Then Rover Racing in the mix, and the Falken cars. And the driver who's lost ground a little bit, car number 30, another of the Porsches. That's from Fricadelli Racing. Batch 3 only now, Group 3 only now, just crossing the start-finish line. And it's the BMWs at the front, as we expected. Which one? It's the gold one that leads them round. And just waiting to give you a placement on that. So the first car to cross the finish line, just waiting for the timing screen to share the joy, to refresh there, but it's the one with the gold livery. I'm just quickly trying to get a number on the door, and it's hard to get a number on the doors of any of the following quintet, because when I say quintet, I mean septet. They're so close, I couldn't even pick out how many cars there were. The Avia Saw Grensport car in the mix, 651 Pixum livery car, that's Fugel. Really in tight, but at the moment...
That car using a lot of what we call track limits, shall we say?
Yep.
Not exceeding them, so nothing wrong, no penalty, so not suggesting that, but certainly using all the track and as much as possible up to the boundaries, more than anybody else in that group, and doesn't seem to have got him any advantage because he's dropped to the back of that group now. He's lost about two or three places in about as many corners, so perhaps overdriving a little bit there, a little bit wide and running a little bit, maybe, who knows.
Well, they need to make their space on the circuit. The top car in the 240i Cup class is Sindri Setsas for Pixum CFN Team Adrenaline, car number 650. That's leading the way. Just had the Bonk Motorsport Audi from the RS3. But right now, the leading cars coming round to complete their second lap. These are the cars that started obviously some distance ahead in the lead group in the SP9 class. It was Maro Engel leading by 2.67 seconds at the end of the opening lap. This time around, the lead has gone down to 0.886, so the Ferrari, the Octane 126 Ferrari, is really going for it. Third place, the number 15 Audi that started second, but that's 3.5 seconds further back with only a small advantage over the number 2 Mercedes. And then suddenly, there are about 6 cars coming over the start-finish line right together, including a huge batch of Porsches, but for them, it's the chagrin of the fact they're down from about 16th place backwards. Number 16 still leading the way from number 26. Therefore, the HRT Mercedes from the Octane 126 Ferrari, and in behind there are place changes going on. And the car that seems to be making a good little run to gain place, Frank Stimpler in the blue Phoenix Racing Audi. He's just about to try and pick off Martin Tomczyk. He's just gone past Christopher Mies, the Audi Sport team. So his is the Audi on the move, trying to catch up with the sister car, which is the top place Audi in third place overall, Michele Beretta at the wheel, but it's very close at the tail end of the top 10. Then there's another batch of cars from about 15th place further back. So tight racing. Nobody yet to take the lead from Maro Engel, but the fact the gap came down by 1.8 seconds on that lap in the favour of the second place Ferrari is very good news indeed for the prancing horse. But then let's see how the tyres last. We do see behaviour, tyre life dropping away around this circuit. Already they're lapping the tail end of the little Renault Clio, trying to keep out of the way, but that was in the little isthmus, the little gap, the tiny narrow strip that takes you from the Grand Prix loop onto the Nordschleife, and really he could go no further. There is nowhere beyond the barriers. It is just the barriers, the track, the barriers, and managed to keep to the right. So the drivers behind had to be compromised. The Phoenix Racing Audi number 15 that started on the second, on the outside of the front row, really had to hammer the brakes as he got into the hats and backs of two cars to the tail end of the field, just left him nowhere to go. This gives advantage to the chasing Maxi Goetz in the number 2 Get Speed Performance Mercedes. But again, Peter, it's a 4-hour race, and I think every single driver will be compromised at least once when coming up on traffic. It's about trying to just mitigate it and carry on.
Absolutely. Just going back to that Team Pixum CFN Team Adrenaline Motorsport car 652 that's leading the Cup 5 class. That's the car that was disqualified yesterday post-race for what turned out to be consistent pit lane speed limit braking. Get my tongue around that there eventually, but it was very, very small amounts, like a couple of K, that was all. But unfortunately, it's not excessive, so it's not dangerous, but the rules are the rules, and they've done it 3 times, so three strikes, and I'm afraid you're disqualified, and that's why that car was out. So they've got a lot to answer for today. They've got a lot to prove and turn and go. They did really well, then got disqualified. So only such small infinitesimal things there. It's not like they're going down the pit lane 20K too fast. A couple of K, 3 times. Rules is rules. Go home.
You sort of hope that the 3 penalties were spread across 3 drivers rather than one driver doing 2 stints and managing to get 3 penalties. But hang your head. But that's a team that always bounces back. It's always been a feature here for the past handful of years.
And the upside is as well, they haven't got 2-3 weeks or months to dwell on it again. They can just get to there overnight. Sorry about that, chaps. Get on it and go out and rectify that the following day.
No, exactly. Back on the horse. Very, very tight still, the Porsche Cayman class. Peter Turting leading the way, but being challenged very hard indeed by Fabio Grosser in the FK Performance car. In fact, perhaps enjoy. Then you've got this trio in behind. They've got a 2-second, 3-second advantage over them as they go through the chicane onto the start-finish straight.
Bruce, we look at lap times yesterday. We commented a little bit earlier on the 2 front rows in qualifying. The first 4 cars were all under 8 minutes. We weren't seeing 8-minute laps yesterday.
No.
Today, the leading car across the line, 8-minute dead, 0.147. The second place car, that 488 Ferrari, 7:58. Sub 8 minutes on the opening lap of the race. So I have a lot of fuel on board, fresh tyres, admittedly, but that is a stunning lap, opening lap from that Ferrari.
That really is quite an extraordinary.
But more to
second lap, wasn't it? It was the second lap of the race.
My apologies, second lap of the race. But the first 4 cars all on 8 minutes. We're still, and then the only other car actually is the Vulcan Horse Motorsport BMW, driven by Pittard. You mentioned a few minutes ago, 7:59.9. Those, the Ferrari and the Vulcan Horse BMW, the only 2 cars to be under 8 minutes at the moment. That said, the rest are all hovering around the 8 minute or 8:01, maybe 8:02. Once you got to get into 8:02, it's becoming a different thing. 2-3 seconds. Sounds silly, but they're all hanging around that mark, and I think we've got something to see. I think this Ferrari might well just be a little bit of a different view on this race for us. I think they've been building up to this from round 1 and round 2 yesterday.
Okay, what I'm going to throw into the mix now, because that's sort of what I do, is the lineup of Luca Ludwig, the driver at the wheel of the Octane 126 Ferrari, Jonathan Hershey, Simon Trummer and Bjorn Grossman, as strong as the lineups in some of the other cars. Certainly some of the Mercedes lineups, some of the Porsche lineups are super strong. But also, how good is that Mercedes on tyre life? That said, it set the fastest lap of the race yesterday, right in the dying stages, so maybe it is, but I just think you have to have Ferrari did exceptional, strong, well-balanced driver lineups, and yesterday, looking at the winning quartet, they were super strong. Maro Engel, Manuel Metzger, Adam Christodoulou and Lucas Stoltz. Not one of them is going to let the team down, and I would love to be proved wrong, but I just don't think the Ferrari lineup is as strong. I think it's a cameo role, but as cameo rolls go, very, very impressive indeed. Qualify third was brilliant, but I did say before the race, is it a good qualifying car and a good racing car? Well, we'll have to see. It has moments when it's very, very quick indeed. 9th yesterday, but it's about spreading it out across 4 hours. It's about not getting anything wrong over 4 hours. It's about getting the right race tactics through 4 hours, none of which is easy at all. Very, very busy out on the track. And when you see cars like the Falcon Motorsport Porsches not even troubling the scorers, if you will, 20th and 21st positions for the Falcon Motorsport cars. Matteo Caroli, works Porsche driver, and Christian Engelhardt. They'll be thinking, what are we doing down here? They've got to press on. They're right at the end of a train of cars that's getting longer and longer. And if you're a Porsche fan, unfortunately, it's lovely to see lots of Porsches, but the fact that the Porsches are running in 12th, bit of a gap to Mercedes, 15th, which is one of the KCMG cars, then 17th, that's the Huber Motorsport car, 18th, Manthey Racing, 19th, Bricadelli, then the two Falcon Motorsport cars, 20th and 21st, and potentially the fastest of the Porsches. Don't forget, 31 was the one that had to come in and get a punctured tyre replaced at not even the end of the opening lap, the end of the Grand Prix loop on the opening lap. So that'll be working its way back through the field. But the Porsches look great on the circuit, but the Mercedes look greater simply because the way they just don't seem to be compromised at any particular point, any type of corner around the circuit at all.
Well, these two Falcon cars, they're actually working together. I hope they're working as a team. They're coming through the back markers, through the different category there, the BMWs, and they're having to weave their way through traffic. You said a little bit earlier that at least at some point once in the race, I'd say almost once every lap, potentially, you're going to get balked, blocked, something. You've got something to deal with. And everybody else has got their own race to do. That's absolutely fine. I'm hoping the two Falcon Motorsport drivers are working together to get themselves through that bit. That's all to the game, trying to take one another. That said, the second of those two cars, the number 3 car, number 4 car, the second of the two cars, Engelhardt, driven by him, looked like he was a little bit more pacey and actually just looking for opportunities to surprise Krill on front in the number 4 car and maybe sneak by. It's early days yet. They're not right up in the running yet. I'd have thought working as a team to get through the back markers is sensible. Engelhardt appeared to, by, let's just say, the body language of the vehicle, have some other ideas that, yes, he'd go through, he'd stay behind, but if the opportunity presented it, I don't think he'd bat an eyelid at taking it.
No, I think you're absolutely spot on. I just had a little look to see where Christensen was. Michael Christensen in the number 31 Fricadelli car that had to come in for the puncture replacement. Listed as 91st on our screen. When he gets to complete the third lap, as the race leaders have just done, I'm sure he'll have picked off a few, but he's had to be super, super busy. Almost arcade game mode for him as he picks his way up the order. So 3 laps on the board. The gap between first and second, it's gone back out again. It went down to just under 0.9 of a second. It's now 2.5 seconds. But the Ferrari's still super, super quick, isn't it? But it's just losing a bit of ground. Phoenix Racing, Beretta holding on to third place. Car that's really pushing hard is the number 5 Audi, down in 9th place, Frank Stippler, but he's in the second of those Phoenix Racing cars. He's in the blue one. He's all over the back of Martin Tomczyk. Can't quite make it stick, but he's certainly giving it everything around the Grand Prix loop. So expect him to go up. So it's here's the race order. 3 laps on the board. Car number 16 for the Hout Racing Team, yesterday's winning car, leading by 2.5 seconds with Mauro Engel ahead of Jonathan Hershey in the Octane 126 Ferrari. Then Michele Beretta started second in the yellow Phoenix Racing Audi, holding on to third place, but just 1.25 seconds behind him. Maxi Götz in the Team Get Speed Performance, bright yellow Mercedes. They've got a red one as well. And while we have flags coming out around the circuit, yellow ones including one at Schwedenkreuz, let's just run down to complete the top 6. David Pittard, yesterday's second place car. He's 1.8 seconds down on the number 2 Mercedes in his Walkenhorst BMW. And Marcus Winkelhock had that really good opening lap. He got up to 6th place in the number 32 Audi. Only 1 position gain in the race, but looking quite feisty as he's trying to hang on to the back of Pittard and keep Hubert Hout behind him. Hout just a second or so in arrears. That's the top 6, and Hout gives you an extra corner. He's in 7th place. Slow zone upgraded to code 60, I notice, at Schwedenkreuz. So again, for the drivers, the teams will hopefully be warning them what is up ahead. It's a really big role for the teams to keep their drivers aware of potential trouble. And of course, you've just gone through Flugplatz. When you get to Schwedenkreuz, you won't exactly be hanging around at that point, Peter.
Not at all, not at all. Just going back to the lap times we were mentioning there, Bruce, that we were looking at them and just saying that those qualifying times, first four cars, under 8 minutes, we didn't see those times that low yesterday. Second lap of the race when the track was still clear, Ferrari got down to under 7:58, very impressive. Then we get into traffic, and look what happens to the lap times. 8:19, 8:20 for the first two cars. It's that difference, and that's what we're trying. That's what we're trying to get the context of. It's 20 seconds slower suddenly because of traffic or a bit of a slow zone or whatever, and that is a phenomenal. We were talking yesterday about the winning car winning by 32 seconds, 34 seconds, and that being a huge margin in NLS, unheard of. 20 seconds over a lap on just fourth lap of the race. And that's the difference it can make. And that's the whole point. The whole race, the face, it can change so quickly, not just in a lap, because it's such a long lap. It can change in a corner, never mind a sector. It can change in a corner. Quite dramatic. 20 seconds, phenomenal.
Yeah, it's a constant moving feast, and unfortunately, not a feast for Novel Racing. We saw both their cars in trouble yesterday. Today, it's their Lexus that's dinged the barriers at Her Acht. So that's being cleared up at the moment. And again, another slow zone there, which just reiterates everything Peter was saying about the trouble of keeping a consistent lap time. Car 191 in the pits, that wouldn't exactly have been...
It's the Valkenhorst M4, isn't it?
Yes, the Valkenhorst M4. That's not, when I say in the pits, I mean it's in the paddock being attended to, because of course there are different places that the top teams do their work. They have the pit lane, but everyone still has to drive through the paddock to get to the pits, but that was out of sequence. I think that was Ben Tuck who drives that. I think I saw a flash on the screen saying that it was him. We've got a little Renault Clio coming to the pits. So yes, it was Ben Tuck who's showing with Dirk Tobias Wahl and Florian Weber, so untoward. But for the Valkenhorst Motorsport team, a very, very busy team indeed, but he also gets his pit stop in the pit lane. He's had attention out the back and makes his way around. So, what's the story going to be this time around at the front of the race? We do have slow zones, so all the lap times will be dropping down, but Maro Engel, remember, was nearly 3 seconds clear at the end of the opening. That came down to under a second, as Jonathan Hershey really was keeping him honest in that Octane 126 Ferrari. Then it went out to nearly 2.6 seconds, and now we have definite slow zones around Her Acht. And everyone just has to sort of bide their time, go past, observe if there's any debris on the circuit, because you never know, next time around it could be you hitting it. And driver's car has gone off on the exit of Her Acht on the left-hand side of the circuit, tucked in against the barriers.
So that's the 135 Lexus, isn't it?
It wasn't actually, because I was looking for the Lexus, because remember that was dark blue metallic and black. Yes. So there must be another car. I'll have to wait until there's a highlighted element on the screen, but then immediately when you ride on board past it, it's almost silent, and then bang, immediately you go racing again, the sound comes up, and then an Adrenaline Motorsport BMW goes blagging past. That's the number one car that moved ahead of 170 there. Last year's champions, Griesner and Fubrich, skittering around out to the edge of the circuit. One thing, if people have never been to the ring or never watched anything here, you look at some of the curbing, it's almost flat. Other points, it seems to be at about between 30 and 45 degrees, enough to potentially keep you on the circuit, but potentially to bounce you to the far side if you get it wrong going around a corner.
And then to do a lot of suspension damage as well, if you get it wrong. And that's the trouble with this circuit. There's so much to it. Normally on a circuit there's nowhere else in the world quite like this in terms of its length, its corners, its multitudes of. Learning it, which way you can use the curve, where you can't use the curve. Quite often you talked about walking a circuit earlier. Drivers walk circuits and make notes. That could take you a couple of days here to go and do that, make notes. It's learning it and where to keep off it, where not to damage the car. All about keeping the car in one piece.
Now, we've talked about how you have to really pay attention to when you have a slow zone and be aware. What we had when a group of cars went through, these are the cars in the SP10, the GT4 class, if you will. Third and fourth in class, the Toyota Supra in third with Andreas Goulden, and in behind Yannick Fubrich. As soon as they got out of the slow zone, the BMW driver reacted fast and went round in front of me. He's not pulling away, but he grabbed the moment. They're not all there. And it's all about those little extra seconds or fractions of a second you can find. But for him, it was about track position. He's got up into third place. He's now setting off after Michael Schrei, who at the start of the lap was about 5 seconds clear. So in the GT4 class, SP10 as it's called, it's FK Performance leading the way with their M4 GT4. Then Michael Schrei in the 192 Hoffer Racing by Bonk M4 GT4, and now Pixum CFN Team Adrenaline. So it's a BMW 123. But for the Toyota Supra, new to racing in GT4 this year, making its debut just 2 weekends ago, and the fact it's running fourth in class, is very, very impressive indeed. That had a problem yesterday. Remember the puncture, left rear puncture, just got back to the pits before the carcass of the tyre parted company. But very, very promising indeed for the Novel Racing team there.
I think it was a good job on the part of the driver there as well, that the temptation with the puncture is it slows you so much that you can't, racing drivers aren't taught to drive slowly. So to slow down to the pace you need to maintain and not do further damage, collateral damage, that's the point. The puncture is going to cost you the time anyway. But you go back even 10, 15k too quickly, it starts to flail, it does all sorts of body work, it can do all sorts of things, and that's the bit that can do the puncture will unlikely take you out of the race unless it's very high speed. It's the speed at which you bring it back, and it's managing that's really important. And the Smart, I think he did a great job in that car yesterday.
New star of the race, Frank Stimpler. He'd made really good progress. He just gained about 2 positions, but we've had a change for third place because Kelly Beretta down the Duttinger was just passed by another yellow car as the Phoenix race. I talk about Frank Stimpler. He dives in for a very early pit stop, 4 laps on the board. He just worked his way. He gained about 3 positions on that lap. He was the tail of the top 10. He got up to 7th place, dived into the pits, but I suppose the real story there is, yes, he's stopping way earlier than anyone else. And yes, we've had a change for that 3rd position. So I didn't expect to have number 4 written in a ring, which is my denotation for when drivers come into the pits. That's the end of the lap. But diving in super early, Frank Stimpler. That was very, very unexpected. And also followed in by Patrick Assenheimer. So the number 5 Audi from Phoenix Racing and the 3rd of the HRT Mercedes diving into the pits. That is very, very interesting indeed. So are we going to have everybody coming in a lap earlier than they did yesterday? Let's see. So yesterday's stoppers after 6 laps, will they come in after 5? 7th lap stoppers yesterday coming in after 6, we will see. But that's a real shame because I thought Frank Stimpler was really putting the cat among the pigeons.
Well, we talked about this at end of show yesterday, didn't we, about the strategies that the teams had trialled yesterday, of the BMW's doing 5 laps, Mercedes doing 7 laps in the first stint, and what we talked about driver cycling and this preparation for the 24-hour, what might they do today? So we're going to keep an eye on these BMWs. Very, very early stop, that you say there, for Frank Stimpler at the end of 4 laps straight into the pits. That's a little bit surprising. So but do they know something we don't? Are they trying something different? Is it a problem? Is there a malady they need to sort out as well, so they're taking it at this point? And as you say, 1 lap extra isn't just like normal. Here at the Nürburgring in LS, 1 lap is, with a pit stop, it's 8-9 minutes.
It's a giant leap, and it didn't look as though, certainly the way he was driving, as though he had to come in to change a puncture. But the fact that Patrick Assenheimer came in as well surprised me. Well, they both surprised me, but clearly they can't both have had punctures. And looking at Stimpler's pace, he was he's about to pick up, he picked off Winkelhock. You've got Jeffries making his way forward in the Lamborghini. He'd gone past him as well. So really, really good run from Stimpler there. Gap between 1st and 2nd. We didn't even talk about the gap between 1st and 2nd, between Mauro Engel and Jonathan Hershey, between the HRT Mercedes and the Octane 126 Ferrari. 3.39 seconds. And then an equivalent gap back to the new 3rd place car, Maxi Goetz in the bright acid yellow Mercedes from Get Speed Performance. But he's got company. He's got past the yellow Audi from Phoenix. That's Michele Beretta's car, which has gone 2nd on the grid to 3rd to 4th. But that's still with him over the start as it went past the start-finish line. But you feel that the Mercedes had a bit more speed, and hopefully, Goetz's point of view, he'll be able to stretch his legs around the remainder of lap number 5. Still quite early for them around the course of the lap. Slow zones 1 at the moment, code 60 zones 4. So we've got a slow zone at Schwedenkreuz, code 60 at Arenberg and Schwedenkreuz. A few cars already coming into the pit area, including one of the crowd favourites. I'll mention now the number 601. I didn't want to upset the viewers, but the 601 Opel Manta is in the paddock area, and the work being carried out on it doesn't suggest there's a great hurry to get that back in the race. But we know that car will live to fight another day because it's done that for decades now.
Well, something mechanical by the look of it, because the car's completely undamaged, sitting there, and they're actually draining the fuel tank out into a jerry can. So now the Audi leaving the pit lane, Bruce.
And it wasn't. We mentioned that the number 16 car with Patrick Assenheim, no, not number 16, was Patrick Assenheim as HRT.
Number 6.
Number 6, yes, not 16, came in as well, but also the 98 Rover Racing BMW. Don't forget that was at the tail end of the top 20, so maybe they do need to do something different. But of those cars, the number 5 Stippler-driven car being shared with Kolb and Westbrook today was the best place for the cars to come and make that first pit stop. It's Maro Engel leading the way for the Haupt Racing team. I wonder how many times we're going to say that this year, because they really do seem to have a grip with the car, with the circuit, with their tactics. Can they make it 2 wins in 2 days? We will see, but certainly they're laying a very, very strong foundation at the moment. And where is the challenge coming from? I think the Lamborghini is now starting to pick up its skirts and make a bit of a move. That's now with Stippler having pulled in for a pit stop, has risen to 8th place overall with Axel Jeffries at the wheel to get that started down in 15th place. So he's gained 6 positions and been handed 1. So that's a good run from the Zimbabwean. His target next is Marcus Winkelhock. Now that will not be the work of a moment, because Marcus is good at going forward. He's also very, very good at defending his position. I'm just going to have a little scroll down and see. I talked before about Michael Christensen having got the number 31 Fricadelli Porsche that got into about 6th position in the opening sequence of corners. Last time I looked, he was down in the about 91st position. I see. I'm just going to go on down. He's now up to 46th position. Not a bad lap for him. And his next target, well, his next target, as I look at the timing screen, is not his next target because he's already passed it. But he's got a long, long way to get anywhere towards the front. Slow-moving vehicle on the circuit. It's a Audi safety car with the lights aboard, but everyone behind is behaving as it goes down towards the end of the Dottingher. One of the Audi RS3s coming up behind it, and luckily, fortunately, could see it very easily indeed. And the Audi safety car coming up now into Tiergarten, keeping out of the way. That's the Audi multicoloured lime green, orange and blue combination of livery. Works its way through the corners and no problem at all on the starting straight. In fact, it looks like it's in a test session. Nobody in front and almost nobody behind. That's almost a unique experience in a NLS race around the Nürburgring. Got the whole start-finish straight to itself as well. That's the Bonk Motorsport car. Herman Bock and Michael Bonk. Car number 310. That's running in the SP3T class for cars with turbocharged engines between 1750cc and 2 litres. Yeah, it looks good. That would stand out in any weather conditions. Just looking to see how that's placed in class. Running well, can't quite find it out yet. Running 2nd in class, the leading car in the SP3T class, some way further up the track. It's that Seat Leon Cupra TCR car. Obviously, they're all TCR cars. That was Heike Hamel, Matilda Racing. That was the one that hung on the back of the Caymans on the opening lap and stayed there as long as it could. They're gradually pulling away from it, but a really, really good run for the Cupra there. That's car number 806. Conditions still very dry, very sunny. Big run of Porsches, not where they'd like to be, outside the top 10. They've got a Mercedes now in the middle. I think they've got the number 8 Mercedes. Let's take a look. Yeah, it looks like the number 8 Mercedes has been picked off by the 911 Porsche. So the Manthey car's gone past Manu Collard. And now Collard's got company because he's got Marco Holzer pushing on very, very hard indeed in the black Huber Motorsport Porsche. And if he slips up, there's a number 4 Porsche tucked in behind. That's the better place of the Falcon Motorsport cars. 18th and 19th they are. Matteo Carolian tucked in behind him. Falling away slightly, Christian Engelhardt. It's very, very busy. Classic Nürburgring racing.
Very. Just reflecting, Bruce, we said yesterday it was very much was it a Mercedes, was it a BMW day? And we had 2 BMWs at the front, 2 Mercedes at the front. They swapped round. It was 2 by 2, almost Noah's Ark. Look at our list of manufacturers at the top. There's Mercedes, Ferrari, Mercedes, Audi, then 2 BMWs, Audi, Lamborghini. Totally different to yesterday. How can it change so dramatically from yesterday? It's quite incredible. Such a turnaround. The one constant is, though, that number 16 out. Mercedes at the front. Barrett Engel.
It just looks so calm in the race. Last time round, 3.39 seconds clear. Just completed 5 laps. dives. Is anyone going to the pits?
1.7.
Yes, we've got a few pit visitors. I think the sister car, number 17, looks like that's dived into the pits, and Tomczyk has gone
Number
in as well.
42, Tomczyk,
But it's down,
yes.
the lead has been halved, 1.72 seconds. It was 3.9 seconds or thereabouts. So,
It's a heck of a cameo role for that Ferrari.
absolutely is. Just looking at have we got changes coming up? The Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini pushing very hard indeed, still in 8th place, right on the tail of the number 29 Audi, driven by Winkelhock. But as I said, no, that's Christopher Meeson. That one, Winkelhock is in at the number 32 car, which is a little bit further ahead. But Audi's in the top 10. You know, we couldn't really say that yesterday. At the moment, they're 4th, 6th and 7th, so times have changed today. Maybe track conditions have changed, maybe simply because they qualified closer to the front. It's easier to be challenging at the front if you had a clean opening lap. Once you get racing, it's more down to avoiding the traffic. And the 29 Audi there got the tail right out. Christopher Mies going around the back marker really struggled in the Grand Prix loop.
And the number 18 KCMG Porsche in the top 10 as well, in 9th.
All good, because the KCMG crew came along with some stellar driver lineups, but yes, they just didn't have any luck or anything like the form they hoped to have. Maybe a clean run today. So yeah, tail end of the top 10 for them at the moment. In 9th place, Patrick Pilet, but we've suddenly got this new flurry of cars coming into the pit lane. But of the front-running cars, number 42 is the one to pay attention to. The Schnitzer car brought in. Number 17, the second of the Haupt Racing Mercedes, made a pit visit. The second of the KCMG Porsches, likewise, that was Alex Imperatori coming in. But it looks like most people are going to hold out for doing 6 or 7 or possibly even 8 laps before they make their pit stops. But of the front runners, none has yet blinked. I suppose the highest placed driver who did call in the pits was Frank Stippler, who just gained 3 positions at the end of the previous lap, then dived into the pit lane. But,
Alles begann mit 2 Freunden und einer Vision. Unsere Initialen stehen für Qualität und Fortschritt. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Wir fertigen Gewindefahrwerke, Sportfedersätze, Stabilisatoren, Distanzscheiben und Gewindefedern zu 100% in Deutschland. Wir arbeiten mit Herzblut und Hingabe für diesen einen Moment. Wir sind Motorsport. Wir sind H&R.
Time will tell. Conditions are still absolutely fabulous at the ring. We've had some great racing today, brilliant racing yesterday, great racing today. And as ever, when you watch a race here, Peter, you can watch for 3 hours of the 4 hours, and you suddenly see a car that you haven't seen before. I think that's the beauty. It's hardly surprising with a field as thick as this, but one of the cars that catching my eye, SP8, it's the specials class. WS Racing got an Audi R8 LMS, and we're in that class, in the SP8 class, so not as bewinged as the overall superchargers at the front of the field. But Nicholas Craig, Carrie Schreiner, Henrik Boleslev and Torsten Williams looking great in the Gitti sponsorship. They seem to be on quite a few of the cars. We saw it on a VW Golf yesterday, and they look very, very crisp indeed. But just great to see the variety. It's not just the different classes, it's the different variety in each of those many, many classes. And I'm sure still as the cars come in at the end of the race, I'll go, I haven't seen car number 630 before, which will be quite like, because I'm looking at it right now. It's a Renault Clio running around, glinting in the sunshine, keeping out of the way of the super fast cars at the very, very front of the field, running in the SP9 class. That's running in the little Group H2 for production cars of under 2 litres. And it's a well-supported class. That's the one the Opel Manta's retired from, or in the paddock from, Renault Clio, Honda Civics, and the BMW 318 IS. So you can get cars that aren't the very first flush of youth, not the top level of performance, and you can have a cracking time. And that's exactly what the beautiful little Renault Clio is doing, looking fabulous. Again, another colour scheme that works very well. Anything with orange works quite well in my eye, but set off against a sort of, what would you call it, a sort of anthracite metallic background, looks pretty dandy.
Gunmetal.
Gunmetal, that's a better term. Yes, indeed.
But as you say, they're under 2 litres, so we've referred to it as a little Clio. The Clio isn't a very big car. It's bigger than it was when it first came out, but as all these cars seem to grow and grow over the years and decades. But it was saying it's a little car, a little 2 litre. That's because we're thinking of AMG GT3, M6, 488 Ferraris, 488 Ferraris, Lamborghini Huracans. But they're all on the track at the same time. And
there's the magic.
Absolutely.
There is the magic, and looks as though David Pittard might have gained another place. Going around the outside, trying to get 4th place from Michele Beretta as they go into the sweepers. Didn't quite manage. He got his nose in front, but the track was then dinking the other way, so the yellow Audi holds on to 4th place. But the person who's seems to have lost a bit of ground is the Ferrari in 2nd place. He's now got Jonathan Hershey. He's got Maxi Gotts all over his tail, but not for long. Gotts dives into the pit. So here's our answer. 6 laps now on the board, and the pit visitors include the number 2 Mercedes, the number 34 Pittard-driven BMW. Who else is coming in? The 29 Christopher Mies driven Audi Sport Team entry. So more teams have blinked, have decided that's the tactic. 6 laps. It really does seem to me that whatever number of laps they did in the opening stint yesterday, they're taking one off it today. But the team that just didn't blink yesterday, it did a 7-lap opening stint and just seemed to control it from the front, is doing the same again today. 3.5 seconds to good now, ahead of Jonathan Hershey. Again, that gap goes from 1.9 to 3.4 to 1.8 to 3.5. It's stable in its instability.
To use your phrase, to throw something into the mix, though, you just said that whatever they were doing yesterday, they've added one on. Taken one off. Not the BMW, not Vulcan horse.
No, they've gone the other way. They pitted after 5 laps.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. They've been front runners. They won the first race. They were second yesterday. They're up there all the time. But they've done a different strategy today. And we're saying 1 lap normally doesn't make much of a difference in your strategy. Over the Nürburgring, NLS, it makes a huge difference. So why? What is their thinking in that team camp? What's made them say, right, put Pittard out again at the beginning, and we're going to do 1 lap longer, 8.5 minutes longer than we did yesterday? Because that's a big consideration. That's not just a let's just do a lap. There's a lot of thought gone into that. I'm intrigued to see why they've done that and where that might pan out later in the race. What that decision might produce later.
Every race in this series is there to be won. Every racing team wants to win a race, but I still think they're trying as many different sequences and versions of this to build together almost a jigsaw puzzle that is giving them options for when they head to the Nürburgring 24 hours. And so the cars in the pit lane at the moment, including the Mercedes that was in 3rd place, that's going to have a driver change there, brought in by Maxi Gotts. David Pittard came in from, nearly got up into 4th place, just failed in his attempt to pass Michele Beretta, and that's David Pittard. That will probably be handed over. Christopher Mies also in the pit. So the car's the second, well, the middle part of a top 10. And again, the strange image as the cars go into the pit lane, turn right under the pit building through Garage 1, double back around a loop in the paddock, and then come back into the bright light of the pit lane. Falcon Motorsport cars turns immediately right again for a driver change. Their pit garage and its refueling point is up closest to pit in, but other teams like the Get Speed Performance crew with that bright yellow car venture all the way down towards pit exit before they pull over. We're pretty much at the final pit garage. So the number 2 car sitting there on the jack, the 30 Porsche in the background from Fricadelli Racing, also in the pit lane. And in fact, I'd say the majority of those SP9 cars at a standstill in the pits. Yeah, the 911 came in as well. 911 Porsche from Manthey Racing, the number 30 Fricadelli car, I just mentioned that. So quite a tranche of the 20 plus cars in the SP9 class at a standstill. And for number 3, that's Christian Engelhardt. That it's all a learning experience for him as he gets used to Porsches all over again. But don't forget, he was a driver who was super, super strong back in the days of when he used to race in the Porsche Super Cup.
The number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche having I wouldn't say slow, but a very calm, considered pit stop, everything organised, as you'd expect of a team of that calibre. But even the driver change, I'm not saying it was slow or languid, but it was just got out of the car, everybody knew exactly what they're doing, what they've got to do, and when to do it, and keeping out of each other's way, in, out. The standard thing of a driver. One driver gets out, the second incoming driver sitting there waiting. I can't tell you how difficult it is to get in and out of one of these cars with a roll cage and lid and hands device, etc. on, but it's the second driver's responsibility, the first driver's responsibility coming out of the car to secure the second driver, so belts, water lines, radio connections, all that kind of thing they need to do. But you just watching them there, seeing that, there was a nice bit of a shot on that, but it was just so calm, considered. Everybody knew what they were doing. The car was turned round, and it was absolute precision of a surgeon's knife, just sitting there watching that driver stop. Now,
just as you were saying that, Peter, I was sort of grimacing because the Get Speed Performance number 2 Mercedes coming out ahead of the 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. So as the order they went into the pits, so was the order when they came out. What we're seeing is the cars that made an earlier pit stop, like the 98 Rover Racing car, have gained track position because that is now in front of the 34 Walkenhorst car. So by coming in early, they've gained track position. And the number 2 Mercedes was coming out right alongside 17, which is the second of the HRT class cars, so which had stopped. Number 17 came in a lap earlier, but as tyre temperatures get back up, they've got to fight their way back. But you'd have to say in that instance, advantage is to those that pitted earlier. But then, of course, they'll have more life taken out of their tyres already. So now it's the chance for it all to be reversed. But right now, and this happened yesterday, those that pitted early, if it's an advantage had gone their way. But those that held their nerve, kept their calm, and stayed out for longer, with the cars that tended to be ahead at the end of the race. But every team is doing things differently, and they're doing things differently to how they did it 24 hours ago.
So much to think about. A race that is 4 hours long. So much can happen. These teams all trying, as we said, different things. I'm intrigued to see now the Walkenhorst BMW number 34 that you just mentioned, Bruce. That was qualified by Christian Kras. David Pittard started it with that amazing opening stint in our first round 2 weeks ago. Yesterday they didn't put him in first, they put him in last. Today they've switched around again and put David Pittard in first, and the qualifier of that car is now in the car second. So again, the psychology, the thinking, what's going on with the people when they sit down and do their debrief at the end of the day. Why did we change it? What's the point? You mentioned yesterday the possibility that we waxed lyrical about the amazing opening stint that David Pittard did in the first round. In fact, I think we called it the angry dog, didn't we? The attacking approach he had, and he was like a little terrier. He was unrelenting and beautifully done, nothing wrong. But maybe that was a bit too aggressive. They put him in at the end yesterday. Today they put him in the beginning again. And it's just, I'd love to sit there and be a fly on the wall in some of these debriefs and go, why are we going to do this? What are we going to do? Is there a reason? Or do they just roll the dice on the table and say, there you go, David, you're in?
No, I was about to joke. It's a bit like playing a game like Prudo. You've got dice in the cup, you shake them up. Oh, David, you're in first today. And Christian, you've got to do the pole lap. And then we'll come in after. Hold on, I'll tell you how many laps. Shake, shake, shake.
Maybe it's as simple as that.
It could be. but I somehow doubt it. And you know what? Through the lockdown, when we had no racing apart from virtual racing, a lot of the engineers involved in this championship and others started engineering cars for the virtual series, like the digital NLS. You might think, what could a real-world race engineer gain? There was one who used to race cars, then he became a race engineer, then he started engineering for that, and he said, I'm learning. I am learning all the time. And nobody involved in any level of racing can ever afford not to keep learning.
Exactly. I was just going to say, that is the absolute key phrase. No matter what you do, you never, ever stop learning. You mentioned yesterday that we have to call it digital racing. It is not a game anymore. We did think of it as gaming at one point, but it's not. It's digital racing. It's online e-racing, however you want to term it, but I think digital's probably the best way. But that just proves the point. Somebody that's gone from driving cars, therefore probably preparing his own if he's an engineer, engineering cars, and now engineering digital online cars. Never stop learning.
Well, and never stop being busy in the pits, because the number 16 race leading car into the pit lane, number 26 from second place, the Ferrari, into the pit lane, into the paddock, back into the pit lane. Number 15, Beretta's Phoenix Racing Audi in the pit lane. The next Audi from Winkelhock into the pit lane, etc. Number 7, Lamborghini, Axel Jeffries and Patrick Pilet, the KCMG Porsche driver, in to make their pit stops. Lucas Stoltz will go next. He will take over from Maro Engel, who did that opening stint. So we're told. In fact, it's only just come up with him as the named driver, but Stoltz hasn't got into the car yet. It was certainly Maro Engel at the top of our timetable for timing screens for a very long time, and I've just noticed it said Stoltz, but the car hasn't even got out of the paddock into the pit lane.
It's efficient. It's ready.
Well, it's a virtual, oh my golly, a virtual driver change in a real-world race. You had it here first.
There's a crossover.
So again, for all the drivers in the SP9 crews, they have to feed their way through other cars that come in from SP9 for pit stop. Manu Collard, who's leading the Pro-Am class. Marco Holzer, the Huber Porsche driver, right under his tail. And Matteo Cairoli in the number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. The sister car came in last time around. All eyes on the number 16 team, HRT. That's the Hout Racing team, the new crew in town. They drive right down towards pit exit, still being listed as Lucas Stoltz. Just looking to see who's getting on board. How good are you on racing drivers' helmets? Number 16, I'll give you a choice. Maro Engel. Actually, I think he might be the one that has the orange helmet, but tall figure of Lucas Stoltz getting out. Oh, can't tell. Similar heights. Adam Christodoulou, Emmanuel Metzger are the other choices, but let's just see if they made a glitch early in the race and it was Stoltz all along. Can't confirm that as yet.
I'm intrigued to see who goes into the Octane 126 Ferrari. Jonathan Hershey doing a great opening stint on that. You mentioned about the number 16 lead car, the screen updating already with a virtual driver change, as in Mario Engel starting that car, and it's already got Stoltz named in it, even though it has only just stopped in the pits now. Hershey's still named for the Ferrari, so who's going to go into that second? Or I'm intrigued to see that, because you mentioned there was a great opening stint, but might it not maintain that?
Yeah, it might not. I think it could well be Maro Engel who's just getting on board. We'll see when it leaves the pit lane. Orange helmet. Engel has got out. That's the message I'm just being shown. Okay. We were talking yesterday about drivers' helmets and how it's much better if they keep one helmet for their entire career. But Engel has raced with a helmet with an orange livery before, so I will hold fast on that one and hope that every now and again I get it right. But we will see. So pretty much all the remaining cars in the SP9 class have made a pit stop now. So you often get the occasion, if you don't have some early pitting, once you get the SP7, the fastest cars in the Porsche Cup class get to lead the race. But not this time, with the SP9 runners pitting far earlier than often is the case. And just to let you know, the gap when the cars came into the pit lane and was the number 16 HRT Mercedes leading from the 26 Octane 126 Ferrari that had such a brilliant opening stint in the race. 5.3 seconds was the gap, and that's the biggest it's been, largest it's been all race. Now, it's not only seeing where they came in, it's seeing where they come out, because we've got some front-running cars that made a pit stop last time around, most notably the number 2 Mercedes, which hasn't got far to go, and it's got the number 17 HRT car tucked in behind it. So number 2 Mercedes hoving into view as they approach Tiergarten, behind a GT4 Mercedes AMG, which hopefully will show a little bit of Mark love and let it through. It does. He also lets the other HRT Mercedes, the red one with black bonnet, through as well. Now, let's see pit exit. Is the number 16 car going to emerge back into the lead? It's not even on the move as yet, as the bright yellow nose of the number 2 goes over the start-finish line. So let's see the race order. Now the HRT's orange car gets going in the pit lane. The Octane 126 Ferrari also on the move. So that looks like it's actually gained a second or two during the pit stops. And for some of the others behind, unfortunately for them, there is a speed limit in the pit lane, but the little gold BMW from one of the junior classes, and Stoltz has apparently got into that car. I just don't know, they jumped early by putting it on the timing screen. Now that is a good thing. Get your driver change out of the way before the car has reached the garage. It just makes it so much simpler.
Especially for us, poor commentators, yes. 5.35 seconds was the gap between the first and second cars. We have got confirmation that the driver change in the Ferrari is to Trummer.
Michele Beretta has handed over to Mike Rockenfeller in the Phoenix, the 15. That's the yellow Phoenix Racing Audi. And Markus Winkelhock still listed as staying on board that number 32 Audi. He didn't get to race yesterday. One stint just wouldn't be enough. You know, if you're a Winkelhock, you're supposed to be out on a race circuit. So he's pointed it out on his contract, and he's staying on board.
It's probably law, isn't it? Probably in German law.
Yes, yes.
So
just regional law through the Nürburgring, you know.
So number 16 HRT Mercedes remains in the lead with Stoltz now at the wheel. The second place car, the Octane 126 488 Ferrari, had a great start, an opening stint there from Jonathan Hershey. That's now been pedalled by Simon Trummer, but as Bruce spotted with his eagle eyes, that in the pit stop they came in with 5.3 seconds apart, came in on the same lap, so it was all down to pit stops, and that they appear to go out of the pits probably a couple of seconds apart at best. So quite literally, potentially, I'm judging on the eye, going out, potentially 3 seconds saved. Now 3 seconds on the track is a lot harder to find than 3 seconds in the pit lane.
Most certainly is. Now the cars I'm really looking for are the bright yellow Get Speed Performance Mercedes. Looks like the second stint is also being handled by Maxi Goetz, but he's got Jelmer Berman all over his tail in that number 17. That's the second of the two, the second of the 3 cars from Team HRT, the Hout Racing team, and Jelmer really getting a move on. Jelmer, again, the team arrived out of Black Falcon, and over the years now, Jelmer's been one of their go-to drivers. He's just super consistent. And, you know, from a professional's point of view, he's also one of those guys who gets out of the car, always interviews well, and it's refreshing. In fact, vast majority of the drivers that are racing in this championship and top-level GT racing are good in front of a microphone.
Yeah.
They also know there is an element, it's a team sport, and that means a team within a car. Until that point in their careers, particularly if they've come from a single-seater background, it's all about them. Now,
You just stole my line, exactly.
they cannot succeed. My rugby coach always used to say it's about the weakest link in the chain, and I hoped he was never looking at me. You have to work as a team. You have to work as a trio, as a quartet. You don't want to monster the car, you know, leave it just basically a chassis for your teammate to hop into. You've got to be kind. You've got to work together because you win together.
I think that's exactly my point. You were going to say that the drivers that find the microphone or find the camera normally there's a genre that do it for themselves. The reason most GT drivers do it is because they know it's part of that team thing. There was an exception I know of somebody that was a teammate, and he has also a British and FIA GT world champion, and somebody said to him one day, there is no I in winning. And he said, yes, there's two in winning. It's not all about that. That's how he saw it. But it does that most of the time. You're absolutely right. The GT drivers, it's a big team thing. It's a whole thing from the mechanics down the crew. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, didn't we? About the sharing the car, the handing the car over. And it's as simple as seat positions. Because they're not adjustable seats, they're not like a row car. The seats are bolted in for safety reasons. You can't adjust the seat. So you've got drivers up, and simply selecting a driver, different heights, won't work. So you can't have that. Belts, adjusting the belt length, all that kind of thing. You've got to get one that we mentioned a few minutes about, the outgoing driver. The second driver gets in when they do a driver change. The outgoing driver, if you always notice, turns around and starts to attend to the incoming driver, sorting out radios, water, bottle, whatever they might be. But the belt's an important part of it. You've got to adjust those belts because we've got to be safety conscious. You've got to think about all these things. And then they've got to get into the chassis setter. They've got to drive a car that all 3 drivers, as you say, a strong lineup, will adapt to one another what somebody might like, another driver may not, but you've got to adapt because you've got to drive the same car. In Mott's single formula, like Formula One, you have Hamilton and Bottas. They've both got a Mercedes, but they could be completely different cars. This, it isn't. It's the same car that goes to the end of the race. So that team, from drivers all the way down, it filters through, have all got to work around that car.
And it also really, really makes me laugh, Peter, when you've got a team patron who's one of the drivers. He's the gentleman in the crew, the gentle lady, and they specify, I might be nearly 2 meters tall, but everyone else, the seat will be where I want it, and the rest of you bring your inserts, your cushions, and the cough suites go in the tin just there.
That's the privilege of paying.
It's the privilege of paying because, let's face it, particularly if of the tall and mean, getting comfortable in the car isn't always a given. And having been there and done that, and so I was so determined that I would drive a particular single-seater, and I had to come in after a couple of laps at Donington saying, okay, fair enough, I can't touch the brake pedal properly. Going down into Redgate, realising you couldn't really brake wasn't clever, but I was so determined. It was Vauxhall Lotus car or Opel Lotus. Easy to drive, but easier when you could press the brake, one found. So
well, the problem is you are gigantically tall, so you and I could never share a car on that basis.
Well, we could, except I wouldn't be wealthy enough to own it and assist the seat position was in my position.
That makes two of us. So basically we're two gentlemen drivers looking for somebody else, then, aren't we?
Damn, another season scotched.
Ah, well, there's always next year.
Yes, indeed. So we've had that first round of pit stops, and some came in after 4, a few more after 5, handful after 6, about half a dozen after 6, but it was lap 7, at the end of which the vast majority of the front runners came in a good 10 off the field. And in terms of SP9, we'll see who's going to emerge in front, but certainly the cars that stopped on lap 5 and lap 6, it's the 2 and 17 Mercedes that appear to have got the running going. And we mustn't forget that number 5 Audi, Frank Stippler, that could be ahead of all of them because that came in really early, just as he gained about 3 positions on one lap. And the blue Phoenix Racing Audi, that was some way down on the grid. In fact, it was down in 12th position after Stippler qualified it so well. He really raced beautifully, and I can actually sense he could be the car coming across the start-finish line to go to the top of the chart. Certainly he's over the start-finish line right now. Lucas Stoltz's name is still at the top of the charts, but it is Stippler who takes the lead of the race, and handsomely so. It's a Porsche Cup class car in the background. That owes us a pit stop. That's probably, no, it's not Moritz Krantz, he's just dived in, but certainly for the blue Audi that was going like a bat out of hell in that end of the opening stint is now pressing on, and the advantage is big indeed. But don't forget that this one will have its tyres going off. We'll be making its second stop earlier in the opposition. Number 16 Mercedes. Does that just come through into... Sorry, 6. I keep calling that 16. It's the Patrick Assenheimer car. He stayed on board like Stippler did. Assenheim had 4 wins in the VLN last year. He knows this circuit. He knows the team. Going very well in this double stint, sharing with Dominic Baumann. And one of the many Mullers in the race. The Muller in his car is Dirk Muller. Talk about having a good pro lineup there. And then... So it's the number 5 Audi, the number 6 Mercedes, the number 42 Schnitzer BMW in 3rd in class, then the number 2 Mercedes, Maxi Good, the number 17 Mercedes into 5th place, and then Lucas Auer, who's sharing the Austrian racer, Gerhard Berger's nephew, who's sharing that this weekend. He's in 6th place for the Rover Racing team, but he's got company. He's got the number 16 Mercedes. Remember that one, Peter? 2 positions further back. We've got 4 cars together. The BMW 98 from Rover Racing in 6th. 7th place, Christopher Mees, Audi Sport Team. Lucas Stoltz now seeing what he can do. He's about to make a place change. It might be the Mercedes arena, but he couldn't put the nose of his Mercedes right alongside the 29 Christopher Mees car. Gave it a bit of a kiss on the exit of the Mercedes arena, but Mees was saying, I'm smiling out of the car, but right now I'm not smiling. Was the bodywork rubbing there?
Yeah, the way it tapped it on the Audi on the inside, it wasn't even it was a little love kiss. It just dislodged some of the bodywork after the right rear wheel. Just noticed that there, so we'll just keep an eye on that.
Just to complete the statement, that little grouping, it's Lucas Auer, Christopher Mees, Lucas Stoltz, and right on the tail of the Walkenhorst Motorsport car, now in the hands of the Norwegian racer Christian Cronjes. 4 cars covered by 1.3 seconds or so, a blink and a little bit more. But importantly, Lucas Auer settling in very nicely indeed. Didn't compete yesterday, but he's got Christopher Mees. Christopher, you just say the words Christopher Mees, Audi R8 LMS. That's the last 5 seasons, and he's not there for nothing. So very tight. I'm probably enjoying the replay now more than Christopher Mies will, because he had Lucas Stoltz diving up the inside. It's the right hand as you come out of the Mercedes arena, and a bit of a four-wheel drift there from Mies. He went on to opposite lock, adapted the Audi after the tap on his his right rear wheel, and did well, actually. Could easily have rotated around. He had just enough of his car ahead of him, really, to keep it in the right direction. But again, how competitive.
Very, very handy. It was a little bit of a love tap there, but very convenient that on the exit of that Mercedes arena, there's a large bit of tarmac on the left-hand side. He was able to run wide.
But they knew that.
Correctly, not get onto the ground. Well, exactly, he would have used that bit anyway. So he just managed to use that little bit of tarmac to his advantage there and not get on the grass whilst he was catching that car from the love tap from the Mercedes. The point to remain is, has it done any bodywork damage to that Audi, which then might foul the tyre and cause a problem? That's the problem, the collateral damage. So let's hope that's not the case.
Absolutely so. So here's a little fact you need to know. The gap after all, well, in fact, a couple of the cars, including the number 50, Rudy Adams came in his AM class, SP9 class car. But of all the front-running cars in the SP9 class, they've made their pit stops, and the leader is Frank Stippler in the blue Phoenix Racing Audi. He's leading by, I'm just going to do some maths right now, 22 seconds. 22 seconds from Patrick Assenheimer in the number 6 HRT Auto Arena Mercedes, and then Sheldon van der Linde in the Schnitzer BMW. He's another 9 seconds back. So that looks tidy, but we are going to see that concertina all over again.
So once this is all settled down, we've got a new slow zone at Exmüller.
Can we see why? Just looking for a quick blot on the map. Nothing, no clues as yet at Exmüller. And I have a clue. There's a car waiting to. It's bounced into the barriers on the right hand, and before that sharp right, and yeah, I couldn't see which car. I think there's a car moving slowly away from the scene of the crime, if you will.
Yeah, you got that sort of twisty downhill section of Kallenhard and Versreifen into Exmüller before Bergwerk there, which just caught somebody out. There, one of the KTMs running particularly wide there again. That's the 927 car that had a puncture two weeks ago, didn't it? The first round, one of the cars that
it did had a little rotation, but this time around it's being shared by Stefan Bodmerkel, Michael Munch, and Erkan Kara Osman. But it was the 930 sister car from Teichmann Racing we saw in the gravel, 6 corners into the opening lap of the race. But the 927 car going rather better. So the big question, what is the lap? We're looking at the lap times, trying to see what the lap time was. 8 minutes 2 for Frank Stippler. That's very impressive, not long out of the pits. The fastest lap that car's done is 8:02.292, so just a whisker off that. So again, showing why he's been employed for so many years by Audi to get into cars and make them go very quickly indeed. So Stippler leading the way for Phoenix Racing. And don't forget, this is a car that started down in 12th. So Stippler followed by Stippler. It's a very good double act to start the race for the Phoenix Racing team. Whereas the sister car, the yellow one that started from the outside of the front row, has fallen back. Just looking, Mike Rockenfeller is down in about 14th position overall. So that hasn't worked out well. But let's see how he picks that up as the order sorts out. All the cars after that first round of pit stops are jiggled around and find their respective positions all over again. Frank Stippler, that is a very tidy lap. Just trying to see the others as they settle into their form. Vast majority are about to complete their first lap, flying lap out of the pits.
So we're just waiting for our screen to slightly update there. But as you say, the big surprise really at the pit stops is the appearance of Frank Stippler. They're right at the front in the Phoenix Racing Audi R8. You were calculating, Bruce, that it's how many seconds ahead?
22.
22 seconds. I thought that's what you said. I just wanted to make sure before I said it again that you didn't say 2 seconds, and 22 seconds is vastly different, so accurate reporting, but 22 seconds ahead. And once again, pit stops just having such an effect. I was busy focusing on that first and second place car, the 5.5 seconds between the Mercedes and the Ferrari that appeared in my eyes to knock off probably about 3 seconds, about a 2 second gap. And all of a sudden, whilst we're doing that, Stippler appears in the background and says, "Thank you very much, I'll have a bit of that." And here we are, race leader.
Well, let's just wind the clock back a little bit. We were talking yesterday evening over a pint of the dark stuff. about the benefits of fast in-lap and fast out-lap. Frank Stippler was very fast on his in-lap, but the fact he even got involved in overtaking, but very clean on the way in, clean on the way out, and that's why he's leading this race. Smiling eyes in the paddock there. Carrie Schreiner waiting to take over the Gitti Racing VW Golf. We noticed yesterday that it's a full female crew on that car as well.
Yep.
Gitti sponsoring that. Car number 300. Celia Martin, Carrie Schreiner and Laura Pryhammer. Just approaching the final sequence of corners, being overtaken by none other than race leader Frank Stippler, going past that Golf number 300, the black and yellow car. Julie dives into the pits, not the Phoenix Racing Audi, but the Golf. Of course, the cars with tend to do longer runs on their opening stints in the junior class cars. They're not as hard on their tyres. It's a good thing too, because otherwise, if we had all 140 cars trying to call at the pit on the same lap, it would be very busy place indeed. You know, something simply would be a very bad idea. Now, cars that advanced post those pit stops, let's just run down the order. Frank Stippler leading the way, the number 5 Audi, the number 6 Mercedes into second place, 23.5 seconds down now, so a little more time lost by Assenheimer, or he could look around it the other way, gained by the race-leading car, Frank Stippler. Sheldon van der Linden, the Schnitzer BMW, I still love saying those words together, Schnitzer and BMW. Charlie Lamb may have departed last year, much missed, but still great to see that team laying down some history. And then we get a really close little battle for 4th place. 2 ahead of 17, Mercedes ahead of Mercedes. Maxi Goertz just in front of Jelmer Berman, just half a second between them. The yellow Mercedes ahead of the red one from Team HRT. Then Christopher Mies in 6th place. 7th place, still Lucas Stoltz hasn't managed to get past. Christian Cronjes is next, and then down into 9th overall is Lucas Auer. So he went from the front of that group in the Rover Racing BMW, that quartet of cars to the back, completing the top 10. Markus Winkelhock in the number 32 Audi. And still, Lucas Stoltz is trying to get past at exactly the same point as before, trying to get past Christopher Mies, who's having nothing of it. A Porsche Cayman is on the same bit of track. Luckily, the 177 stays to the outside, doesn't interrupt their battle. But it's getting very close indeed. And sadly for Rover Racing, their number 98 car in the background, Lucas Auer, is getting smaller in their rearview mirror. It was a quartet. He was at the front of it a lap ago, but the Austrian, sadly, not finding the pace, falling away.
So on the Grand Prix loop there, just out of the Mercedes arena there, the Mercedes, ironically, absolutely monstering the back of that Audi there. Christian Mies having nothing about it. Absolutely no variation, no directional change, dead straight. I'm going where I'm going. You monster, you can intimidate, you can fill my mirrors as much as you like with that very aggressive grille of that Mercedes.
Yeah.
Definitely done that, designed that way.
It would scare children on a dark
exactly.
evening.
Was he affected? Not in the slightest. Straight as a die, I'm going there, and that's where I'm going to on the track, and that's why it's your job to get round me.
No, entirely so. Oh dear, the number 512. McGann, Renault, we saw that making its way to the grid at the start. It's now making its way back to the pits and looked a little bit down at the front right, unless I'm wrong.
It sounds
certainly
like
making nasty noises, but it's can't quite pick it out. But the Lameche backside, Renault McGann keeping out of the way, now out of the final corner, but heading to the pit lane, but not at the sort of pace suggesting it's going to be
front right puncture,
running cleanly. Coming in behind a car that looks like, grief, what is that car? Is that a Logan? Trying to work out what that is. And the 169 BMW at the side of the circuit. This is a car that ran very well in class yesterday. And unfortunately,
yes.
The M4 class...
I was going again.
That's FK Performance, orange and black. Let's see the names on the window. Christian Konov, Nico Otto, and the Bulgarian driver, Pavel Lefterov. But that's in the Mercedes arena, so he's got the remainder of the lap to go. If you want to have a problem, have it just before the pits, not afterwards. So the yellow hazard lamps on. This is a car that was running, I think it was running third and finished third in class yesterday. Not sounding altogether wonderful, but again, it's just
no
mode.
pace at all. It sounds like it sounds sweet enough, but it's just on low revs. Alt Control Delete, but can't he take the back entrance into the pits from here still? And get back in that way.
We'll be able to do that. In fact, what I was about to expound and expand upon was what you don't want to do, even more so, is have it just while you pass that back entrance to the pits.
Get onto the Nordschleife, then you really have got a long way back. So the M4 making its way round, that will rejoin, hopefully get into pits to see what the problem is. It did look like it got his hazards on. It sounded okay enough, but just as you say, possibly in limp mode, as in the car's overheated. It's put it into the road, what we call limp mode, get you home safely, get you off a motorway for safety, and that still applies to these cars because they're still production cars, so they're physically drivable under its own steam, but just not at any kind of pace, probably very limited on its revs.
Oh yes, when I describe, we've now got a close-up shot of the 512 Renault Megane, and when I described it as having a flat front right, it doesn't have a front right. It has a rim, but the rubber.
Well, it's very flat because most of it's been worn away, dragging on the track.
Yeah,
it probably is very flat. So it's exactly the right description. Yeah, just pulled the wheel off that, and mechanics immediately going in straight under it. And this is what we said so many times again. We mentioned it about the Subaru yesterday. The puncture, collateral damage. The puncture is not the major problem. Yes, it's time consuming, of course, and it's frustrating. But how you then manage it afterwards, that's the issue. And that car being looked at straight in underneath it. How much damage has the disc been dragging? Has the bottom arm been dragging? Because it was making some horrible noises. So they're straight in there, and that's what causes the problem. And it's a simple puncture that it could just be a tyre failure, picked up a piece of debris or something, and there we are. You've got to go and find out what's underneath it, and that can take the time. As we said, how do you win endurance races? Stay out of trouble, stay out of the pits.
Entirely so, and also always have to check for where the rubber has gone within the wheel arch, and wave yellow flags on the Grand Prix loop, trying to identify why. It's in the drop down to the compression before you rise up to the Vidal chicane. We've got a course vehicle out there. Oh, they're just tailing around behind that limping BMW as it goes in towards the back of the pit lane. It has to go through the chicane first. But very good work there from the marshals. Really clever work indeed. The 169 FK Performance BMW only now sweeps in. Well, it doesn't sweep, it turns into the pit lane. I think there's a slight difference in terms of the velocity of those two elements. So the oil Fino car, lights are flashing, the hazard lamps flashing as it comes in, and hopefully it will live to race on. But sadly, in the competitive class, well, they're all competitive, but the SP10 class cars for GT4s is competitive, and you cannot. We've had it may not even get into the back entrance. The pits all but stopped.
Now that was very strange because we talked about this limp home mode, as in it's get you off a main road, an autobahn in the normal world, which what cars are designed for originally. Limp home to get you home safely, get you there. That was the limp you home. It was going all the way around, and obviously, you see, as soon as it got into the pit entrance, it's going to stop. So I wonder if it said enough. Very strange. We'll look at the 169 M4. We'll have a little look out for that and try and keep you posted on that, what happened to that car. Because it's very strange. It just stopped, having done the vast majority of the Grand Prix circuit, got itself into the back entrance into the pit lane. Mercy not having to go onto the Nordschleife, but now it's just stopped in the pit lane. So we'll find out what's going on with that.
So again, when you see incidents like that, you realise how important it is you've got your flagging marshals posts in exactly the right position to understand scenarios like that. The fact there is a back entrance to the pits does mean that cars that take it will invariably not be in the best of mechanical health, and that was a good example. They very quickly had a flag marshal there warning anyone else who was coming in fast to the pit lane from the regular approach or the other way around. So
we've talked about the things that the Nordschleife can throw up of slow zones, cars parked, service vehicles. Something else you don't really expect is to come into the pit lane, because you actually think your mind is almost job done, racing almost finished for a minute, because as in we turned the racing brain off for a bit, because we're into the pit lane now. You're going into driver change mode, pit stop mode, and all of a sudden there's a stationary car in the pit lane. How would that catch you out? You're not expecting that, are you?
No. You've done your job. Frank Stittler is still doing his job. His last lap, he was leading by, after 9 laps, he had a 23.5 second advantage. He's crossed the line, having completed 10. Just waiting to see his lap time come up. I'm going to be really interested. 8 minutes 4. The lap times are very good. They're all going past, cars still having to go past that waving flag marshal and the Strickland 169 BMW.
It has got a bit further down though.
It goes and it ebbs and it flows. It goes and it stops. Still waiting to see if it's Patrick Assenheimer who'll be second at the start-finish line, or will it be Sheldon van der Linde? Van der Linde in the Schnitzer Motorsport BMW was third at the start of that. Assenheimer in the 6 Mercedes goes through. He's lost another 3 and a bit seconds. He's 27.2 seconds now down on the race leader. Has he managed to drop Sheldon van der Linde? Yes, he has. He's gained a second and about a second over the best of the BMWs at the moment. Then we've got a fantastic charging battle coming up next. Number 16, Lucas Stoltz, driven Mercedes, 7th at the start of the lap, still behind Christopher Mies. They've hardly been separated by more than a car's length for about 2 laps now. Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW trying to hang on behind Christian Cronjes. But the the fact that they're fighting over 6th, 7th and 8th shows how the pendulum has swung in a different direction today. Don't forget, it's a 4-hour race.
Now, didn't we talk earlier just about the word you used such a description yesterday, the grunt of that Mercedes, and the Audi then knew that coming onto the pit straight, and then just at the time when Mercedes needs to jink over to the right, he's gone over and covered it to the right, and he's absolutely driving to perfection. One directional change, perfectly allowed, perfectly fair, perfectly professional. But placing that car, thinking, whilst at that pace, with that massive grille, as we said, that would scare children, behind you in the mirror, sitting there, knowing that that car is quicker in a straight line, and he's still thinking, if I just move over there, you've got to go around the long way. So off you go. Then switches around the next, but no jinking, absolutely beautiful driving from the Audi driver there.
I just want to tie that in with a fantastic quote that I read in the wake of footballer Jack Charlton dying yesterday. He said, obviously in comparison to brother Bobby, says, I can't play football very well, but I'm good at stopping people playing football. And that was his role, and he played it to perfection. So right there, Christopher Mies was doing what he needed to do to stop that Mercedes coming past, all fair and square. And I'm sure that
which is fun in itself.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And as I said, he didn't do anything wrong, nothing unprofessional. He just did it absolutely neatly and properly. But as you said, it's that preventing it. And there are some drivers, I'm not suggesting that Christian Mies is one of those, but there are some drivers that don't necessarily overtake that well. But once they're at the front, they can control properly and professionally the race from the front. These men are always be able to get there through the lack of machinery, sometimes just performance of the car. But great job there from the Audi driver, and we'll keep an eye on that. I think the Mercedes is quicker in a straight line, but it's not getting enough opportunities to take advantage of that.
No, exactly. So just had a quick glance in a paddock shot. There was a flatbed truck. I'd seen one come in, but I couldn't see what was on the back of it. Unfortunately for Team Avia, saw Rensport running in the M240i BMW class. Theirs is the car on the flatbed. Heiko Eichenberg and Moritz Oberheim. No more racing for them today. Probably won't be the last car to be on a flatbed, but good job from the recovery crew. Got it off the track, and right now we're running with no slow zones, no code 60 zones. Just have a quick look at the respective lap times of the front-running cars. 8 minutes 4.4 seconds for Frank Stippler leading the race. Quicker than that, 3 places further back, Maxi Goetz in that number 2 Mercedes, 8:04.1. In behind him, 8:04.7 for Jelmer Berman, the Dutch racer, right under his tail. Who else is quick? Have to go down to about 10th place. In fact, precisely to 10th place, Marcus Finkelhock, 8:05.6. But a lot of their rivals doing lap times 8 minutes 8 seconds, 8 minutes 9 seconds. So again, we know that any point around the Nordschleife you can be slightly tripped up by one of the slower cars, but it's about just being consistent, hoping there are no code 60 zones, slow zones, and just keeping it sweet, keeping the tyres alive. Because let's face it, how many corners around the Nordschleife? Well, it depends what defines a corner, but let's say a minimum of 120. So you think of those loadings, left and right, right and left. It's consistent. It's not as hot. I think it's a few degrees cooler than yesterday, perhaps. So maybe they're eking a bit more tyre life. But it's about keeping things sweet.
Well, you say you're talking about tyre management there. What are we meaning by tyre management? We're talking. You're saying a minimum of 120 corners. We could say 170. So let's go somewhere in the middle. It's a lot of turning. And that's where your tyres do the work. So tyre management, it's about keeping the pace of the car, along with your teammates. We know what the car's capable of, but not wearing those tyres out that quickly. So not leaning on them, not bouncing over curbs. Curbs can damage the sidewalls, which can cause problems, cause punctures, but it's about just the degradation. Using the tyres to absolute maximum, but of course the tyre has a life. So it's great to start with, then instead performance falls off a cliff. Now it's not quite the same as Formula One with all your different compounds and things there. So they've got a tyre to last you here, how many laps? Between 5 and 7 laps, which is quite a lot around here. So it's just making sure you don't wear them out, but even just putting out of corner, getting the power down and not wearing out the driven wheels, tyres too much. Turning in too quickly, understeering, getting too much heat into them, scrubbing them, scraping, and it sounds silly. We were talking about this yesterday, that trying to explain to the man in the street that your tyres that last you 2 years, I only got 2 years out of that set of tyres, and how many corners have I taken, how many bends have I taken? The difference in the loading, and we're talking about a tyre lasting an hour. So that's why it's critical to do that management of looking after it.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, that becomes more and more critical when we get to some super, super hot summer days. It's not super hot today. It's much more comfortable for the drivers. But again, it doesn't matter what the temperature is. Your rivals are still competing in the similar conditions. So however kind you are when the track temperature is 40, or however kind you are when it's 30. It's still relative to
Same
your
for everybody.
rivals. Keep
Yep.
it sweet. Keep it sweet, keep it living long. So, we have 10 laps on the boards, 11 at the end of this one. Frank Stippler leading the way by 27.2 seconds. We have a timing sliding scale for pit stop minimum times. So again, it does have a factor, it does have a bearing on this race, because you have to have a different minimum pit stop time according to the number of laps you accrue before you go in, and this is going to be a big factor for Frank Stippler. He pitted the first time after 4 laps, caught us surprised, not napping, we were right on it at the time. Very few of the front-running teams did that. The number 6 Mercedes crew did that. That's why they're first and second. The number 98 BMW from Rover Racing also came in after only 4 laps, but that's fallen now down to 9th place overall. Just doesn't seem to quite have the performance this weekend. And other teams taking a very different bite at their tactics. But all the teams have to read the rule book. We've already seen the team that won the first race of the championship, given a time penalty, didn't understand or failed to comprehend and perform accurately the task of the minimum pit stop time. They were first the flag ahead of the Walkenhorst BMW 2 weekends ago, but alas, given a time penalty. It's in the rules, they didn't get the rules right. They got the time penalty, first on the track, became 6th overall. So for that number 34 Walkenhorst car, for David Pittard and Mikkel Jensen, this weekend they're joined by Christian Cronjes, but they took that first place. They took 2nd place yesterday. In a championship, it's about putting those points in the bag. They've done it.
Consistency building, as you said yesterday about David Pittard at one point when he was running for 2nd. Driver's mentality. Do I go for position? It's only the 2nd race of the season. I've won the first race. We're in 2nd in the 2nd race. That's 1 place off maximum points in 2 rounds. So do you hold back? Think for the championship. You mentioned about pit penalties there. The adrenaline racing car yesterday, 3 pit stops. 3 penalties yesterday. Sadly, it was the one driver that got the 3 penalties. That unfortunately just 2 kilometres over at one time each time. That's all it was. That time, it's such a simple error, and that must be so frustrating, because it's not a flagrant breaking of the rules and coming in far too quickly and risking it or trying anything. There's no risk there. It's just a slight error. Unfortunately, you say rules are rules, and you're out.
I had my eagle eye to see whether a 4-lap stint would be followed by a 7-lap stint by Phoenix Racing and Frank Stippler. It hasn't. He's gone on to an 8th lap. Still leading the race. His advantage pinged back very slightly by about half a second. It's just 26.5 seconds over the number 6 Assenheimer driven Mercedes. But that also came in after 4 laps last time round. That also is doing an 8-lap second stint. And in between them, just behind them, the Schnitzer BMW, that came in a lap later for its first pit stop. So if it finishes on the end of this lap for its pit stop, it would have had 1 lap less on its tyres. So teams are doing things differently. For the rounds of pit stops, remember in that first stint we had the Octane 126 Ferrari running in 2nd place, keeping the number 16 Mercedes of Mauro Engel very honest indeed. The pit stop sequence did not work well for it. It's only now just breaking into, well, not yet, into the top 10. It's being pushed very hard by the Conrad Motorsports Lamborghini, so that's Simon Trummer being pushed by Michele Di Martino, but what went wrong? It was like yesterday, remember the Lamborghini, you just see it on the screen now, that was the one that was in 2nd place. Hello, similar story. First pit stop and ended up way back down the order outside the top 10 all of a sudden.
Indeed, a little bit of Italian theme going on there. They're having a battle there, the Italian rivals.
Toot, blow the horn. Lucas Stoltz in number 16 has got past. It might only be for 6th place, but he's finally got past Christopher Mies. He put the pressure on him, kept the pressure on him. The Walkenhorst Motorsport car is keeping him honest as well, just in behind the heat, right under his rim. He's got Marcus Winkelhock. And sadly for the Rover Racing team, you have to look quite a way further back up the track for Lucas Auer, who's lost about another 7 seconds around the course of that lap. So this little battle looking very busy indeed. 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. Stoltz meets Cronjes and Winkelhock. Great racing on a brilliant circuit. But alas for them, they're fighting for 6th place at the moment.
Now, did we say that Winkelhock remained in that car in the 32 Audi? We did, didn't we? Okay. Well, he is now monstering that BMW in front. Just as they're going on to the Nordschleife there, at the end of the Grand Prix loop, all over the back of it. The complete reverse of what we've just seen there with Christian Mies and the Audi defending well from the AMG. Now, Marcus Winkelhock, as you said, synonymous with it, probably local German law that it has to be in a motor race. If there's a motor race taking place at Nürburgring, I've got to be part of it. But that was, he was all over the back of that M6 going onto the Nordschleife.
Well, the thing there is that Markus Finkelhock, after that first round of pit stops, was in 10th place. Then he picked off the Rover Racing BMW in 9th. He's now going after 8th, but he's gained about 5 or 6 seconds. So it's been a really, really strong first part of this second stint of the race for Finkelhock in the number 32 Audi Sport Team R8 LMS. But I still keep looking at that lead of Frank Stippler. Don't forget, he made that pit stop, having just got into about first pit stop into about 7th place. We've now got a yellow flag zone at Carousel, the exit thereof, and a slow zone upgraded to code 60 at Her Acht. So that little stretch of track so close together, the Carousel and then the Her Acht, and drivers have to observe that. The lap pace will be falling away most certainly right now. But Frank Stippler and Phoenix Racing with the race leading Audi are doing things very differently from the vast majority of their rivals. That first pit stop, just reiterate this, after 4 laps, the main group of rivals after 7 laps. So the polar opposite in how they handle that first stint. And of course, that will affect very much the length of their subsequent stints. And you have to feel it's going to be long stints here on in for the Phoenix Racing Audi, and the other rivals will have cars on sweeter tyres at some point in the remainder of the race. Will it be their 3rd stint or will it be the 4th, where they have the newest, the least time on their rubber, and therefore the most speed to carry through the final stages of the race? Number 2 Mercedes. Still got Jelmer Berman behind him, but Maxi Götz in the bright yellow Get Speed Performance Mercedes has gained about 1.5 seconds over him. He's 3.2 seconds clear, so he's actually shaken the Dutchman off his tail and now can concentrate on getting off up the track after the Schnitzer BMW. But that's it, they're 9 seconds ahead of him, so he's just got to do his lap times. They're on very, very different lap sequences, pit stop sequences. The number 42 car came in after 5 laps, whereas the number 2 Mercedes came in after 6. So again, different ways to split this race.
Maximilian Götz driven number 2 Mercedes there, weaving his way through traffic, and we keep referring to this. You can't underestimate or undersell how much this is. Cars going through Bergwerk now, heading up towards Carousel in the moment, but cars on traffic in front of him, the Cup class cars, and he's not just taking one side, he's taking both sides, through the middle, left, right. I know it says race taxi on the dashboard, but it's a heck of a ride, and Maximilian Götz there just absolutely just making instant decisions and getting on with it and getting the job done. More importantly, I have to say it's a two-way street. The slower cars are keeping out of the way. Some are even indicating and stating their intention, seeing you coming, and that works great as long as we said yesterday, that indicator is on for you at that moment in time and it's relevant. Because if it's not and it moves out of the way, that's a problem. But Maxi Götz there doing an absolutely fantastic job, and a real treat watching that car driven at that pace through the back markers. No hesitation. Again, it honestly looked like almost like the qualifying lap. It's almost irrelevant though the cars around him. His pace was unchanged, and that's the skill of a driver of that level, being able to read it coming up and make an instant decision and get on with it.
Well, I just want to blow his trumpet a little bit more. He's the fastest driver on the track last time around. He was faster than the race leader by 1.8 seconds.
I should be
8 minutes 3.1.
We should be on commission, shouldn't we, Bruce?
We should. Who needs to go fastest lap? We'll talk about them. But certainly Frank Stippler, his time will be coming to an end in the car. He's done the first stint, he's doing the second stint, and that's very much expected to end at the end of 12 laps of racing. A 4-lap opening stint. I can't imagine him going for a 9-lap second stint. The conditions are slightly cooler than yesterday, but we haven't had many slow zones because, of course, that buys a bit more tyre life. But again, just reiterate, it's a 24.5 kilometre lap. So you might buy yourself a fraction of this lap in terms of tyre performance, but to try and get an extra 24.5k at a sensible speed. That's the trick.
And to use one of your favourite lines, just to throw something else into the mix, we're not even remotely halfway. We're 20 minutes off halfway still. All this excitement, and this is a Grand Prix will be over and done by now. We've got this as much to go again.
They'd have sent the trophies onto the podium on a little trolley, like yesterday.
No. That was yes. Well.
All over after 1.5 hours. It seems quite a concept now. You know, you get sprint GT races that last an hour, fast and furious, and the pit stops, you know, mandated in the middle. But it's the long game that really just provides so many different tweaks to the tail, different ways of doing it. Right, Frank Stippler very nearly at the end of lap number 12, going into the final sequence of corners, pushing hard as he did when he came in at the end of his first stint, and now after 12 laps, in he comes. That's been a really good day. He can afford the full Schnitzelau lunch today.
And what you were just saying about that in and out laps and so monstering it over the curves at the end of Tiergarten, you'd have thought he was about to start a flying lap. And the complete opposite was actually true. He was coming into the pits. So it was not hesitating. It was not, oh, I'll wind it down, I'll bring it down a couple of levels and I'll ease into the pits now. You ease into the pits when you've hit that pit lane speed limiter line, and you've got to. That's when the rules say you have to go slower, that's when you stop being a racing driver for that bit in terms of speed.
Race leader in the pits, car in second place. The Assenheimer Mercedes also into the pits. They were the ones that, along with the Rover Racing BMW, that started the pit stop sequence after 4 laps. They've come in after an 8-lap stint, so 6. But the 42 BMW now takes the leads. That's the Schnitzer car. That will go on for a further lap. But again, its first pit stop was a lap later. So 8-lap stints are becoming the norm at some point in this race. So we've got a BMW leading today, but it's not the Walkenhorst car that set the pace for BMW so far in the championship. And we're going to get a flurry of pit stops, but I think we're going to have the main run of pit stops in a further lap as we get closer to the halfway point in this race. So Van der Linde, now the race leader. Second place will be the number 2 Mercedes of Maxi Götz. Looking to see what the gap between them is. It's about 12 and a half seconds, so that's coming down. Car looking to make the moves. Lucas Stoltz finally shaken off Christopher Mies. In fact, Christopher Mies has been so moved by the being passed, he's called in at the pits. Number 29 Audi from the Audi Sport team had enough, into the pit lane. So through the paddock, into the pit lane is that number 5, race leading Audi. And time for Frank Stippler to hop out, give someone else a go.
And in the time that you said that, he'd already hopped out and the second ingoing driver was in it already. We were talking about that efficiency, the slickness of that. No stumbling, no falling, just out, in, done, so-and-so. Maybe a seat insert if needed, because that's how we do it with seat positions, as you said. And there he is, Frank Stippler, attending to the incoming driver now, sorting out the belts, all those connections, make sure his drinks bottle's connected. And his radio, more importantly, actually, the most important thing.
Well, again, just to reiterate, particularly around the Nordschleife, where you need any message, every message you can get about potential hazards and slow zones, you've got to be aware of them. Just absolutely, for your safety, for everyone's safety. Good little battling going on. Winkelhock trying to keep with Christian Cronjes. They're fighting for about 6th place at the moment. But the race leader is the Schnitzer BMW, Sheldon van der Linde. Sitting tidily 12.5 seconds up the track from the number 2 race taxi car, the Get Speed Performance bright yellow Mercedes. And Maxi Götz pressing on. Just going to look at their respective speeds, lap times last time around. They won't be quick laps because of the slow zones. In fact, advantage to the Schnitzer Mercedes, 2 seconds faster, but they were lapping in 8 minutes 16, 8 minutes 18. Clearly, they had to slow for a slow zone in that.
And we've been talking about different elements of this endurance racing and just how different it is. And you just mentioned about the radios, that information, how important it is. I can remember having to do things like radio checks where you were able to assimilate the information, but you'd do a whole lap of the circuit talking to your engineer, so A, they could prove the radio worked in the valleys, the dips, the rises, wherever, so-and-so. Not as easy here, I grant you, but I'm sure in modern day technology it does it. But more to the point that you could drive the car at a pace. And it was one of the things that had to cycle through was a procedure of, can you drive the car at this pace, or can the car be driven at this pace by the drivers while still communicating? What if they communicate to you and say, gearbox temperature now, want to check this, and so and so. And it was done that to deliberately catch you out and see if you could not be put off by that. And that's the quality of a driver, having to do that, as to not be put off by suddenly an engineer saying, can you give me a diff temperature? And so what panic, look down. You can't have that, and it's another string you've got to do whilst pedaling cars around at this pace
on this circuit.
on this circuit, exactly.
I want to go back. This is almost a black and white memory, but in the very early days when people could actually record things in cars, I won't give you the driver's name, but he was competing in a Data Post Fiesta in the British Touring Car Championship, and they asked him to talk around a lap, and unfortunately, when they listened to the recording, all he did was mimic the car noise. He didn't realise when he raced, he'd sort of hum away, making the engine note of the car, which probably meant some fantastic tidy gear changes and nothing mixed in that because he matched the engine note to his own humming. But
very
alas,
revealing.
in terms of describing the lap, it wasn't notably wonderful.
So the race-leading Audi back out onto the track. This is the Phoenix car that's just been handed over or given over from Frank Stifler. The number 5 car is back out on the track, and that has now got Vincent Kolb at the wheel. They came in with a 25-second advantage. As you said a couple of laps ago, they lost half a second. Now, you don't want to lose half a second anywhere, but if you can afford to give away a half a second, when you've got a 25-second advantage on the Nürburgring, it's not too much of a percentage, is it? It's nothing to worry about excessively.
Right, but we've had a change of position for the 29 Audi from the Audi Sport Team. Has got the jump on the number 6 car that Mercedes at Assenheim brought in. So good pit stop for the Audi crew. Not so good for the HRT Auto Arena outfit. So we know how hard it is to make a passing maneuver, but we also can see that it seems almost wrong, doesn't it? You do all the hard work out on the circuit, but you can also do something you couldn't do on the circuit without tremendous fortune and form in having a really, really clear pit stop.
Well, so there's two ways of thinking about that, isn't it? Why? I guess the pure, hard, brutal sense of it is, why not have the advantage? It's all about winning. Why not have the advantage the easiest way possible? But as you say, it just doesn't seem quite real when you do all that hard work out on the track, and that sort of overtaking in the pits just almost seems to be a bit deprived. It doesn't feel quite the right way to do it. But result is result, and what will go down in the history books is what goes down in the history books.
Right, just having a quick look at when you're on the Grand Prix loop, you expect all things to be fine. But I've just spotted a great piece of debris. You go down the dip, and before you come up to the Vidal chicane, a great bit of debris on the circuit. Can't quite make out what it is, but it's the sort of thing, if you're in a bunch of cars, you could easily pop out behind someone and catch it. There's a slow zone that we're getting to see at the moment, just being released, is the number 2 Mercedes. Don't forget, Maxi Götz is driving that and has been doing some very, very quick laps indeed. Did the car in front of him, Dominic Baumann, Bauman's just come out of the pits, but the car he was chasing, Sheldon van der Linden, was that also slowed by a slow zone, or was it created just after he got through it? Because if that is the case, then van der Linden and Team Schnitzer will be going, thank you very much indeed, but I would suggest it's a slow zone that's just being cleared up at the moment, and it probably caught the two of them. But in this race of small increments of time being won and lost, that could be something that really, really affects it for any of those drivers out there.
Yeah, I think it was actually the Code 6 at Hoak. It was the carousel exit's got the slow zone, and they haven't quite got to that yet. So, nevertheless, the number 2 Get Speed car on its way again. It's got driven Mercedes.
Yeah, going very well indeed. Owes us its second pit stop. Will it be coming in this time around? Its first pit stop was after 6 laps. We're on lap number 13 at the moment. We've got that far to go within the lap, and towards the end of the twisty bits, and then a straight bit, and then some more twisty bits, which does complete the lap. But he's been pressing very hard indeed. That slow zone caught him. How many of those behind would not have been caught by it? It would be cleaned up before the time they got there. But it's swings and roundabouts in this. You just have to take it on the nose if you got caught and your rivals didn't, and just hope that next time around it works the other way. Onto the Döttinger Hoa he goes, that long-nosed Mercedes AMG, clear track ahead of him, no one to give him a tow at all, and every driver in every class, if there's half a possibility of a tow, they try and get it. But this time around, as the Schnitzer BMW that's leading the race, Sheldon van der Linden at the wheel, gets up into the Tiergarten, diving inside one of the backmarking BMWs with his BMW. You couldn't even see in the background the nose of the bright yellow Mercedes. But into the pits after 13 laps goes the number 42 BMW from Schnitzer. Will the number 2 Mercedes follow suit? Waiting, the intervals were big. It looks like Mercedes is coming as well in the background. So there's the news. The first 2 cars on the track at the moment are no longer on the track there in the pit lane. That's the 42 Schnitzer BMW. Sheldon van der Linden, Maxi Götz bringing in the number 2 Mercedes. And Jelmer Berman caught right up with him in the number 17 HRT Mercedes as well. Nose to tail between those 2 Mercs. Into the pit lane, into the paddock, back around the paddock, back into the pit lane to their pit stops. So we've almost reached the middle stage of this race, and I'd say the outcome is really very, very finely balanced.
Alles begann mit 2 Freunden und einer Vision. Unsere Initialen stehen für Qualität und Fortschritt. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Wir fertigen Gewindefahrwerke, Sportfedersätze, Stabilisatoren, Distanzscheiben und Gewindefedern zu 100% in Deutschland. Wir arbeiten mit Herzblut und Hingabe für diesen einen Moment. Wir sind Motorsport. Wir sind H&R.
Pit stops have a mandated minimum amount of time. All the work is complete, and yet that Schnitzer BMW sitting on the ground waiting for the signal. Sheldon van der Linde did the second stint. Thumb up from the mechanic. That normally means leave in my world, but maybe in his other hands he's saying stay. He's got a board saying stop.
I would have said exactly the same. Normally it's hand flat is no, and then go. Possible a countdown valley special stage thing. We count the numbers down maybe, but certainly a thumbs up to me would be go. I was quite surprised to see that car still stationary there.
Yet others get going. The 32 Audi that was brought in by Winkelhock about to go back into the race, but one of the sister Audis has just blasted past, putting another lap on it. But in front of it, it's the number 2 race taxi car, but that's closed right up in the course of those pit stops. The 29 car closing right onto its tail. And after those pit stops, bear in mind the number 6 Mercedes came in after 12 laps, the number 42 BMW after 13. And they were in the order of the Mercedes ahead of the BMW. They still are, but that gap has come down really rather a lot. BMW much closer, having stopped a lap later.
And unless my eyes deceive me, the car that might have looked, it might be visual. Let me just check on this. It looks like the Van der Linde, the Schnitzer BMW, that looks like it might have lost out a little bit there. We'll just wait for confirmation of that. It might just be foreshortening the camera, just not quite catching that right. But Van der Linde in that number 42 Schnitzer BMW now. Marciello it is that's in the Get Speed number 2 yellow Mercedes. Number 17 Team HRT Mercedes is now taken over by Bastian, and Stoltz is still out there. We're waiting for him to potentially hit on this next lap. Number 16, original race leader, the car that's performed so well in these first 2 opening rounds of 2020 NLS.
Well, if there's a view that's worth the price of the admission ticket alone, it's the view through the windscreen of any car driven by Raffaele Marciello, and he's taken over that number 2 Get Speed performance, the bright yellow Mercedes, and watching him around the opening corners of the Nordschleife, picking his way past back markers is very, very beguiling indeed. Just got to pick his way around an Aston Martin that indicates right eventually. But again, the drivers still have to take the corner before they move out of the way at certain points where it's tight. But now as he heads off towards the Flugplatz, fairly clear track ahead of him, and the Italian pressing on very, very hard indeed.
And again, that's something that go through a driver's mentality. The quicker car, because you're the quicker car, top class, race leader, whatever terminology you want to know, you haven't got a right to be there. Other cars can't just disappear. They're doing their own race as well, so you've got to accommodate that. But you can't. It would be helpful and courteous if a slower speed car jumps out of the way or whatever, but that can also be quite dangerous. But being observational and courteous, whatever, that's great. Meanwhile, we've got the BMW into the pits now. That must be the Valkenhurst car.
No, I think it could be the 36
my
car.
apologies.
Remember that started from the pit lane. It's out of sync completely. Yeah, it is. It's the older livery. It's also Total livery, but a much plainer livery. That's white with the red and pale blue flashes, where it's a more of a swirly ribbon effect all over the bodywork of the number 34, the championship leading BM. So Josh Burden, number 19 KCMG Porsche in the pit lane. That's one of the SP9 cars we can see there. And another one going on past. So just waiting for the second round of pit stops to be completed. Just going to throw this in to the mix, if I will, Peter. After the first pit stops, the order was 5, that was Frank Slipper in the Phoenix Audi. 6, Patrick Assenheimer in the HRT Auto Arena Mercedes. 42, the Schnitzer Motorsport BMW. Is it going to be the same order after the second? Well, we'll find out in another lap or so. But it just means the other crews have been doing longer first stint, longer second stint, and if they can do, that means they can then have shorter third and fourth stints, which definitely means they'll have more tyre life at the end of the race. I just want to keep you up to speed on the the current standings in the V4 class. That's full of BMWs, but there's an E90 BMW at the top of it. Car number 701, which we know very well. Rink Brink and Philip Lyson leading by not 1.3 seconds, 1 minute 13 seconds, or was it 1 minute 32? It's flashed off my screens, but that is really very tidy. And the car in second place in class, in the V4 production classes, car number 744, but really it's advantage 701. We see it so frequently at the sharp end of the field with Rink Brink and their mate Lyson. Need to get someone called Dink and they join them, but it's a Pixum adrenaline car, and it really is the gold standard in that V4 class. Slightly strapped up, the front bodywork, but going very well indeed. Into the pits, just been ported. The other Walkenhorst Motorsport cars come in, 14 laps on the board. So that is a key move. The Ferrari in as well. Simon Trummer's run completed. The number 15 Phoenix Audi, that's the one that started on the outside of the front row. That has come in as well. And who else is calling in? The second of the KCMG Porsches as well. So we're getting through those runs of pit
and the
stops.
Ferrari.
Yeah,
Sorry, my
popped that one in, Trummer. It's a 4-driver team, so don't expect him to do a further stint.
Dumas in as well.
Yeah, as I said, the second of the KCMG Porsches. Who else is coming in? The 911 Porsche as well. Lars Kern, his run has come to an end. So the big question is, I make it the Lamborghini. Michele Di Martino and Lucas Stoltz are second and first. So that number 16 Mercedes is leading again. Owes us a pit stop, but
as you predicted, a flurry of activity at the end of this lap.
So the rival teams fear that the later pit stop. How long have we got to go in the race? Well, we've passed the halfway point, Peter. We've got 1 hour 58 minutes. Only just, but hey ho. So don't forget that the final pit stop, the times are really adjusted according to how long before the end of the race you come in. If you make that final pit stop 1 hour and 9 minutes before the 4 hours are completed, you have to be at a standstill for a minimum 357 seconds. And that goes down with every subsequent minute towards the finish. If you come in with 10 minutes to go, just 202 seconds. So, mind you, by the end of that, your tyres would be completely shagaroonied, would they not, if you waited that long? But it does mean that you'd be spending the best part of 150 seconds different, 2.5 minutes less time at a standstill. So, expedient circumstance for anyone coming in very near the end of the race. But if you come in a fair bit earlier, we've got a car being towed in down the Dottinger Höhe, then of course it can be very different indeed. It's up to the team chief and the statisticians and the tacticians to work out when it is best to pit. Oh, a red and yellow, was it purple and yellow car at a standstill in the compression? It's a
looks like one of the
standard BMWs,
yeah.
the 240i, I think it's a slightly older one. At a standstill, it could be a 325. I couldn't see which it was, and that was in the compression before the Vidal chicane. But if something happens on the Grand Prix circuit, you tend to have a lot of space to see it in advance. And again, the flag marshal is doing a great job. For them, can they get it going and get it back in that rear entrance to the pit lane?
Did you interesting to look at the pit stop strategy? You're saying that basically every lap longer gives you 2 to 3 seconds longer in the pits. That's what they're going to start working out, and that's where the strategists and the people with the laptops and the spreadsheets and the garages and Paddock in this case as well, and the transporters will be working things out. And that's the difference. So as you said, quite a variance there. Just that one extra lap, a little bit longer in the pit lane.
And in fact, it's within that you can lose. If you have a slow zone that slows you by 20 seconds, that could take you another minute closer to the end of the hour, and that could add another second or two.
Yeah, exactly.
And that could be a huge difference. Yeah. And these are the sort of variables that are just so hard for a team tactician to work out. It has to be there or thereabouts, because the variables here are so huge.
But they will have software that's running this all the time that has the variables, and they'll have different permutations, and they'll suddenly throw in a slow zone, and they'll just click it, and what does that? How does that affect our strategy that we've set out already? And that's what they do, because it has to change throughout the race. So it's plan B, plan A, revert to, and that's what they'll be telling the drivers as they go through. So we're waiting for our cars to, those are all in the pits, to settle down and see what we've got out on track. It is that number 16 HRT. It's just a name that's been just dominated the first 2.5 races we are so far, aren't we, basically?
Yeah.
It's been the car there, but I still say. But you say that Christian Krones, the Norwegian driver in the Valkenhorst Motorsport, that car is also looking very strong. It's always up there.
It really is. I just want to go through the drivers who haven't made their second pit stop in their cars. The number 16 race-leading Mercedes, Lucas Stoltz, due in shortly this time. Second place of those that haven't made a second pit stop is Michele Di Martino, that Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. Third of the runners, but he's not going to be third overall, is Peter Dumbreck in the number 4 Falken Motorsport Porsche, listed in 10th place at the moment. And Francois Perrodo leading the Pro-Am class, is one place further back. Leading car in the Am class of SP9 is, I scroll, car number 14. It's the Racing by HFG Audi. We haven't really talked about that very much. Bernhard Hensel at the wheel, Christian Bollrath and Rahel Frey. Rahel, the Swiss racer, she's very much the hot shoe in that car. But that is leading the way in the Am class. And now we're waiting for the end of this lap, when surely Lucas Stoltz will bring that number 16 Mercedes into the pit lane, the car that has taken the checkered flag first in both of the first 2 races, but had the first victory taken away when a time penalty dropped it to 6th. Yesterday it won. It didn't just win, it trounced the opposition 34 seconds after 4 hours of racing. Very, very impressive lineup.
It's unstoppable, isn't it? We don't want to give it the curse, but halfway through the race, but it seems to be the act to follow. I am also mightily impressed at the consistency of that, the Valkenhorst BMW. We've mentioned a couple of times yesterday and 2 weeks ago at the first round that the AMG just seems to be a consistently competitive car. That sounds an old thing to say, but just put the context into that, or that it's quick everywhere over the lap. The BMW appears to be quick through the twiddly bits, not so much grunt, whereas that Mercedes is just consistent and reliable everywhere. It never seems to have a problem with that, and that's proven effectively It's won the first 2 races. We know it was denied that on the penalty, and it's now leading halfway through the 3rd race. It's a testament to a team that was only set up a month ago. Let's just bear that in mind.
But it's not a team that's jumped to using these cars. The vast majority of the crew from Black Falcon moved across, and they have huge amounts of Mercedes experience over the past 3 or 4 years, really earning their reputation. They will come back as Black Falcon Racing to top level next year, but I think it's only right that Hubert Hout should have his name over the shop door, because he's been such a staunch racer for Black Falcon and for Mercedes over the years, that and he's a responsible head. His car, number 17 car, we've seen rising in the top 10, falling down the order again. In fact, it's outside the top 10. It's in 20th position now with Nico Bastian, but that's with a handful of the cars in front of us, him owing us a pit stop. So just waiting for Lucas Stoltz to make a dive to the pit. That will be coming relatively soon. He's got to complete this lap, and surely at that point he will be diving into the pit lane. 12-point, the lap advantage over the Cronje's car is slightly inaccurate at the moment, because the Cronje's car, the Walkenhorst car, Stoltz is into the pits, just as I said that. Waiting. Didn't catch sight on screen, but in he comes. So number 16 Mercedes from Hout Racing Team into the pits, and surely the number 7 Lamborghini will also dive pitwards as well. It's where they emerge that really starts to form the picture that will take us through the second half of this 4-hour race.
And right on cue, Di Martino brings the Lamborghini in.
I told him he wasn't allowed any longer than that lap. So 15 laps on the board for the pair of those cars. Now, will they be first and second when the order shakes out? No, they won't. Will they be first than everyone else? Possibly, because that number 16 Mercedes crew has just been on top of its game like nobody else in the NLS thus far in 2020.
Now, interestingly, the car that was doing so well at the start jumped up to second, started third, qualified third, jumped up to second 2 corners in, had a look at the race lead about 5 corners in on the first lap, dropped back down, held up position forward, dropped back down the order. It's now back in the reckoning again with Ludwig at the wheel, number 26, Octane 126, Ferrari 488.
Let us see where the cars emerge from the pits.
See what I did there?
I see exactly what you did. In fact, I finally managed to spot the number on a car I wanted to identify. Number 280, just leaving the pit lane. Is not on my entry list. I hate it when that happens. When you flick through the special, I have to go further down. Car number 280. I'll find it. It looked like a Logan or something.
280 is indeed, yes, it is a Dacia Logan.
Oh, how come? I'm looking at yesterday's entry list. It's only in today's race. God, I picked up the wrong pad of paper. Right.
Olivia Creaser and Doom. Listed
Doom
on the and I do mean Doom.
We hope not.
Exactly. That's exactly what it says on the entry list, in capitals as well. So,
emphasised.
Yeah, indeed.
So, fresh set of rubber going on to the race leading number 16 Mercedes Team HRT, the car that finished first yesterday. Not just first yesterday, but first by a very, very tiny margin. More than half a minute. A driver change being affected. So we've got a choice of 2 drivers left. We've got Manuel Metzger and Adam Christodoulos, a German racer and a British racer. Didn't see which one clambered on board, but we'll know very soon indeed, because that will be going back out onto the circuit. Where will it knit back in? Therein lies the question. Another car in the pit lane is the number 4 Falcon Motorsports Porsche. Peter Dumbrecht sharing that with Matteo Caroli today. But again, the Porsche's just not quite featuring at the moment. When you do look at the top of our timing lists, it says Mercedes leading from Lamborghini, Porsche, BMW and Ferrari and Audi. So 6 mates in the top 6 positions. Not a fully representative image, because the vast majority of the rivals are steaming through now, having already made their second pit stops, while 3 cars, the number 16 Mercedes, the 7 Lamborghini and the 4 Falcon Motorsports Porsche, still completing their pit stops. The 16 car will get out ahead of, we'll see who it gets out ahead of. There's no point predicting that when we'll find out the real answer. So and then I'll give you the order when everybody has made their second stops. You have to assume that 16 Mercedes is going to be well placed. Another car coming in, Francois Perrodo, just bringing the number 8 Get Speed Performance Mercedes. That's the bright red one in to make a pit stop. So almost the last of the late stoppers. 15 laps on the board. So that means a number of these crews have been doing 8-lap stints, and it seems if you can't manage 8 laps, you're not going to be competitive in the NLS this season. You do the longer stint, it just gives you more scope for your other stints. So the 8-lap stint. Yesterday's race distance, 28 laps. We've got 15 laps on the board, so we're definitely past the halfway. And one change that happened in the pit lane was the number 2 Mercedes lost position. And right now, pushing on very, very hard indeed. Rafael Marciello at the moment, but he's got the other van der Linde, Kelvin van der Linde, at the wheel, and having a fierce battle. But where will they slot in as their rivals come out from pit exit? Rafa Marciello, second place overall at the moment, and another car late into the pit. Oh, there's the black. What are you pointing to, Peter?
Black Falcon.
It's the SP10 class, the SP Pro class, isn't it? Which is not the SP9.
Yeah.
It's running in a different class, and that again rises up the order because it has longer stints on its rubber early on, and therefore it vaults up the order, then falls back down. But a great little battle going on between number 32 at the moment, Christopher Haase, Rafa Marciello, right under his rear wing. And they're chasing off after the 29 Audi of Kelvin van der Linde. As the order settles down, the number 2 Mercedes seems to have lost a little bit of ground in all of that. Don't forget, it's always been 4th place and higher. And it's Manuel Metzger, by the way, who took over the number 16 Mercedes. That has left the pit lane with him on board. He's the 3rd driver, so that means Adam Christodoulou will do the run to the finish. And Marco Mappelli, who was so impressive in yesterday's race, getting up to 2nd place very early on in the Lamborghini from Conrad Motorsport. He's now at the wheel of that. So an Italian in an Italian car, that seems about right, as far as I can understand. Again, it really is a sign of the times when you get an onboard camera shot and something looks different to normal. It's the fact the mechanic leaning in is wearing face protection. He's wearing the mask that clearly de rigueur, and it allows us to go racing by keeping the social distancing. Pit stops, as you commented earlier, Peter, look so long because, of course, there's a minimum time they have to be at a standstill. All the work is done. The car I was looking at just then, with number 4 Falcon Motorsports, Porsche, waiting to be flagged back into the race, but waiting and waiting. It's like the feeling when you have to slow down to a pit lane speed limit, and it just feels as though you've not only gone down to walking pace, you've all but stopped.
It is painful. It is absolutely painful because, as we said before, racing drivers are not designed or trained to drive slowly. It's not what they're about, and it's that's suddenly that pit lane speed limit and that. But driver pit stops, you can't imagine the amount of time pit crew spend practicing this in, out, do it again, in, out, and I'm talking 20, 30 times sometimes sitting there with the helmet on and kit, because you've got to do it in the kit, because it's not accurate. And it's completely alien because you're wearing a crash helmet, hands device, etc. You're getting into a very small aperture with a roll cage. It's lovely and comfortable and feels like home when it wraps around you when you're in there. But exiting and entering it is not necessarily that easy. And so there's belts to sit on and all this sort of thing. And it's one simple error like that can just cost so much time. And all of a sudden, the pit stop window, we're talking about what you were just saying there of an extra lap on the strategy adds 2 to 3 seconds on the pit stop towards the end of the race, and how vital that can be. Sitting on a belt, not being able to do a click, not being able to do a clip, a buckle, a radio connection, something doesn't quite work, and all of a sudden you can add 10 seconds before you know it. And the panic level then of you think you've caused that, or you think the driver has, or they don't mind but they've got to go with it, and it's just that all of a sudden a race can be lost so quickly.
But when you look at someone feeding themselves into an SP9 class car, you compare that with someone getting into an LMP1 car at Le Mans in the middle of the night, and it is like posting a letter in the old Toyotas and Peugeots. It's just a tiny aperture. Then you used to see the likes of Alexander Wirtz, not the world's shortest man, trying to get in and out. Thank goodness he's unbelievably bendy and flexible. But I also think, what happens if you're getting out and you suddenly get shooting cramp as you've moved out of your seating position and you can't actually get out of the car? That's where the mechanic grabs those shoulder straps on your overalls and out you come. But not easy. Have you ever had massive cramp in a racing car where you've just not been able to brake? Or
No, mercifully, no. Still here. Not experienced that one. Yeah, we've had a driver change once where the reigning world champion of that series managed to forget to disconnect his radio and water bottle in pace, and because he was so busy talking to the team principal coming down the pit lane. And, well, I say talking, that's a very polite way of putting it, exactly. It certainly wasn't broadcastable. Thank goodness I haven't got a live feed on that one. And jumped out of the car in temper and got so far out, and then realised, of course, everything was still connected, and got yanked back, and ironically sprained his ankle getting out of the car. Quite extraordinary. So how did he manage to do that? Well, actually getting out of the car at the driver change, but somewhat ignominious to say the least.
Yeah. To bring the blankets out, surround him, and finish him off.
Exactly, and the foil and all that, yeah, ice packs and all that.
So, just waiting to see the order unravel after the second round of pit stop. Just over 100 minutes remaining in this race, 102 minutes to be precise. It's 4 hours until the checkered flag can be shown. 4 hours from the start of the race until the moment it can be waved at the end. We got 28 laps in yesterday. Eventual time. That was 4 hours, 5 minutes, 48 seconds. So as you see, it seems a long time after 4 hours, but with lap times of 8 minutes plus, it means we could easily have, you could have someone crossing the finish line in 3 hours, 59 minutes and 30 seconds. They've still got another lap to do, but if they get there just a few seconds to go, no one's right on the tail, they can back off and save themselves a lap.
Well, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? So with only a few minutes to go on the board, and we've worked it out, they're going to have this lap and another to do, because they're just starting with a couple of minutes or so to go, a couple of minutes to go, so that does happen. So the leading car, number 16, is Manuel Metzger is at the wheel of that car, the Team HRT. We keep mentioning that car, but you cannot underestimate what they've done. I know Bruce quite rightly said that a great deal of the transference of skills and whatever in history and info comes from Black Falcon. They're not running in the top category at the moment, the SP9, but they are running a little bit further down the field, which were the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car in the SP Pro category, number 350, which we just saw a few minutes ago in the pits. But they'll be coming back, I'm sure, next year in 2021, back at the top level or top class SP9. That car, say HRT now, a team that was built just a month ago out of a lot of Black Falcon staff, personnel, intel, etc., and that has proven its worth its weight in gold. Frankly, they've just dominated everything. Conrad Motorsport currently in second place in the Lamborghini Huracan. Does that car always pit stop, or is that?
No, everyone's done their pit stops now.
But not. So
these are representative because that was their positions at the end of the previous lap. And don't forget, the 16 Mercedes and the number 7 Porsche, Lamborghini were in the pits at the time, along with the number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. But a great battle going on. Don't forget that number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi. We've got Kolb and Kolb out there at the moment. We've got number 5 Phoenix Racing just having been overtaken there. We've got a change of position out on the circuit. The Phoenix Racing number 5 car with Vincent Kolb being passed for position by the number 29 Audi with Kelvin van der Linde. So these could be the first and second of the start finish line. Just waiting for the timing beam to be tripped. No, it's after 15 laps, it was the number 16 Mercedes. After this, the 16th lap. Just waiting. It's now Kelvin van der Linde from Vincent Kolb by 0.3 of a second. The move was made on the run up the Dottinger Her. So tight indeed, just 0.3 of a second. But the important thing for the Audi Sport team is their car is now in front. Third place, another 7 seconds back, is the number 32 Audi Sport team. So 2 of their cars in the top 3. We said Audi's would be nowhere. They're filling the first 3 positions. I wasn't prepared to listen to Peter when he said that, but oh, no, it was me that said it. However, number 2 Mercedes in 5th. Not far behind, another 5 seconds down on Christopher Haas in that third place, number 32 Audi. Number 6, Dominic Baumann. You'll notice I haven't said number 16 Mercedes yet. I'm not going to say that until I get down to 9th position, right on the tail of the Ferrari, in 8th position. So, things have changed, but of course, don't forget the tyres will be sweet, and they've got potentially only 12 laps to go, split with a pit stop. And it's how they've split those pit stops that will dictate how long they're at a standstill in the pit. So it's all changed, but don't count against the 16 Mercedes. I think it's still primed to come through to take victory.
100% couldn't agree more.
And which car is it? That's in 9th. Who's in 10th? It's the other car, the championship leading car, Christian Cronjes, the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. Don't forget, it's this concertina effect, this balance will be changing, and I think fortune always favours those that have the longer early stints.
And interestingly, because we've seen these two battle, as we said yesterday, 2 Audis, 2 Mercedes, 2 BMWs, whatever, all the 3 Audis in the front now, which we wouldn't expect to have said now, but as Bruce has just quite rightly said, down in 9th and 10th, the number 16 HRT Mercedes, but right behind it, 1.7 seconds right behind it, is the Valkenhorst BMW. Christian Krohn in the wheel of that car now, started by David Pittard. You cannot rule out either of those two for being not just in the top 3 on the podium, taking the top step. It is most likely, I would say, and I'm not risking it here now, but the 16 car, the form it's shown the last 3 races, including this one. But never rule those two out. And it might be 3 Audis at the front at the moment. It might seem an odd thing to say, but the gaps there, I mean, we're talking the gaps between the front cars. 0.3, 7 seconds, 5 seconds, 0.1, 2.3 seconds. It's still, there's a lot to play for yet. And of course, we have got an hour and 30 odd minutes to go yet.
Very odd minutes, quite possibly. But you know what? I'm just going to say, watch these gaps. They're going to come down and down and down. And unfortunately for Audi, I think they might get one of those cars on the podium. But I think that the way that HRT run the race, Manuel Metzger setting decent lap times, Christian Cronjes, I think the fact that Cronjes is only 1.7 seconds down on him at this point in the race. Bear in mind, the Walkenhorst car finished second yesterday, but 34 seconds in arrears. So we're past halfway, and he's only 1.7 seconds down. It's a much better showing for them.
And just to throw something else into the mix, which I know you like, Bruce, but the fastest car on the circuit on the last lap at the moment is the 8th place car, and that's the number 26 Octane 126 Ferrari, currently being pedalled by Ludwig.
Well, Ludwig is their gun driver in that car, to use an American phrase. He's the driver who set the fastest lap in the race yesterday. He is pressing on, so he's ahead of the 2 cars that may well rise to the top of the timesheets. But starting third was a big bonus for the.
And Ludwig qualified it in third. He was the one that 3rd position lap on it. So again, keep an eye on that car. So we've got these 3 Audis at the top, as Bruce said. It's interesting. I think their time is borrowed, if I'm honest. I think it would be a gargantuan effort and result if an Audi's on the podium. I'm just going to say that there out loud.
Yeah, and I also just want to point out within that grouping, the number 5 Audi is the one that's struggling at the moment. It's second in that grouping, but Vincent Kolb has got more laps on his tyres than his rivals. That car made its 2nd pit stop after 12 laps. We've now got onto lap 17. And last time around, those around him, the car that's now in front, which is Kelvin van der Linde and Christopher Haas behind, were 8 seconds faster on the previous lap than he was. So his tyres are going off. Theirs are going off, but he's further down the sort of journey towards not having any grip anymore. Number 2, one of our onboard camera cars, Raffaele Marciello, finding 1, 2, 3 cars across the track in front of him. One pulled out the way, then straight back across his nose. That was a real case of a BMW overtaking, I think it was a Cayman, not noticing the bright yellow. Actually, if you can't notice the bright acid yellow number 2 Mercedes coming, you're in trouble. But it's a real case of drivers being in the back of the road, not noticing. They're so busy on that, and it pulls straight into his pass. So that won't be a good lap for Rafa Marciello. It won't have delayed him enormously. Could have been an incident, wasn't an incident. So for that, he should be thankful. We should be thankful. But into the carousel he goes, pressing on as hard as he possibly can. But that's over the dip and into the compression of her. Quite a few cars have had going off there already. Now, clear track, which is the thing all drivers want on the Nordschleife.
But that's why you've got to process that really quickly. In his situation there, it's frustrating. It's so easy, and this becomes it compounds the whole problem. As you said, how can you not see a big yellow Mercedes coming? It doesn't matter if he did or didn't. He didn't see it. So by the way, the result is it slightly balked him. Let's just call it a balk. It's not a massive delay, but the bigger danger is to get wrapped up into that, worry about it, start getting frustrated, start exactly fist waving metaphorically in your mind, whatever. Don't. You've got to get out of that and sit there, and that's what he's doing now, just saying, right, done, out of the way. It's frustrating, but park it, no pun intended. But get past that, carry on, and just get on with the race. And that's what you've got to do, because it just compounds and makes it a whole load worse, which you don't need.
And again, bang, car in front of Rafa Marciello, clips a curb, kicks up the dust. He's process that. He's getting closer and closer. He will pass it. It's one of the Porsche Cup class cars. But the thing about someone like Rafa Marciello, you'd sense that he's driving with a fury, but his is a cold fury. When you speak to him out of the car, he's so understated. Little wry jokes, but doesn't like being in front of the camera. But in the car, he is one of the best passers in the business.
It's clinical, isn't it?
When he converted to GT racing a handful of years ago, he had to learn the ropes, but it took him all of about a couple of practice sessions. Went to Misano in particular, tiny, tight, scratchy circuit on the Adriatic coast. Precious little space for anything. Others would spend laps trying to get past. He didn't. A couple of corners and he'd make the move, make it stick, but super calm in the car, very, very quick. I know I'm extolling his virtues, but his record speaks for itself over the last few years. He's been absolutely mighty in GT racing, and right now he's giving chase. He's trying to do what he can for Get Speed Performance to see if they can start taking the limelight away from a rival Mercedes team, from the Hout Racing team. And of course, it's no team likes another team getting an advantage. We talked last lap about Kelvin van der Linde running much faster than Vincent Kolb, and he continued to not only get in front, he did last lap by a small margin, but he's opened out a huge gap, and Kolb is in danger of Christopher Haase catching him. Haase now only about 2 seconds down. At the start of the lap, he was 7 seconds in arrears, so clearly Vincent Kolb struggling. But in behind, looks like it's catching all of them, I'd suggest. Rafa Marciello, he's in fourth, will be in third place sometime soon, but for now it's the Audi Sport team number 29 leading the way, Kelvin van der Linde. And the next two Audis, yes, 3 Audis in the top 3 positions, who'd have thought that? But I think their race will be running quite soon. And for Mercedes fans, big hopes coming in the background. It's the nose of the yellow car, the number 2 Mercedes, Rafa Marciello, and he's got about a 3.5 second advantage over the number 6 Mercedes, now in the hands of Dominic Baumann. Another van der Linde, it's Sheldon van der Linde for Schnitzer BMW in 6th place. 7th place is Nico Bastian in the red and black, number 17 HRT Mercedes, still ahead of his teammate by 2 positions, by about 4 seconds, but 8th, 9th and 10th. Ludwig in the Octane 126 Ferrari being caught by Manuel Metzger in the number 16 Mercedes from HRT, in turn making them very honest indeed. Christian Cronjes, 10th place, the Walk on Horse Motorsport BMW. So the cars were 1st and 2nd yesterday and 9th and 10th at the moment, but don't expect it to stay like that.
You're saying that van der Linde, though, in the Audi in P1 at the moment, just set the fastest lap on that fastest car on the second lap, 8:01. Now, we were talking about a few moments ago about the first and third cars being 8:07s and P2 car being 8:16, 8 seconds different. He's put in 8:01. To compare that to the second place car, the Phoenix Audi at Kolb, that was on an 8:08. So it's still that difference. Haas in the Audi Sport third place car, 8 minutes 3.
Yeah, it's very, very tactical at this point in the race. Who are going to be the winners? But that's the beauty. We could have a car that's running in 9th place today, winning today. Oh, we've got a spinner showing us his number 58. It looks the same whether he's running forwards or backwards, and he's running backwards at the moment.
Coming out of the Mercedes arena.
That's Bill or Jim Cameron in the Porsche Cup class. No damage on the car, simply a rotation. So he's got to rely on the marshals to see when he can spin it around. But again, there's space at least to do that on the Grand Prix loop.
He will need to flick it around though, because it hasn't got that much lock, and the problem is you're on the inside of the track there, pulling it into oncoming traffic, and that's not where you want to be in a racing car on the circuit. So you need to just flick that round if you can, get it out of the way, restart his race, but not cause any problems to anybody else in the process.
That really was a very impressive lap from Kelvin van der Linde, that 8 minute 1.52 seconds. Stretches advantage 7 seconds. Just waiting to see if any response from the Ferrari. Luca Ludwig, 8 minutes 2.6. He was the second fastest on that lap. He does seem to really squeeze speed out of it. Another car going well is the car in third place, number 32, Audi of Christopher Haase. 8 minutes and 3 seconds for his lap. So they're the drivers pushing out the form, but Rafa Marciello in fourth place, not exactly hanging around either. He's also lapping in the 8 minute to 3 second sector of times.
Interesting point you just made there, Bruce, about Ludwig in the Octane Ferrari. it's the second fastest car on the track. It might be 8th overall, but it is the second fastest car next to that stunning lap from Van der Linde, and it's only a second down from that. Van der Linde in the Audi 801.2, and the Ferrari 802.5. So 6, sorry. So 1.5 seconds difference, but it's considerably quicker than most of the cars around it.
Yeah, and I also think we just simply have to watch the fact that that number 16 Mercedes that led the first half of the race was really in the last batch of cars to come in to make a pit stop. So it did 15 laps before it came in. We've got the cars on the 18th lap have one more pit stop to squeeze in, but don't see why we shouldn't get a similar number of laps to yesterday. So let's say we're aiming for 28 laps. But as we know, it's a massive difference if the race can stretch to 29 laps, because we've had fewer laps with slow zones. Or if it's all going to be slowed down, we do 27, because that really does affect what tyre life they will have left and how their strategies will shake out.
That number 16 Metzger-driven HRT Mercedes, it's the 6th quickest car on the track at the moment.
Yeah, but it's the car that the other cars, their performance will start dropping away fairly soon, whereas its tyres will stay fresher for longer because it came in later. Manu Collard pushing on very hard indeed for the number 8 Mercedes, but that's outside the top 10 now. I'll have to, in fact, scroll down to find it. It's fallen down to 18th place overall, but it is still leading the Pro-Am class from the other Kolb brother, who's racing the Huber Motorsport Porsche that won the class, the Pro-Am class yesterday. SP9 Am still with the number 50 crew. No, it's gone back to the number 50 crew. So that's been moving around, but number 50 crew, as he turns the third page of his entry list, is the Team Equipe test car. Michael Heinrich, Arno Klaassen, who's driving at the moment, and the third driver in that car is Rudy Adams. I think they had a little spin yesterday, if I remember. So the pit lane even now is busy. Though we've had that second round of pit stops, and we've had that after those pit stops, just to refresh your memory, it was Kelvin van der Linde leading by just 0.3 of a second from the number 5 Audi with Vincent Kolb on board. That has, in short order, become 7 and a bit seconds, and it's going out all the time. Porsche Cup runners are now the cars that are coming in to make their second pit stops, and the Caymans as well. So it's quite good the way they do have different sequences, Peter, and it just means the pits and the paddock aren't entirely chock-a-block with traffic, because all 140 cars, in fact, there are probably about 130 of those still running, they would not fit. In fact, how many cars have we got running? Just having a quick look. We've got about 120 cars still running. Yeah, maybe just over 120. So still a busy old place to be.
That's the number 962 Cayman with an appropriate Porsche branded number there for it, albeit a bit of a homage to its ancestry.
Very slow moving Opel tricking its way back, but the 962 you talked about was also entered by the Fricadelli Racing Team in the Cup 3 class, and that's Jules is the driver listed. He may not be the one who's about to go out unless he does a double stint. 508 limping its way back. I think we commented on this one earlier actually.
Yeah,
508. Oh no, I couldn't find it. It's on your entry list, because I picked up Saturdays again.
Yes, yeah.
I will
so
learn
why don't we put that one to one
side? I quite like that one. I'll keep
okay.
for my records.
You heard yesterday. Okay. It was my ink, by the way, but that's okay. So, yeah, front left puncture on the Opel there as it slowly makes its way in, and the tyre starting to do that usual thing of roll out from the rim of the wheel, which then gets, if you go too much high speed, it's going to start damaging the bodywork around it, which is the collateral damage they want to avoid. We talked about this a little bit earlier.
And again, this is one of the cars that, typical of the junior classes in the NLS, entered by a local motorsport club of Adenau.
It's pretty local.
Tobias Young, only at half of the track. Jean-Philippe Imperato and Olivier Leibel-Renoir. But what they want is just rubber on their car. Now we've got some battling cars coming down the Dottinger Her, and it looks as though Vincent Kolb is about to be picked off for second place in the race. It's going to be a change of attitude, which surely was coming. Christopher Haase right on his tail, and who's catching both of them? Who's catching both of them? It's the bright yellow Mercedes of Rafa Marciello. He's got a back marker to pass, then he'll be on their tail maybe as soon as turn 1, because that famous Mercedes grunt. And Rafa isn't fighting anyone at the moment. He's about 2 seconds down on them now, so he won't catch them by turn 1. He's sure to get a better entry to the start-finish straight, and will gain a few more tenths. So the move is made. Christopher Haase up into second place. Phoenix Racing's number 5 Audi down into third. We've got yellow flags at the Bogen Vidal, so the Vidal chicane. which, believe it or not, is Marshall's post number 41. Leading car, it's an Audi 123, but it's 12 seconds to the good. The number 29 Audi in the hands of Kelvin van der Linde. And Christopher Haas now into second place, 0.4 of a second up on Vincent Kolb. And then just 1.4 seconds in the rear, the best of the Mercedes at this point, the number 2 car from Get Speed Performance, Rafa Marciello, hunting them all down. He just lapped in 8 minutes 4 flat, which is quicker than all 3 cars ahead of him. And just trying to see who goes through next any quicker. Well, the person who does actually the quickest of the next lot is Manuel Metzger in 9th place. So he's now started to catch Luca Ludwig in the Ferrari. So it's all closing up very nicely indeed. 1 hour and 23 minutes remaining in this race. One more round of pit stops. Weather looks today as though it's going to stay absolutely fair and square and not trouble us with rain. We thought about it yesterday. In fact, I thought about it constantly yesterday. The Renault Clio in the way of the 2nd, 3rd and 4th battle. A car now in 3rd place, flashing the headlights. That's Vincent Kolb in the Phoenix Racing Audi. Have we also just had a change of position further down the order? That's the wrong Walkenhorst. BMW got me caught again. I thought that was Christian Conyers being passed. No such thing. Where else are the changes coming? Sheldon van der Linde running around in 6th place. He's got plenty of company. Dominic Baumann is near him. In fact, I think we might have just had a change of position. I'll have to quickly grab a look at that as well. Baumann started the lap in 5th place in his Mercedes from Team HRT. Van der Linde 6th for Team Schnitzer. So at the moment, Van der Linde, the leading driver in the race. That's the Audi Van der Linde. That's Kelvin. And Sheldon, the leading BMW driver in the race in 6th overall. And not such a good lap for Christian Conyers, 10th place at the moment in the car that came home first in the opening race, 2nd in yesterday's race, but lost 2 seconds on that lap to Manuel Metzger in the number 16 Mercedes and to the Ferrari that's running in front of that. So again, hour and 20 remaining. Traffic can still have a role to play in this. When it breaks up a battle, you end up behind a group of cars you're trying to pass. Can't get past for a couple of corners, and I think that's possibly what happened to Christian Conyers there. Or maybe he's just not found the life in the tyres that he's hoping for at the moment. Gravel kicked onto the circuit at various points. That's the thing. Not too many punctures today, but certainly someone else's little error can become your problem if you go over the gravel and it just makes its mark. Then you've got the long limp home. Just to reiterate, 14 and a bit miles around the circuit, 24.5 if you like the kilometres. And it's all starting to shape out very well indeed. It's the concertina effect that makes it so exciting in the NLS. The later you pit, the less time you have to spend on your pit stop as a minimum. However, the later the pit, the more tired your tyres are, so you probably had a time deficit in advance. It's the balance. The car looking for the balance, a team looking for the balance, a manufacturer looking for the balance. Is Porsche the best place their cars is in 12th place overall. That's number 18 from KTMG, Dennis Olsen and Matt Campbell, superstar in the Porsche camp for Manthey Racing, down in 15th. It's not a Porsche sort of weekend.
Alles begann mit 2 Freunden und einer Vision. Unsere Initialen stehen für Qualität und Fortschritt. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Wir fertigen Gewindefahrwerke, Sportfedersätze, Stabilisatoren, Distanzscheiben und Gewindefedern zu 100% in Deutschland. Wir arbeiten mit Herzblut und Hingabe für diesen einen Moment. Wir sind Motorsport. Wir sind H&R.
Sun is still shining over the Nordschleife. Riding on board with the number 2 Get Speed Performance Mercedes. He's about to go up into 3rd place, right on the tail of the Phoenix Audi. Vincent Kolb running a little bit wide, going past one of the Porsche Caymans. And the momentum definitely with bright yellow Mercedes bouncing over the curves. This is Rafa Marciello. As you say, a lot of these moves come about 4 or 5 corners earlier. It's finding that extra bit of pace that then you hope when you get to braking zone that you can pull off. But out of the Galgenkopf, it's now the next braking zone is when they come into Tiergarten. Right now, getting the toe down the Dottinger Höhe. Mercedes, as yet, not really feeling the effects of the toe. And just now, as we get up towards the kink, he's just drawing in, getting closer and closer. Rafa Marciello all over the tail of Vincent Kolb. It's about 1.5 car lengths down. They haven't got to the kink yet. They're about to go under the bridge. Here it comes. Here comes the move. He's got to go to the outside. Kolb's not showing the inside. This is the long way round, but the pace is there. The toe has been pulled off to perfection there, Peter. Move is done before they get into the final twisters that we call Tiergarten.
I was about to say, I'm not sure he'll do that before Tiergarten. It didn't look like he did, but you said timed it to absolute perfection. And having to go around the outside there, that left-hander under the bridge, it's more of a corner than you realise. It doesn't look much when you see it like that, or we're trying to talk about it. It just looks like a kink. In reality, sitting in a racing car, GT3, having a toe off another GT car in front, that is quite a manoeuvre around the outside there, and that's absolute credit to both of them. The Audi just sitting there and saying, well, if you're going to do it, you're going to go the long way, you have to work for it, sunshine. And it's like, okay, I'll work for it then. And all the way around the outside, pulled it off. I didn't think he was going to get that done, but that is absolutely critical, because we said about that grunt of that Mercedes. If he didn't get that done before Tiergarten, he'd have slowed up in that twiddly bit, and therefore got no advantage to use that grunt down the pit straight. Should be another half lap around again on the GP circuit before he got anywhere.
Now, going on the outside line is a tactic being used at the moment by the Ferrari, trying to rest 7th place on Nico Bastian in, well, what is the leading HRT Mercedes at the moment? No, in fact, it's not. It's the second of the HRT Mercedes, because I've got the number 6 car in 6th place, Dominic Baumann at the wheel. Then you go back 20 seconds back to number 17, but with Nico Bastian. And then Manuel Metzger in the 16 car that could do no wrong is another place further back with a Ferrari in between. So really looking for 7th, 8th and 9th and trying to hang on, but nearly 4 seconds back is Morgenhorst Motorsport BMW in 10th. So it may all seem odd, but all will become apparent as we get into the final stint of the race. But right now, some fantastic racing. If you told me this was the second lap of the race, I would believe you.
And just to put the perspective there, the 2 cars there, the 7th and 8th place cars, 17 and 26, Bastian and Ludwig in the Mercedes and the Ferrari, talk about equally measured. They've just lapped together a 10th apart for 24 kilometres. They've managed to do that all the way around, and they're still carrying this on into the next lap now. So no slow zones, no traffic, no anything there. They've had a relatively free lap together, and they've managed to lap just a 10th apart.
But you know what? Their times were 8:08, 8.5. The car in 2nd place just has been at 8-minute 1.6 second lap, 8-minute 1.86 second lap. That is Christopher Haas. That's why he's closing the gap. It's down to 10.4 seconds. So he's now starting to take chunks out of Kelvin van der Linde. He lapped nearly 2 seconds faster that time around. So that was impressive. Marciello, impressive in getting into 3rd place. His lap time was an 8-minute 6. And that is what you cannot afford if you're trying to whittle away the advantage of the race leaders. He's 16 seconds down now, Marciello.
It's a long way, isn't it? It's a long way, 16 seconds, and that's in third place. But we've got a round of pit stops to come yet. It can all change. I was going to say it can all change in the blink of an eye. It can all change in the blink of a pit stop. We've seen how much that has changed the face of this race. Each of the pit stops we've had so far this time, it's come out not in an order that we just necessarily predicted. As in, I'm not saying we're perfect commentators. It's not a spreadsheet. It's not a mathematical thing. But you read it, you look at it, and you think, all things being equal, this will probably happen after the pit stop. And then the pit stop throws up something totally different. A bit of a delay, this or that, somebody stumbles, whatever it may be, and all of a sudden, it's totally different. To the point that we got, gosh, there's 3 Audis at the top. Didn't see that coming.
What I don't understand is when you get to the first round of pit stops and you have cars coming in on the same lap, so they've got the same minimum amount of time at a standstill, and yet you get people losing 5 or 6 positions. That's what really throws me.
if ever there was a car that looks like it should be sponsored by Track Taxi, it's the 484 Mercedes C300 that's, Gary, I think you mentioned at the very beginning of the race there. It does look like it's just like a road car, just like a taxi.
Yeah, it's driven by Alexander Meixner and Bernhard Weber, but it's driven with some gusto. It doesn't necessarily always want to go the direction that they'd like it to, but it's being very, very well driven within the confines of what they've got beneath them.
Totally unfettered by wings or anything like that, anything sporting, nothing aerodynamic, hasn't even got a splitter on the front. It just looks like it's come out of the showroom.
I rather like the way the main sponsor on that car is 5-Star Fitness. You feel they're getting a 5-star fitness session as they go around the ring. It will give them quite a workout, despite whatever driver aids it may offer. It's going to be a heavy beast to play with.
But I will guarantee this: what fun that will be to drive around the Nürburgring anyway. Absolute oodles of fun driving that car around. And that's the beauty of this series. We were just talking about a 4-door saloon Mercedes with no wings on it, whilst we've got AMGs up at the front. And it just looks like they're having an absolute ball out there in that car.
Yeah, it's being run in the 1600 to 2-litre turbocharged engine class, which is production VT2. I said there were a lot of classes, and just being driven very, very hard. But don't want to drive it too hard, because then it starts to lose its performance very, very quickly indeed. Just going to have a quick rundown to see how we're going in the SP9 Pro-Am class. Last time we looked, it was Manu Collard leading, and that has stayed the same by a margin of a minute or so from the Huber Motorsport Porsche. 25 Porsche being beaten by the number 8 Mercedes. In the SP9 AM class, its car number 14 has moved ahead again in that class. That's the racing powered by HFG Audi, driven by Bernhard Hetzel, Rahel Frey, and the driver at the wheel at the moment, Christian Bollrath. Let's have a little quick look to see who is leading in SP10. That's car number 192, Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport, BMW M4 GT4, Gabriele Piana at the wheel in that class. Next up is the Pixum Team Adrenaline M4 GT4 of Florian Naumann. It's car number 1. He's sharing with last year's champions. And again, just having another really super strong run with Griesner and Fubrick.
So no slow zones, no code 6s at the moment, track perfectly clear in terms of areas and slow zones. I didn't say we're not going to be clear in terms of other competitors in different categories. Leading car at the moment is number 29, the Van der Linde driven Audi Sport Team R8 LMS. Currently has a 10-second advantage over the number 32 car, similar Audi R8. That's been driven by Christopher Haas. In third place, the number 2 car, the car with the Get Speed yellow Mercedes AMG, driven by Marciello. Cole, it is in the Phoenix Racing Audi again, so Audi's 1, 2 and 4 at the moment. The Schnitzer BMW, Van der Linde, doing a stellar stint in that car at the moment in 5th position, number 42. All obviously SP9 Pro category cars. In 6th position is car number 6, which is our HRT Mercedes, with its teammate right behind it, metaphorically in terms of about 20 seconds physically on the track, but in the next place, 7th position, that's the car number 17, driven by Nico Bastian. 8th is the Ludwig-driven Ferrari, guy that put that on pole position, did such a stellar bit at the beginning of that, from 3rd on the grid to 2nd, nearly into the race lead, and just finished the top 10. And we got in 9th, we've got the other HRT Mercedes Metzger and Christian Krones in the Valkenhorst BMW rounding out the top 10. Bruce.
When a lap ago we saw Rafa Marciello going past the Phoenix Racing Audi of Vincent Kolb, the job deal was done. The move has just been reversed the next time around. Kelvin van der Linde into the pits. Maybe the Phoenix Racing Audi is going to come in as well, but it's got back ahead of Rafa Marciello. That jinx into the pits, as I predicted it may well do, and Marciello continues on his way. So the new race leader is Christopher Haas, the 32 Audi, but the car really making big strides is the other Van der Linde, Sheldon van der Linde, got very close, 1.1 seconds down on Rafa Marciello as they went past the pits. I didn't understand why Marciello had sort of fallen back into the grass. of Phoenix Racing Audi that's just come into the pits with Vincent Kolb at the wheel. I thought he was going to leave it absolutely way back in his rear view mirror, but we've got 20 laps on the boards. The pit stops have started all over again. Bear in mind, 29, the Audi has come in. It's blinked first if you want, so let's just do the times. It came into the pits with 1 hour and 6 minutes remaining. We've had a change of position. The number 17, was there a clash? The 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW going down alongside the number 17 Mercedes from HRT. That's Nico Bastian in the Mercedes, Christian Cronjes. And it's still in that order, but it got a bit busy down into turn 1.
Certainly did. There was a bit of trading paint going to turn 1 there. Nothing too consequential, and had no effect on either, other than a little bit of bruised ego, I suspect. But both wanted the same piece of track at the same time, and neither was prepared to relinquish. So the inevitable happened, but it just a little bit of carbon exchange, should we say, and a bit of vinyl. I'm sure it's not paint these days, is it? So as we say, number 29, 5, and 6 into the pit. It's Van der Linde, Kolb, and Baumann. The leading Audi, the 5th place Audi, and the 6th place Mercedes, all in the pit.
Yeah, the number 17 Mercedes covered the inside line right by pit exit, forcing the Walkenhorst Motorsport car to the outside line. But as Christian Cronjes thought, well, we've got to start turning right sometime soon, started coming across the red, dark red and black Mercedes was still there. The doors, well, it was side-on contact, but luckily those can lead to punctures, but this time around it all looks as though it's fine. Ooh,
I don't think Christian Cronjes will be too impressed with that, to be honest.
No.
I think we'll have got his dander, shall we say, as they disappear off onto the north side, having completed the GP loop. So that battle will be resumed, I am sure, in a clean and fair way. Of course, I'm not suggesting anything else, but I think it will have got his attention. Like, oh, okay, that's how we're going to play. That's how we're going to play.
Boys, I just want to reiterate. So we've got, let's say, 1 hour and 6 minutes on the clock when they came with that pit stop. By my maths, that's 66 seconds. The cars in the pits now have to be at a standstill, and that includes the Rover Racing BMW for 349 seconds. So that's what, 5 minutes, 49 seconds. Those coming in later will have a shorter amount of time at their pit stop. So suddenly cars that seem out of the reckoning because they were, a distance further back, that gap will be reduced because they will be pitting later. Therefore, their minimum pit stop will be shorter. And if they're doing another lap, that's another 8 minutes. That'll take us down from, what do we say, 1 minute and 5. So we go down to 57 minutes, which 326. So you're looking at a big old swing of time there, 20 seconds.
It's huge. 20 seconds. We were saying yesterday that a 34-second win is phenomenal. So 20 seconds suddenly in the pits makes a huge difference.
Yeah, but the one I'm really interested in was the fact that the 29 blinked so quickly. What it did, the car that was leading with Kelvin van der Linde setting really good lap times, it pitted after 6 laps, then did a 6-lap stint, then a 9-lap stint, and then only a 5-lap stint. So that has really swung itself around. But of course, from here to the end of the race, it's going to be about 7 or 8 laps. So that is a massive variation, but it's just they've decided to do their short stint now. Whereas often in the past, if someone's done a short stint, their next 2-3 stints have all been even length. But this is certainly, a lot of that is also trying to get track position. When you're not at the front of the pack, you decide to get out of it. And that was what I think why they pitted so early. The number 5 crew, for example, Frank Stippler, pitted very early at the end of the first stint because he was at the back of a train of cars. He passed 3 on his in-lap, which was phenomenal, to get up to about 7th. But, that may not have happened. He could have been going around for 10th place for a fair while longer. So the number 29 car is about to leave the pits. White, grey and red it is, and now it's Matteo Drudi at the wheel. He will not be resuming in the lead of the race. You could say their shot has been fired. Is it going to be good enough? But they've done things very differently, and sometimes you do things differently, it may be good enough. They've left the number 5 car in their wake. That too is getting going. It was Vincent Kolb, but by my reckoning it won't be when he goes back out. It's more than likely to be Mike Rockenfeller. Let's take a look. Oh, it's Richard Westbrook. Of course, Rockenfeller and Westbrook were supposed to be the other way round. Westbrook, the British driver yesterday, and the German Rockenfeller today, but they've kept us on our toes. It's the other way about.
Well, again, somebody of a none too shabby a record. Richard Westbrook is a time served and a very, I think to describe him as a safe pair of hands would be an understatement, to say the least. A very experienced and very highly competitive driver in almost any category he's done. you've got him on the books, and you know everything's okay, don't you?
Yeah, and exactly. He's one of quite a few of these drivers who were very, very busy in the digital NLS series. So he just got his eye in already for the course of the season. But what used to get me was the fact that they'd have a race, and then they'd just get to the end of the race, and then they'd just walk back into the living room, wherever they were. And you had driver pairings. So one pairing that was absolutely fantastic, but one was in Argentina and one was in Spain, and never met each other before. Agustin Canapino, one of those drivers, and Alex Arana in the digital world. You were taking a long, hard look as the Rover Racing BMW came out, and the
170,
Supra.
yeah, the Supra, and it was flashing at lights, and it appeared to have a problem going out of the pit lane.
It looked a bit crabby.
It did look a bit crabby. I think what he was doing, actually, I think he was potentially aware of the pace of the BMW behind it, and very courteously was actually keeping out of the way, and was probably just hunting on its low end of the revs whilst he was letting that BMW by, which normally would let him by on the track. But very courteous bit of driving by the Novo Run Supra there, saying let the BMW out and get on with it and out of your way.
One of those things where you accidentally stall it to drop the rev so much and it won't fire up, and everything is unravelled after 3 hours.
Yeah, and that's when the team say to you, why have you been courteous? It's racing.
Yeah.
You do your thing and they'll get round you. But that's what we've just witnessed anyway. So the number 29 Audi is now pedalled by Drudy.
Yeah, Matteo, I remember his father, Luca, racing for many, many moons. He used to race in Formula 3, a little bit of Formula 3000, and clearly those racing genes very, very strong indeed. Matteo's done a great job for Audi the past couple of seasons, and let's see what he can do. He's got an hour to show us his class, an hour and 1 minute, until the checkered flag may fall, but I think we'll see it fall probably a similar time to yesterday. We had 8 minutes, what did I say earlier? 8 minutes 4 hours and 5.5 minutes of racing, so they got well into that 29th lap. 28th lap.
Yeah, so you still have to get your head around this, don't you? That we've literally, just as I speak, ticked over into the final hour of this round 3 of NLS, and we've still only completed 20 laps. It's still, you still look at that sometimes and go, what? Hang on a minute, how does 3 hours of racing with an hour to go equate to a mere 20 laps? Did we miss tea or something? But such it is. Say 24 kilometre, 14 miles in the old money, if you want to call it that, circuit, and that's the point. And that's why pit stops timing so critical. Right, one of the other Audis into the pit now.
Christopher Haase, number 32, also from the Audi Sport team.
Second place car. And
will Marciello come in behind? Yes, he will. There's a KTM between them, so Marciello in from third place overall. So I'd say Marciello was really closing in. Oh, he's going to have to... And the Schnitzer BMW is in as well, but again, they've got some cars from the other classes between them, and really a driver doesn't want anyone else. They want to have a clear line of sight of the car they're chasing. I know it's chasing it in through the paddock in with a speed limit, but into the pit lane this time around. Let's just reiterate, the number 32 Audi Sport Team entry of Christopher Haase, Rafa Marciello in the number 2 Mercedes from Get Speed Performance. So first and second on the track when they came in. And the Ferrari is leading the race, therefore. The 26 Ferrari is going on. He's going to come in next time around, one would presume, after 22 laps.
I told you yesterday, didn't I? It might only be false at the moment, not non-representative as you use, but the Ferrari is leading the race.
Yeah, I was going to say, at what point is the checkered flag waved? Another car that came in the pits, just to reiterate this lap, it's the 32 Audi that's come in, Audi Sport Team, Christopher Haase, Rafa Marciello, the number 2 Mercedes, Sheldon van der Linde, the BMW Schnitzer entry, car number 42, and Nico Bastian, the number 17 HRT Mercedes, that's coming in. So Christian Kronos will be going, hooray, we don't have to clash doors anymore. I'm going to really press on in this lap. And I tell you who will be pressing on is Luca Ludwig. He does seem to be the fastest driver in that Ferrari. He just did an 8 minutes, almost 8 minutes flat last time around. This, if they're going to get a top result, last lap of this one is what it could well be built on. They want him to go as long as he can, but they don't want his tyres to fall away. But every lap he does, that's one less that the final driver will do on tyres that therefore will have more life. And the longer he goes, the shorter the pit stop will be. But there is that tipping point, that critical tipping point. Go the wrong side of it and you'll have the lap of shame when your tyre performance has gone away to nothing. Sounds a bit extremist, but that is effectively how it is.
I was going to say, it actually sounds terribly accurate. That is the problem. And it is down to the driver to to control that and dictate that. You've only got to listen to it in a bit of Formula One. The engineers will say, yes, we can do this, we can do that, or so and so. It's exactly the same in this category. But it's down to the driver to say, look, this is happening, this is how it feels. And that's the connection between a driver and an engineer, of trusting one another. And sometimes even to the point the driver's saying, no, I can't do this. And the engineer saying, but I know, almost like follow the science, to be topical, follow the science, it will do it, trust me, run it, it'll come out of the other side of it. Don't let the lack of time now matter, it'll come into its own, the window will open, trust us. And that's where we were talking about this a lot in this endurance racing, about how it's a team effort. Drivers dealing with the press, engineers, the crew, everybody. You've got to work as a team and you've got to trust people. And sometimes you've got to be open-minded and just say, I didn't think it would do that. Why? Trust me, it'll do it. We engineered the car. You just pedal it and get on with it. And that's what they have to do.
Why do you think Kimi Räikkönen doesn't do endurance racing of any form? Leave me alone.
Yes, I know what I'm doing. I've done this before. Yes.
Then again, he's the sort of driver who actually would probably really relish this, because it's a different shake. And he took his years out to go and do the World Rally Championship. And a bit like Fernando Alonso, they simply want to do every form of racing they possibly can. I know he wants to, not everyone approves of sort of trophy hunting, but I was a driver and I wasn't in a top Formula One team. That ain't going to happen. I'm not against it at all. What you think of his return, I do not know. But...
No, that's what I was meaning. Actually, don't just digress for a moment on the pit stop there. Don't misunderstand me. Nothing wrong with trophy hunting. I question whether coming back is a wise thing. He's coming up to 40. I think his time is done. Bearing in mind his first championship was 15 years ago, and then the one that was 14 years ago. I just don't think it's a wise move. I think his Le Mans bit, his Indy bit, fantastic. Get the other category bit. We will see.
Do the Baja 1000. What else can we do?
Yeah.
London to Peking road race.
But look at Carlos Sainz Senior, off and made it. A multiple World Rally champion and legend, went off to Dakar and made it exactly there. So I totally agree. I just think I'm just not sure whether Formula One's the right place for him to come back to. But that's a whole different discipline. So.
Driver who's just taken over the 32 Audi is Mirko Bortolotti. Let's see what the man who never blinks can get up to in the final stint. They left him only 54 minutes of the race to play with. And the car that's absolutely flying is, of course, the number 29 Audi that pitted the previous time around. Now driven by Matthias Drudi. And that should be very well placed after this final round of pit stops. But some of the front runners are going to come in next time around. So after 22 laps. Leaving it late, so the position's artificial at the moment. They become very real when those final round of pit stops have been made. Sky was blue at the start of the day. It stayed fair. A little bit cloudier now, but doesn't look as though rain is going to threaten. Yesterday it did, but it never ever quite got to precipitation. Certainly not all around the circuit. Certainly not at any point that we ever saw, which isn't always a given on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Again, though, it's very much part of the mix for the NLS. And don't forget, the season normally goes from March to October, so you can go from nearly snowing to nearly snowing again by the end, with great weather in between. But we have had days on the Nordschleife waiting for races to start with the fog descending, or the fog, more to the point, not lifting. But right now, conditions absolutely perfect for racing, and these stunning teams with brilliant driver lineups putting on a show that just gets better and better. But don't forget, it's the tacticians who have a big role to play in this, and have the teams got it right. 98 Rover Racing BMW never really been in the hunt today at all. Qualified down in 18th position, and right now they've already had their final pit stop, so they'll be down the order, while those that have yet to pit, Lucas Howard down in 20th, but he will rise up the order from there a little bit. But when he's been in battles with other cars, we saw it earlier, the front of a 4-car train, a lap later he was the back of the 4-car train, then fell away. So the Rover crew not quite on the pace with their BMW, but the Walkenhorst Motorsport crew very much are, and the Schnitzer car. Now it's got Martin Tomczyk on board. That made its third pit stop.
The Rover Racing BMW doesn't seem to have found its sweet spot, does it? Setup performance-wise, just hasn't quite. It's just outside of its operating.
Yeah, it went a bit better yesterday, I think, relatively speaking. Yesterday we had, again, driver change. We had Nick Yaloli, who's on board today, but Alexander Sims, that real thinking man's driver, really was delivering some great laps in that. But again, if you qualify badly, and you can be 3 seconds off, which sounds like light years, but around here it's not enormous, so you get a very short time in qualifying to nail that lap, and you're starting 20th. Well, they started 18th. The front row of the grid is already going to be into turn 2 by the time you're getting out of turn 1, so it really is a problem on that opening lap. And then you've got rivals in similar cars to pass for the remainder, to try and work your way forward from there, as well as all the back markers when you get up on them. So very, very difficult. And you don't want to make it sound like the Monaco Grand Prix. If you don't qualify on pole position, you've got no chance of winning, but it certainly gives a helping hand.
You're selling it well, because why would you want to come and do this?
Where did you qualify in the 140 car field? Oh, in the top 130, I'm fine.
Yes. There were 10 others behind us. Yeah, it's 130 in front, but that's not the point.
No, I'll tell you why I'd want to do this, because A, it'd be brilliant,
Absolutely.
and B, there's so many classes within this. It's about winning your class, having a very good time. In the top class, it's about winning. In the top class, there's also a Pro-Am element, which is just try and win your element of that, and the Am class likewise. And there's no way, if you stand out around the circuit, that you can compare these ultra pros with the Ams in the top class, because an SP9 class car is a hard car to drive.
Absolutely, and nor should you try to. And exactly as you said 2 weeks ago, that some of the different classes, a bit further down the field, not the ultra winning is everything, but it's about Ferrari into the pits.
That's from the lead of the race, bear in mind.
It's some of these people's, it's their lives, because it's their social life is what I mean. They mix together, the camaraderie in the paddock, the borrowing of tools and stuff. Which us know we can't do at the moment because of cleaning and social distancing and all that, but it's all that. It's almost like club racing, but it's on the Nürburgring. And it's difficult to express that. So also the
Walkenhorst
Walkenhorst in as well.
But number 16 has continued for one further lap. Is this going to be the masterstroke? So the number 16 Mercedes leads the race for the second day running, but it's under very different circumstances today. It owes us a pit stop. Where it comes out of its pit stop remains to be seen, but don't forget, by doing an extra lap, an extra 8 minutes in this race, it means it's pit stop. For sake of example, let's remove one.
It's got to be the next lap.
How much time left? We've got 50 minutes on the clock, so it won't be 50 minutes. He'll come in after about 43 minutes. If he'd come in now, he saved 21 seconds. 21 seconds less at a standstill.
I would be surprised if
those that came in now and those that came in a lap ago, that's 40 seconds difference or thereabouts. So you can be seemingly a long way out of it, and then suddenly after the final pit stop be right back in it.
I'd be surprised if it doesn't come in at the end of this lap.
Team chief will be horrified.
We'll see.
It's written on the team notice board.
That doesn't mean to say that the driver's going to take any notice of it.
No, that's true.
We do know that.
So just want to refresh who's come in this lap. The race leading, yes, I did say race leading, Octane 126 Ferrari, only now comes to a standstill in the pit lane. Up it goes onto the jacks. Christian Kroner is about 11 seconds down on that. Has come in the Walkenhorst Motorsport Championship leading. I've got to keep reiterating that and saying it again and again. BMW will come in as well. The number 18 KCMG Porsche Dennis Olsen brought that in, so the two Norwegian racers at the top end, both into the pits, and Kim Lewis Schramm has brought the number 15 yellow Phoenix Racing Audi in for its third and final pit stop. But some of the gaps between these cars are quite big. Just to reiterate, Christian Kroner is 11 seconds down on Luca Ludwig. Then you go back to the Olsen Porsche that probably won't get into the top 10. That's another 32 seconds down off the back of the Walkenhorst car, so we can discount that. He's not gaining 32 seconds in a pit stop or on the track on current form. So the Norwegian racer Christian Kroner is out. The visor, well, the windscreen
tear off
has been torn off, and the driver change effected. So car 34 been so successful, first and second its results in the first two races of this season. The most recent only yesterday, so no wonder it's winning the championship. But will it still be at the top this time around? Because it could well be the number 16 Mercedes going back towards victory today. And again, the long wait, the Octane 126 Ferrari black with the red stripe up over the nose, over the roof and beyond, sitting at a standstill, waiting to serve its minimum pit stop time. Still attention being paid with the refueling at the back of the car, which is a good idea, because you try and put the fuel in near the engine, I guess. But and waiting, it does seem interminable as the cars sit on their jacks, then sit on the deck, waiting for the signal to get going. But of course, when number 16, the HRT Motorsport Mercedes comes in next time around, its time at a standstill will be some 21 seconds less. And that's a huge, huge factor.
I think that the 126 Ferrari then struggled to fire up and restart.
Yes, I was wondering about that.
Just look at it. There was a definite delay, and you could see the lights were dimming. The headlights that were already on it, dimming as if it was cranking it and just not actually firing up. So I think there was a few seconds while that, and that would be heart-stopping for everybody, but certainly the driver sitting inside that, wondering whether that car, that's Grossman as it's in that car now, whether that car was going to restart or not. But it did. It's out on track now, and currently second on track. But obviously that is inaccurate at the moment because we're waiting for our full lap to be completed before we all shake out the order.
Well, Manuel Metzger, therefore, leading the race in the number 16 car, the car that has taken the checkered flag in front in round 1, but got a time penalty, dropped it down to 6th on the classification, and then was not just victorious yesterday, victorious by 34 seconds. I'm not making it up. That was how big its advantage it was. So it really read the Saturday race here very well indeed. That yesterday was the 60th Reinholdus Langstrecken-Rennen. Today we're running the 52nd Barbarossa Prize, the Red Beard Prize. It's a long story, it goes back a long way. This is the 52nd time it has been run. I love these historic races, and each round of the NLS has another historic name of races that have been run for a considerable number of decades, which makes it all the more rich, the history, you could say. So, waiting for the final front runners to come and make a pit stop at the end of this lap. You can't believe really that many will be able to stretch it any further than that. We've got 22 laps on the board. Metzger is leading the way around with 20 to go towards 23.
Of note, into the 34 Valkenhorst BMW is David Pittard again. He started that car and he's finishing that car.
I've started, so I will finish.
Correct.
Clearly the quote, and he's going to see what he can do.
But that'll be interesting to see how, because we know his attacking style, we know how much he's melded himself into that team. As you've said, the last couple of years, he really took about Star in the ascendancy. He's really grown into that team, but clearly working very well together with it. Won the first round, admittedly second on the road, but won the first round. Second yesterday, currently third at the moment, having gone out the pits, but that's going to shake out the order. But I'd be surprised if that car isn't up there at the end of this race.
Yeah, I think it's definitely top 6. It may be up towards the podium, but we will know a lot more in the space about the next 5 minutes. But just to reiterate, for drivers to succeed in GT racing, they really have to work as a team, but they've got to understand the scope of what they're supposed to be achieving. It's not just about a quick lap time, because each lap is related to another one. It's about managing the slow zones properly. It's about managing the traffic. It's about giving back a car that has some performance left in it for your teammates, and teams work so hard on this, and not every driver gets it. And the ones that do are the ones that stay on, the ones that have had works contracts for many, many years. And it's something to aim for, and apply yourself and you're quick, you may yet get a chance. But again, this is a fantastic proving ground, because as I said, every time I commentate on the NLS, there are so many variables. It's about not making mistakes as much as being quick, quite frankly.
You couldn't make a more accurate and valid point, Bruce, that it's, yes, you have to have a pace and a degree of ability, stroke, talent, pace, whatever you want to call it. But that is almost, ironically, it might sound a bizarre thing to say, that's almost a smaller part of it. Yes, you can't not have the pace. That's a given, but it's not ultimate pace. It's not sort of world championship, Lewis Hamilton type stuff, whatever. The 90-odd% of endurance racing is about the bigger picture, the rest of it, getting it, understanding it, working with the team, being adaptable, being variable, being accepting things can change through a race, and being, dare I say it, in motorsport, a team player. And if you don't get that in endurance racing, you won't get very far, and you won't get the drives. You say you won't get the contract. It doesn't happen. We've seen it happen many times. You said yesterday, quite rightly, you highlighted that some of the younger drivers that are having a successful single-seater career in the lower formulas, but it stalls a little bit, quite often switch across to GT racing, and if they're smart and adapt, it does their career a world of good. They might then go back to something else. If not, they make a very good long career name for themselves in GT racing. Bruce, car on the pits.
And it's number 16, Mercedes into the pits. And as they say in all of that, there's no I in me. No, hold on a second. It's something along those lines.
There's no I in team.
Correct. Very good. So number 16 into the pits, and that was sitting on the lead. Manuel Metzger will hand that over by process of elimination. to Adam Christodoulou, fourth driver in that cycle. Victorious yesterday, victorious by a huge margin. Where's it going to shake out today? The Ferrari listed on our screens in second place has already made the third pit stop. It's going to be a whole distance down the track. In the background, I can see the Conrad Motorsport, Marco Mappelli-driven Lamborghini diving into the pits as well. So anyone who's got a later pit stop has played this quite well, but they've got a time deficit because they've fallen back down the order by making it later, but their time in the pits will be shorter. So Mappelli in, and I don't know if it's who's going to go back. If he might do a double stint. In fact, this final stint will be short, and he did a double stint yesterday, so why not? That's the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, missing from the opening round, but definitely here yesterday and today, and entertaining us royally.
Well, it's made its mark, but it might have missed the first round, but it's made its mark and had a fantastic race yesterday, and it's not looking too shabby today either, I've got to say. But we're into our final round of pit stops, the last one. 23 laps completed. We've got our HRT Mercedes Metzer and Mappelli in the Lamborghini in the pits now. So technically on track, it's going to be the Grossman-driven 488 Ferrari on our timing screen. Of course, that's all got to shake out in a few minutes' time when it gets into the final bit and everybody settles down. We'll see what's running to the end. Valkenhorst Motorsport car, as said, it's always there or thereabouts, knocking on the door. It's had a very good run in the first race, winning it in fact, finishing second on track, but winning the race outright. Bruce.
So at a standstill, driver change being effective for the number 16 Mercedes that has been so dominant this year. Might be a slight glitch, but my timing screen says the car listed in fifth place has served 6 pit stops. I don't really feel that's been the case for the number 18 KCMG Porsche. Maybe they've added all the 3 from yesterday, so the fact it's up there in fifth at the moment. That will drop down the order, but it has been the car that's been showing well.
Well, that's funny, because I did notice a little while ago, I'm talking within the last half hour, it had 4 pit stops, and like you, I thought it was erroneous, and I thought I won't mention it. The fact it's now jumped to 6 is kind of proving it even more that I don't think that one's quite accurate.
No, one feels
data entry error.
Yes. If so, it's very impressive.
That's more to the point, isn't it? If it has had 6 pit stops and it's still running fifth, that's pretty impressive.
So that the pit lane far less busy at this stage in the race than it was a lap or so ago, but those that blink last, serve their final pit stops last, will they be going up towards the podium? Yesterday's dominant car, the number 16 Hout Racing Team Mercedes AMG, it's the one that's orange with the black flashes on it, the black colour markings. The sister car, the number 17 car, is dark red with black, and the third of the cars from the Hout Racing Team is the one in the Auto Arena livery, the black and white livery of Patrick Assenheimer, Dominic Baumann and Dirk Muller. That is in the mix as well, so you could call them greedy, but success is something all teams crave, and HRT are really, really making their mark. But those that pit last, will they be the ones with a smile on their face? Their rivals, including the Ferrari, blasting down the Dottinger-Höhe, through the dip, up towards the Twisters, and then to the Tiergarten corners, desperate to get past the pit exit before the number 16 Mercedes emerges. Will it have done enough to do that? The Ferrari being fired around by Bjorn Grossman, but it looks as though they won't come out ahead. You've got the orange Mercedes exiting the pits and blasting down the straight, so about 10 seconds down is the Ferrari, so it could be right in the mix. Adam Christodoulou taking it to the finish. He got out behind the number 512 Renault Megane that pulled out of the pits ahead of it, and then clearly wouldn't be able to accelerate so hard down to turn 1. Couldn't be passed before the blend line. That's where you have to shed a few seconds, because you know if you go over the blend line, you're in trouble. You'll get a penalty. You've got to waste it. You just got to suck it up at that point. The number 2 Get Speed Performance Mercedes diving into turn 1, but at this point exiting the Mercedes arena, therefore some distance ahead is the number 16 Mercedes. Where is the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW that's always been a feature? It looks so it's running in about 3rd place with the number 2 Mercedes in 4th, just trying to see if, no, 2 of the Audis are in between it, so maybe the Audis will have a smile on their face today. Will they take a 3rd and 4th place in this race? At the moment it's Mercedes from Ferrari, 2 Audis, BMW, and then the number 2 Mercedes. And then, for good measure, the Schnitzer BMW as well. So they've stayed right in the hunt. Yesterday, the winning margin was 34 seconds. It's not going to be that today.
We could just be on for an epic conclusion to this race, though. These amount of cars all together, all the different strategies all falling out there, the order shaking out. In about 2 or 3 minutes' time, we're going to get a much better idea of how this is going to be. But this could be an absolute corker, potentially the most exciting end to one of our 3 races of the year so far.
Oh yes, absolutely. And just trying to see oh dear, sudden gaggles of car. The Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW had about 5 cars to pass. He's going through that tiny little stretch. All BMWs as he tried to go the little bit that takes you left and left over a bridge onto the Nordschleife, where he just wanted to cut those apexes and have a nice swing through it. He's got past them. Is delayed, but then the car behind, the number 2 Mercedes, now in the hands of still in the hands of Rafa Marciello, has got to do them all over again. In his way round right, he goes on the outside, the hats and backs. No, 2 abreast, 3 abreast, no use at all for the Italian. He's got past another couple. He will pick them off, but they're all losing him a 1/10 of a second here, a 1/10 of a second there. And this is the final run to the end of the race. He's got to get past them, and they can't get out of the way. He's lost 2 seconds, I reckon, through that sequence of corners. He's still got out the continuation of twists that go out of hats and back. Where he wanted to be close to the tail of the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. He's lucky to see it as they go towards the Flugplatz. It's gained about 2 to 3 seconds. Well, that really worked for the driver, for David Pittard there, trying to get away from Marciello, given a massive opportunity there.
It's the way the cards fall, unfortunately. It's just how it was. That gaggle of BMWs there for them. I think there was a Clio in there as well, on McGann. And it just didn't quite work out at the end. It's just the way the track laid out. It's just where they met their sequencing. The number 2 Mercedes just caught out there. Marciello just caught out. Wasn't the leading car of that bunch of got. It was the second place car of that bunch of 5 he had to get through. That just unfortunately just held up a little bit on one corner, and you thought it was going to get out of the way, but it was a right left. And he retook it and reclaimed his position for it. And as we said so many times, they've got their race to do as well. And it is always the rule of the racetrack. It's always the faster car responsibility to get around the slower car. So in some ways, stay where you are, stay online, do your thing is not necessarily the wrong thing to do. And it can be wrong hopping out of the way. But he didn't. He stayed where he was. And unfortunately, just from our point of view, as a car that's competing right at the front and trying to go for position, it just looked like it held him up not once but 2 corners in a row. And you said, it's not a 10th here and a 10th there. I reckon you're absolutely accurate, Bruce. 2 seconds just like that in 2 corners.
But it's one of those stretches. You've just gone onto the Nordschleife. You're going through the hats and backs. Then by the time you got to Hocheichen, and that's where it's almost the traffic density doubles. And of course, you're thinking, I've got the Kuttelbacher Höhe and I'm on the Flugplatz, a really fast section of the circuit. I've got to be able to see the car I'm chasing, and it just didn't work his way at all there.
And this goes back to what we were saying yesterday about that you can't extol enough or explain enough the intricacies of this circuit. It's not like any other circuit. Not only is it 14 point something miles, 24 kilometers long, it's not just that, it's what it offers in terms of the way it flows. Some bits are really fast, some bits are technical, and you go to a circuit normally, as we say, we talk about a technical circuit, we talk about a fast circuit, whatever it may be. You get here, you've got everything, but it's changing within the lap. So your mindset as a driver is having to change. This bit works this way. How does my car work on this section? And then how does the traffic fall in front of you whilst my car does or doesn't work on this section? And all of a sudden there's so many permutations as to what do I do now? And that's where, as you said yesterday, quite really, the really smart drivers, the really thinking drivers don't make the mistakes. We saw it there earlier. We saw that number 2 car getting through the traffic and just dealing with it. But it's so easy to just be tripped up over something so small.
But also, when we were watching Rafa Marciello in that number 2 Get Speed Performance Mercedes, it was about, when you've been held up, get rid of that thought, focus on what's ahead, almost metaphorically lob it into the back of the car, because if you're thinking about it, angry for the next few corners, more than likely to make a mistake. And so mind management, again, is something that you have to be really, really focused.
It's just waste energy.
Yeah.
And the problem with that is you're then not concentrating on the job in hand, because you're thinking about what's just happened, and it's taking up energy, it's taking up currency. If you don't invest in it, get on with what is happening in front of you. And at this place, more than anywhere else, you have to go and do that. Talk about it afterwards, maybe, but not in the car. Don't talk about it to yourself in the car.
As we all know, conversations with yourself are never really a winning thing to be having. Haven't really run down through the classes. SP Pro at the moment is going the way. It's a very small class, but Black Falcon enter a Porsche sort of development car in that, and at the moment it's Carlos Rivas who's leading that class, SP Pro. Next class down, SP7, the Porsche Cup class car. One of the cars is just having diversion there. 979 Cayman has
Lots
got
of
some
side
rubber
damage.
sponsorship from one of its rivals. That's the Mulliner Motorsport car, which was right at the front of that class. It's the class leader, but only by 5.7 seconds. Who put the rubber there? Was it the car that was giving chase? 966, which is the entry from Team Mathol Racing. But so very close indeed after, well, best part of 3.5 hours. But that was the car in the lead at the start of its batch, the second batch of cars, and it's still there now, but competitive class with these great, really well-balanced Porsche Caymans.
Certainly traded a bit more than paint with somebody there, hasn't he? Because as you say, there's a bit of front splitter damage or front wing damage, tyre marks down the door. So it looks like he's had a little bit of a side swipe with somebody there.
Yeah, just going on down through the classes. Car number 80 leading the Porsche Cup class, that's SP7 class. That's for the 911 GT3 Cup class. That's Huber Motorsport. They're really coming on strong this year, Huber Motorsports. The SP10 class is led by Gabriele Piana, who flits between the classes. He's in a BMW M4 GT4. SP8T, Tristan Vidas, another Black Falcon car. That's, in this instance, not a Porsche, but a Mercedes. And SP3T, haven't talked about that too much. That's Bonk Motorsports. That's number 310, which is a great-looking Audi, bright green race livery. But I think we can safely answer our own question, who's leading the race? It's number 16. It's the HRT Mercedes. Who's in second place? It's the Ferrari. It's how they were in the opening stages of the race, first and second. Bouncing over the curves through the final sequence of corners, just over half an hour to go. Gap between Adam Christodoulou, race leader, and second place, Bjorn Grossman, just waiting for that to be clocked onto our screen. 3.2 seconds. Well.
Now, who would have predicted that?
You tried to, but I wouldn't have it.
I wasn't even going to go there. I wasn't going to do that.
Third place.
Now you mention it.
No,
now you mention it.
Delete that from the record. Right, Mirko Bortolotti, third place for an Audi. There's an Audi in fourth place. Matteo Druli, that's car number 29. Then Walkenhorst Motorsport, David Pittard, still the championship leader until the end of the race at least. He's fifth in car number 34. Rafa Marciello, not too far behind in sixth. He's another he's in fact 6 seconds down. There's far better lap. Well, of course, it was a far better lap for David Pittard. He gained 3 seconds because he didn't lose 3 seconds getting through the traffic, as we saw Marciello struggling to do at Hocheichen in particular. But for Christodoulou, just bear in mind, we've got half an hour to go precisely, and he's 3.2 seconds to good over Bjorn Grossman. And his tyres are a lap fresher than Grossman's. Am I right? Is that a lap fresher? 16? Yes, 1 lap fresher. So there you go. The shorter pit stop had a role to play as well.
And that could be the difference. That could make the absolute difference. The point I was going to make is not just that the Ferrari's up there, but who'd have thought that a car would be only 3.2 seconds off that leading number 16 Mercedes at any stage, never mind the last stage of it, let alone it be the Ferrari. That's the really pertinent point.
And that was also the gap. 3.2 seconds was the gap at the end of the first stint yesterday the 16 Ferrari had over the Marco Mappelli driven Lamborghini. But by the end it was 10 times that. It was 34 seconds. So it's been a phenomenally good run from the Octane 126 teams, and I think a lot of teams just got it rather wrong yesterday with their tactics, and the Hout Racing team got it very, very right. The others have adjusted their performance and their tactics, and they've got a whole lot closer today, but it's that 16 Mercedes still in front, and in its own way that tells you the story of the season so far. Will it be an Audi on the podium though? With them running in third and fourth, you have to say the chances are very good. Next closest car is David Pittard. He's 4.6 seconds down on one, and just do some maths, about 6.5 seconds down on the other. So maybe Bortolotti will get the 32 to the podium, entered by the Audi Sport team, or maybe it'll be the 29 car, also entered by the Audi Sport team. So suddenly Audi nowhere yesterday, looking very good today. Best place Audi on the Saturday race was 12th place overall. Today, it's definitely coming their way.
Well, David Pittard, as you say, I think you predicted a little bit earlier, and I think you could be absolutely spot on as ever, Bruce, that it might get onto the podium. He's fifth at the moment, you're saying, so a little bit down, 4 seconds off one car, 1.9 off the other. I think he will probably be fourth, but I think he'll have to have his work cut out to get that car onto the podium. We could well see an Audi on the podium, so it could be Mercedes, Ferrari, Audi, but more to the point that not just having an Audi on the podium, but at the moment as it stands, a Ferrari on the podium, and it's only 3.2 seconds, but that Mercedes at the front has got 1 lap fresher tyres, and that could be absolutely crucial in what is still 27 minutes of racing to go. It might only be a handful of laps, but it's still half an hour of racing.
What we've got to check is exactly when it crosses the race leading car crosses the start finish line, and therefore we can work out how much time we have left. We're talking about maybe having an Audi on the podium. We might have two Porsches in the gravel, because the Fulcum Motorsport Porsches are fighting hand to tooth, and it's Peter Dumbreck trying to keep his number 4 entry ahead of the number 3 of Thomas Preining. Number 3, of course, Preining's car had an impromptu barbecue as it came into the pit lane yesterday. Today running very well indeed. The sister car also had a few little mechanical problems yesterday, but they're going well. But unfortunately for them, they're fighting for 16th place. The Scot at the moment ahead of the Austrian, but they're having fun.
And we were talking yesterday about trying to explain to the man in the street about tyre wear and how radically different it is in the world of motor racing. I think also that car was on fire yesterday. A whole back end of it was burned. In a normal world, in the real world, that car would have been potentially written off, gone whatever. Put that into your garage. There's going to be lots of teeth sucking or whatever. What do these guys do? Overnight, engine swap, rebuild it, comes out, looks immaculate in the pit lane, and here it is fighting tooth and nail with its teammate. Yesterday it was on fire.
Yeah. And that's tooth and nail after 3.5 hours of solid racing around such a testing circuit. So I must say, I'm just going to scroll down and see how many runners we've still got at this late stage in the race. We have a handful of cars in the pits at the moment, but we've got about 110 runners, might be 120, just waiting for a lot of the cars.
I make it.
Yeah, still running. Okay, well that's very good indeed, because we've had a few fallers, but really not many. We've had fewer incidents so far in this race, fewer slow zones, I'd warrant, or it certainly seems that way, because we had some quite long stretches of the track yesterday that were in slow zone, and that definitely knocked the number of laps down, possibly, maybe by 1. Because with the lap being so long, you can just squeak onto it. But it was that long run from Brunchen down to Flansgarden that was already quite a long delay yesterday, where the cars had to drop down to that 60 kph limit, which must feel as though you're doing no speed at all. Same for everyone, as long as the period is extended, but it's definitely the winners and losers if the period had just been ended when you got there. You didn't have to take the slow speed. You keep pressing on. So who is pressing on? Let's take a look at the lap times. Want to see the lap time of the race leading car in the hands of Adam Christodoulou. This last lap, not representative because it included time in the pit lane. Because otherwise an 11-minute, 36-second lap wouldn't be the sort of pace I might manage, but not good in a racing scenario. So let's see, the chasing Ferrari last time around, Bjorn Grossman, Ferrari specialist. He lapped in 8 minutes 4.2, which is a fairly decent lap pace. In fact, it was the fastest of all the cars on the circuit last time around, but I feel that Christodoulou will be able to get very close to that, if not outpace it this time around. Waiting to see where he is on the circuit, getting towards the end of another lap. And then we'll see the interval and also work out how many minutes we have left. I can tell you it's 24.5 minutes remaining in this race, which is, well, we're going to have 3 more laps then, aren't we? Unless he does 3 laps of 8 minutes dead, that's 24 minutes. He's not at the finish line yet. We've got 24 minutes, 23 seconds. So from his point of view, the fewer laps you can do, the better.
That'd be good, wouldn't it? Crossing the line with a matter of seconds to go, and you've got another 8-odd minutes of time to go and do it, to drive there and maintain it, not lose it, and not throw away the potential win.
However, I like that word. His advantage over the Ferrari was only 3.2 seconds at the start of the lap, so he can't afford to just lift and cruise to make sure he gets onto that final lap, and ekes out 3 laps rather than 4 laps more. And still trying to pick out exactly where he is on the circuit. He should be coming down towards the end of the lap right now, because the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW is getting towards a few corners to go to Galgenkopf, so he's going to be, they're going to be getting onto Dottinghoe now, so I think we're safe. There will be 3 more laps. And then the checkered flag will come out. We managed 28 yesterday. We've got 24 on the board, be 25 at the end of this. We'll have 28 again today. But at this late stage in the race, you can really see which teams have got their tactics right, not just in track position, but how much life you've got left in your tyres. Are you about to point that the Ferrari is
less than 3.2 seconds behind? It's not less than 3.2 seconds behind.
It's
less than 0.3 of a second behind. It's all under that rear wing of that Mercedes. I was not expecting that. As they come into the final, into the Tiergarten stitch, I was not expecting that car to have made that. I didn't think he'd necessarily lose it, but there's some pace in that Ferrari at the end. I said we might well be on for an absolute amazing finish this, and it's looking just that way. Now, that's got the grunt, that Mercedes down the pit straight. The Ferrari's not losing out. He's getting the toe down the straight. Is he even going to have a look down into turn 1, Bruce? What do you reckon?
What's the gap? 0.2, well, let's call it 0.3 of a second, 0.293 of a second. He's absolutely coming on strong. I had no idea I was commentating with Nostradamus, but it's looking very good. But I feel there are still 3 more laps to go, this and 2 more. But 0.293 of a second, that is nothing at all. And even starting to take a look out of turn 2 in the Mercedes arena. So the Mercedes in front, but it could be a Ferrari trying to stick a nose up the inside into turn. They're in turn 3. Have a look at turn 4. No, don't, because you'll have your nose chopped off. So you got there, but a far better exit from turn 4 from the Mercedes arena. The Ferrari's possibly going to make a manoeuvre, but it's into turn 5. But it's only a very tight little, short little straight. Oh no, I'm going to chop right across there, said Adam Christodoulou. Went across the nose of the Ferrari. Perfectly legitimate. It was a single move, but the Ferrari, Luca Ludwig's going, I'm not a second generation racer for nothing.
Exactly.
It's in my blood. It's never a guarantee a second generation racer is going to be any good, but Luca's very much one of those that is good. And he's really, really making it very exciting indeed. What's the gap back to third place? Only another 6 seconds. And then those 2 Audis very close indeed. It's still Mirko Bortolotti from Luca Drudi, only a second between them. Then, not catching them at all. 5.8 seconds further back is David Pittard. So getting into the final stages of this race, and it's getting very, very exciting indeed. Leading group gets back onto the Nordschleife. How are they going to come off it? Is it going to be the Mercedes in front, or is it going to be the Ferrari that will make Peter Snowden alongside me get off his chair? I'll run around the room, I'm sure. So we're going to keep our eyes on that. It really, really has been a fantastic race. And again, it's the effect you cannot predict unless you can take every sector of this 4-sector race apart and analyse exactly the ramifications of one bit fitting together with another. All down to the fact, yes, you can factor in tyre life and how much is kept, but you can also, how long is the pit stop going to be? There is a variable time in the pits at a standstill. Very few other championships use something like this. It's complicated to get your head round, but it just adds this extra layer of excitement. You almost want to put the race into slow motion so you can analyse it fully and gauge exactly how long each pit stop will be. But the general hunch is every time the 16 Mercedes has been on the track, it has got the tactics right. This weekend has been a masterclass, but not enough of a masterclass, because Octane 126 with the 26 Ferrari, with Luca Ludwig, the fastest of its drivers in that class, is right on its tail. And this is building to a crescendo, Peter. I cannot wait to see what happens.
Alles begann mit 2 Freunden und einer Vision. Unsere Initialen stehen für Qualität und Fortschritt. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Wir fertigen Gewindefahrwerke, Sportfedersätze, Stabilisatoren, Distanzscheiben und Gewindefedern zu 100% in Deutschland. Wir arbeiten mit Herzblut und Hingabe für diesen einen Moment. Wir sind Motorsport. Wir sind H&R.
deep pause, gather our thoughts, gather our breath for the charge to the finish. It's so much more than we thought, but we've got a new slow zone thrown into the mix.
Yeah.
Ex-Muller, it's happened before, it's happening again. Car number 444, not moving on our little time charts, so just having a quick squiz. It's not one of the front-running cars, but 444, it's down. It's a Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport Porsche Cayman. Not a BMW, gets so used to that team running those as well. That's Norbert Fischer, Daniel Sils and Oscar Sandberg not going. Let's hope that can be cleared up very soon indeed. Now, it'll interrupt some, it may not interrupt the others. And that is always the issue around this long circuit, 24.5 kilometres. And let's hope our lead duo can be kept together, not separated by a slow zone. But as they started the lap, just 0.3 of a second apart, it's unlikely it will affect one and not the other. But maybe some of the chasers will be caught, or maybe some of the chasers will be able to close in. That's always the movement in that pack. Riding with Raffaele Marciello, he has sort of got separated from everyone. He's ahead of Martin Tomczyk in the Schnitzer BMW. He's in 6th place, but it's a long way up the road to David Pittard in the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. That's another 6.5 seconds up the road. So suddenly a car that I fancied would get its 3rd top 3 finish is going to be lucky to get any higher than 6th overall. But really, it's all eyes on the Dottinger. And have we got the Ferrari in front? Yes, we have. The Ferrari's in front by about 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds. He's made his move. Has Ludwig gone too soon on his tyres? But don't forget, he set the fastest lap in yesterday's race right at the end. So late, we didn't notice it until the checkered flag had been shown. He set some quick laps, but just kept on going faster. And now, what can Adam Christodoulou do? He started the lap 0.293 of a second in arrears. He's going to cross the... He's got to get past a... BMW and M4 BMW just about keeps out of the way, but he's lost about another half second in the final sequence of corners. Suddenly it's looking very, very good indeed for Bjorn Grossman, leading across the start-finish line. 26 laps on the board. His margin, 2 seconds? Waiting for the interval to be put on the screen. 2.26 seconds. Can he do that again? Will he get the brakes in the traffic? Will it go back the other way?
That's gone from 3.2 seconds to 0.3 deficit to a 2.26 advantage in those laps. 2 laps to go.
Okay, I'm throwing something else in. They weren't the fastest cars on the circuit last time round. It was Mirko Bortolotti who has gained. He's only 1.8 seconds back in 3rd place now. The bright the bright red nose of his Audi. Not far further back, we've also got Matteo Drudi, but then suddenly even faster than any of them. Waiting, that was the previous time around, was the Lamborghini Huracan. So Marco Mappelli's hustling that into the tail of the top 10. So let's just reiterate. Bjorn Grossman, 2.2 seconds to good ahead of Adam Christodoulou. 3rd place, Mirko Bortolotti, only 1.8 seconds further back. He's got a 2.2 second advantage over Matteo Drudi. There will be an Audi surely in the top 3. They're 3rd and 4th. Then the championship leader, David Pittard, he's another 8.5 seconds back. It's not their day today, but he looks safe in 5th place. He's 3 seconds up on Rafa Marciello. In fact, a slightly worrying lap there from Pittard. He was the slowest of the top 6. Is he going to fall back into the nose of that bright yellow Mercedes?
More to the point, Bertolotti, as you pointed out quite right, he's now starting to reel in Adam Christodoulou. That allows Bjorn Grossman in the Ferrari to just get on with what he's done so well the last 2 or 3 laps. But Christodoulou is now no longer chasing the Ferrari. He's now got the mirrors full of Bertolotti's Audi.
Okay, it's going to be a short pit stop, but Marco Mappelli has come in so late in the race in the Lamborghini, coming in from 10th place overall. But that's a 4th stop. So that is not one they wanted. So that's a stop with a problem. This isn't a stop that you'd automatically knit in to try and get your car to the front of the field. So a problem has removed that. Just as I said, it was getting into the top 10, listed as 9th, fallen to 10th, but now it's in the paddock, going into the pit lane. I'm afraid that's either race over or puncture to be replaced. So tough luck for them, but we've seen some great speed from them this weekend.
They did look like it was sort of crabbing a little bit when it came in the pit lane. I can't see anything really obvious on its punctures. It has come to its pit. As you say, what are they coming in for?
The crew weren't ready for it. They didn't know it was coming in. So unsuspecting, I'm sure it's just a puncture. Out come the air guns, but also out come the Dolly Jacks.
Left rear. It looks like it might be something on the left rear. There's bodywork loose at the back of that car. It's not got a puncture, so it's not like the tyres damaged the rear bodywork, but they're certainly changing the left rear on that, just as we thought that car was going to be a strong top 10 finish. Unfortunately, that's just put it out at the last, literally in the dying few minutes of this race. 12 minutes to go, unfortunately. So that's the Conrad Huracan that is in trouble in the pit. So Back to the front, though, we've got this Ferrari leading by 2.2 seconds. And I can't believe, I want someone to say that again and say it slowly. We've got this Ferrari leading. We were not expecting that over that number 16 Mercedes, pedalled by Adam Christodoulou, who's done a fantastic job in that car. And Team HRT have been, I'm going to say they've been the dream team of the season so far. We've only had 2 weeks of this season. We've got to remember that. That's what seems really odd to say, but we've had 3 rounds with a matter of 11 minutes to go of our 3rd round here. Team HRT have been the team to beat. They've dominated in every single session, wherever it may be. That's the car to beat. That's been the benchmark. A team that's only a month old. We know, of course, the background comes from Black Falcon. Get that. But it's still the team to beat. Of all the teams I thought would challenge it, it would be potentially certainly a David Pittard-driven Valkenhorst BMW running in 5th at the moment. I'd have thought he'd have been up there in this one. Bartolotti, very impressive, but I would not have put Bjorn Grossman driving the Ferrari 488 at the front of this field at this point, and that's an absolute credit to them as to what that team have done. Superb effort. We know it had its pace, but this pace, you said the driver lineup, they've carried it through, and they've come to the point when it matters. As you said earlier, Bruce, when do you get the checkered flag? It's only 1 lap.
Exactly so. And while you were saying that, I was scurrying through my file trying to find the last time a Ferrari won. It was round 3. This is round 3. How uncanny. But 2017, it was Team Monschau. And that was Oliver Kainz, Jochen Krumbach and Jörg Weiss.
3 years ago.
No disrespect to them. The whole series has moved on enormously since then. The number of pro racers seem to increase exponentially. But this is going to be a real marker in the sand for the Octane 126 team. We've seen flashes of speed in round 1, but unfortunately theirs was the car facing backwards in the gravel on the opening lap, not even onto the Nordschleife at that point, but they've really knitted it together. But it's also about getting the right timing to come in to make your pit stop, and the drivers delivering across 4 racing stints, 4 hours of racing. And just wait and to see what the gap is at the end of this lap. Will be lap number 27. We got 28 laps of racing in yesterday. It's looking all set for the same number today. But again, delivered in a totally different fashion. In fact, the more you'd sit back and analyse this race versus yesterday's race versus the race 2 weeks ago, every single one is different in quite a comprehensive way.
I couldn't agree more. You can't believe it. I mean, 2 days apart, as we said, 2 weeks apart, weather, ambient, all sorts of permutations that could make it. You can need to sit there and go, well, there's time, there's 2 weeks. 24 hours apart. No real significance in weather differences. So it really is down to how the crew's prepared, what they've done, strategies, driver lineup. You're not going to get much more, plotting it morning and afternoon. You couldn't do 8 hours racing in one day anyway. You're not going to get much more of a back-to-back comparison of a 4-hour race than 24 hours apart. Weather exactly the same. Perhaps slightly warmer today. I haven't got an ambient temperature, but I bet it's a couple of degrees, not much in it. But 2 totally different races.
And also, every time a team comes in and does something like the Hout Racing team did yesterday, the other teams, it forces them to think, it forces them to do something different. Some will have got it right, some will have got it wrong. Certainly getting it right in the SP7 class, that's the class for the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, is the 62 crew. That's the H&R Spezialfedern crew, Marcel Hopper, Moritz Krantz and Peter Terting. They were running second for a while, but they're ahead of the number 80 crew from Huber Motorsport now, so that's swung around. With 8 minutes remaining, it is looking good. Not so good for Huber. They took victory in the class yesterday, not happening today, but again, right in the mix. But for Peter Terting in particular, that's another strong run in the Porsche Cup class. So, just waiting to get the final lap underway, and because there are only 7.5 minutes on the clock and the fastest lap of the race, just a whisker under 8 minutes, it means that when the leading car crosses the start-finish line, it'll next cross the start-finish line when it's the finish line, because it's the end of the race. 2.26 seconds, remember that was 2.226 last time they crossed the start-finish line. The Ferrari having just got ahead of the Mercedes, but you know what? The Mercedes is suddenly getting back under the rear wing, getting a tow as they go through back markers from the Duttinger Hoa up the rise. There's only half a second between them. There's a bit of a drag being got there by the Mercedes. It's catching a drag, but those intervening cars broke the drag, which just gives a bit of breathing space. If it was this close next time around, it would be extraordinary. It's less of a gap than last time around. Don't forget the Mercedes was impeded through the final sequence of corners So for Peter wearing his I Love Ferrari t-shirt, he's going to have to take that off before the end of the race. It looks like a Merc could be coming. And don't forget, they've got the punch out of that final corner. But this isn't the final lap. This is the penultimate lap. Now we're on the final lap. The gap between first and second is, under a second? 0.84 of a second. And the Audi's behind us super close. So we're going to have a change. It's going to be Bortolotti, head of Drudy. It is still, but by the smallest of margins. That's another 0.6 of a second between them as they dive down into turn one. You have to go back now another 5 seconds back to David Pittard. 5th place looks as high as Walker Horse Motorsport can manage today. 6th place for Raffi Marciello in the number 2 Mercedes. Boy, oh boy, yesterday's winning margin was 34 seconds. Today, the top, I'm waiting for the 8th place car to come through. Number 17 HRT car, when that comes through, that's probably within 34 seconds. Well, certainly the first 7 cars by less than the margin between first and second yesterday. And Adam Christodoulou, this is why he goes racing, jinking one way, jinking the other, almost getting his nose up inside the Ferrari. Haven't got out of the Grand Prix loop yet. They turn to the right, down into drop, nose to tail. The Ferrari neat and tidy, running over the curbing on the outside, into the compression. Now they're going to fire up to the Vidal chicane. And if you want to do your passing, do it before you get on the Nordschleife. Can it be done up into the chicane? No, Luca Ludwig's wide. He's got the inside line covered very well indeed. Christodoulou has to ride the curves, trying to keep it neat and tidy. Surely can't put his nose up before they go onto the Nordschleife. But what is half a car length between them as they turn left over the brow and left all over again?
Not even
is this a one-lap race?
Not even half. What a pressure cooking situation for both of them actually. But for Bjorn Grossman in that Ferrari heading there, holding out that Mercedes, that huge grille filling the back of his car for him and his mirrors, trying to get past it. They're onto the Nordschleife now. As you said, it looked like the Mercedes really had to get that done if he could possibly on the Grand Prix circuit. He wasn't quite able to do it. It wasn't for the lack of trying though, Bruce. He was all over it, both beautifully driven. Bjorn Grossman placing the Ferrari absolutely perfectly, not running wide. So simple just to run a little bit wide over a curb, have a little tiny twitch under that pressure, because you're busy watching the car behind, not watching where you're going. Thing to do, try and shut it out. You can't shut it out because he could be down the inside. And we saw at the bottom end before the Vidal chicane there, the Mercedes nearly touching. Never for a moment was it going to happen to the two professional. But you couldn't get more closer. Talk about applying pressure to that Ferrari in front.
Just took a look at the lap times. The race-leading Ferrari, 8 minutes 2.4, 8 minute 1.0. That is the advantage of a tow up the Dottinger Hoa. But then I went back and I said that David Pittard's completely out of it. He was near no one for a tow. He did 8 minutes flat on that lap. He's in 5th place. He's got to gain, 5 seconds to go up to 4th. But that was interesting. There was still life in that BMW from Valkenhorst at the end of the race, because this is the final lap. 4 hours of racing, very nearly completed. And for a lot of the teams, they'll be going, but I was near the pace yesterday, but I'm nowhere near it today. It's a moving target in the NLS. If you don't think.
And they say a week's a long time in politics. A day is a very long time around the Nürburgring. Clearly changes it all incredibly.
The number crunching that is going to go on when the teams go away, go back to their bases. A lot of them just across the main road in Moispath. They're going to have to number crunch this because, as I said, each of the first 3 rounds wholly different. But how some teams gained relative performance the extent they did in the course of a day is extraordinary, and how they've done it across the space of, as you say, 3 races in 15 days. The opening 3 rounds, the 2020 NLS delayed, of course, for the obvious reason of the global pandemic, but some teams have really thought very well on their feet. Be no disgrace if the Ferrari does get past. It would be an amazing story if Luca Ludwig is not in the car. It's Bjorn Grossman for this final stint, can hang on. But, dearie me. Yesterday was a game of chess. Today is a game of
pressure.
It's wrestling, isn't it?
It's just, it's bare knuckle fighting.
Yeah.
Really.
Such interesting lap times. And for all the drivers now, those running in pairs, let's not overlook the fact the third place battle between the best of the Audis is very close indeed. 0.6 of a second between them. Bortolotti holding off his fellow Italian, the 2 Audi Sport Team entries. It's 32 ahead of 29 at the moment, but Drudy got a very good tow up Dottinger Hoa last time around. And don't forget, you might shape up to get another manoeuvre, but you could be influenced enormously by a gaggle of slower cars as you approach the kink and then Tiergarten. If they're in the way, can't get out of the way, it could provide a possibility, but equally it could scupper all your hopes.
We've said consistently, haven't we, through yesterday and today's races, There is no respite. You cannot relax. You cannot get complacent as a driver sitting in this. You just cannot, because this circuit can throw anything up in any second. And we mean from a slow zone, a yellow flag, a slower car, a service vehicle on the track, a car stopped in the pit lane when you think it's all calm and you get to the pit lane and the bit's done. It isn't. It's unrelenting. It never, ever, ever takes the pressure off you. And look at this into the last lap. Talk about a pressure cooker situation there for Bjorn Grossman in that leading Ferrari.
Poor old Marco Mappelli. We saw him in last time round. Impromptu pit stop. He's coming round, and that left rear corner, the bodywork is hanging out at 45 degrees from the norm. Won't really be affecting the performance of the car, but clearly there's been some rear end contact there. I don't think the car's been spun. I think something just simply hit it from behind, maybe under braking. But right now it looks like a very early rudimentary aerodynamic design, as the bit of the rear bodywork hangs out at a jaunty, not exactly an efficient angle. So any hopes of a top 10 finish that was surely coming its way. Mappelli crossed the start-finish line in 18th place. Very unfortunate for them, but certainly the Conrad Motorsport crew will be encouraged by the speed, particularly with Mappelli. Now they've brought him on board to propel that car up the order. They've just got to line it up. We've seen it being quick over recent seasons, but doesn't always get the results its performance deserves. But maybe if Mappelli's become a permanent part of the crew, greater things can be expected. But really right now he's become a side act in what is the overall show. The overall show hasn't long to go. We've got 15 seconds till the 4 hours are up. So when the race leader comes around, will it be the Ferrari with Bjorn Grossman, or will Adam Christodoulou have used a toe and got past up the Döttinger? Bortolotti's too far back to get in the top two. Among the top two, he's another 6 seconds further back. But it's just simply mesmeric, this race. The statisticians, the people who like to put things apart, they'll be entertained all week as they number crunch. But those of us that like the more visceral element of just seeing cars really racing each other on an absolutely sensational circuit, I think we've had a fairly good day, don't you?
Exactly what I was just going to say. It really doesn't matter which one of those two wins it now, because either deserve it. It would be a great little story for the Ferrari, because HRT have just done so well, but it'd be great to see the Ferrari do that. But it is phenomenal. These two, either of them deserve it, as we're coming probably towards the end of this lap now.
Oh, who's it going to be? The nose is black. It's a Ferrari, and the gap has gone out again. There are back markers between them. They have been passed, but it's surely going to be Ferrari's day. But there's a slow-moving BMW at the right-hand side of the circuit from the driver's point of view. That narrows it when they get to the kink. Surely this is Ferrari's day. No toe from that BMW. It's all but stopped, but it's a gap of about 1.5 seconds as they get to the kink before they can finally come up the rise and see the T-guard too far back, surely, for Christodoulou to make a move. So it's Ferrari's day, the first time for 3 years. What an accolade. And suddenly the slower Hyundai forces the Ferrari to lift, to go around the outside of the final corner. Peter Snowden put his head in his hands. It's going to be 1 second between first and second. But importantly for Octane 126, it's their day. The checkered flag is waved. What a day. Yesterday, the car that came home second today took victory by 34 seconds. Today, it loses out by 0.84 of a second. Wow. Indeed, that was my word. At the end of the race, trying to get some voice. And in behind, we've got very, very close racing action. Just trying to see the number 2.
Gets me.
Mercedes. Is it about to make a place change? Hold on a second. Across the finishing line, Bortolotti. Suddenly the Drudy Audi went backwards. That was running in fourth place. Bortolotti safe in third. Pittard elevated to fourth. Marcello to fifth, and right at the line, Drudy falling back. But applause all around. What a run there from Bjorn Grossman. Not just to get close to the 16 Mercedes, but to pass it, to have it go back in front of him, to pass it again and then resist that pressure. Wow, oh wow.
What a fantastic last lap of a 4-hour race from both of those guys, actually, to put that pressure in the Grand Prix loop. You put the pressure on.
Well, we may actually have some more place changing into the final sequence of corners. You've got 2 Phoenix Racing Audis, the number 6 Mercedes right between them. Porsche came and keeps out of the way. Oh, the tail nearly came round on the number 15 Audi. It might be for outside the top 10. Beretta nearly dropped it. Mercedes has huge grunt, but right now I'm afraid there will be no place change. Muller couldn't quite get past Richard Westbrook, who earned his money by holding on the front end of the yellow Audi, not as it left the showroom. There's been body contact, I'd suggest, probably in the last half of a lap. But even those at the tail end of the top 10, fighting to the very finish line. A very different race to yesterday, and real credit to all the drivers involved. Today was just an enthralling event. The statisticians and tacticians will have loved it, but those that just simply like close, tight racing had more than enough meat in their sandwich. It was excellent days racing, and one really will have to sit back and analyse what happened further down the order, why cars that ran in the top 10 were no longer there at the end. So much to watch.
Sit back, I'm going to have to lie down in a dark room for a while after that, I think. Of the excitement of those 2 days. There's never a dull race at the Nürburgring. It just doesn't happen. Something will throw into the mix, as you say, quite often the weather. But that was just incredible. Just wow. Just extraordinary closing stages. That I'd said about 40 minutes off the end of the race, I thought we might be on for an absolute humdinger there, and there was a little bit of hope in that as well. I didn't think it would be anything quite. It exceeded all expectations of my thoughts of this could be quite a close finish, Bruce. A bit more than a close finish.
Well, we knew things were going differently to yesterday, but the fact of the matter, when you suddenly see two cars from top teams, Rover Racing's BMW and Manthey Racing, coming across the finish line, also Rans in 13th and 14th. That lets you know how much this championship, the NLS, has moved on and on. Falcon Motorsport, they will come home 15th and 16th. Peter Dunbrett will just, I think, hold off Thomas Preining. But again, they are a team that have won year in, year out in what was the VLN. But the NLS, it's like the pencil has been sharpened and it's got a really, really sharp nib right now. It is exquisite racing, and the standard just keeps on rising big time. If your team tactician hasn't got his facts right, hasn't adapted to the changing ways of breaking a 4-hour race down to get a competitive lap time or a competitive format for your race, however good your drivers are, you are nowhere.
So lateral thinking, it can be done. We've mentioned this time and time again in the last 2 days, the 8 hours of racing, that statisticians, team crew, scratching their head, thinking differently, all the lengths they go to, the effort they put in to make it possible. We thought at one point that Team HRT couldn't be beaten on track. Yesterday they won the first, they missed the first race, admitted they were fifth out of pit lane penalty. They won the second race, 34 seconds they won it by. Ferrari came back today and beat them fair and square, all hands down, all even, on track, by 0.7 of a second after 28 laps around the Nordschleife. 4 hours of racing, and it comes down to 0.7 of a second. HRT can be beaten on the track, which means we're going to have an absolutely cracking season ahead of us, Bruce. It's fun. I would not have predicted this yesterday. I'd have predicted a good race, not one of this. It's like somebody's just dipped into the raffle bucket and said, right, go on, let's have that one. Have that one. You're at the front. There you go. I'm beyond words. I'm amazed, absolutely amazed at that Octane 126 Ferrari's performance.
And you know what? We haven't even pressed the weather option button as yet. It will come in some of the remaining rounds. So we had 2 days on dry circuits, bar the formation lap yesterday. And I defy anybody, even if they're a team that regularly wins, not to think this thing is moving forward. But a Ferrari in the mix? Who knew? We knew it was fast, but I said before the race, is it speed over individual laps, or can they knit it together? But the Octane 126 crew running up to beneath the podium to wait for Bjorn Grossman to get out of the cut, social distancing, good, well, nicely spaced apart, and huge delight. And you know, at any level of racing, the emotion when someone produces a result that wasn't necessarily expected, it truly delivers for the team. All face marked up, that's good to see. They've read the rule book.
Yeah, social distancing slightly out of the window there, but in terms of face masks, they've read the rule book. That's fine. But it's you say, come on, the emotion has got to take over at that point, as you say, when you deliver a performance like that. How can you not go and hug one another in that team? That is what it's all about. Absolutely fantastic result to see there. Incredible, and just cannot take enough hats off to that team. Amazing.
And you have to ask for every team that suddenly fell down the order. I mean, what, for example, happened to the tyres on the number 29 Audi Matteo Drudi? I don't know if he had an incident, but he was right with Bortolotti, but he fell back behind the Walk on Horse Motorsport BMW that moved up to fourth. Marcello in the Get Speed Performance Mercedes up to fifth, only just 18 thousandths of a second ahead of the Audi on that blast to the line. But something, whether there was a puncture, maybe from contact, who knows, but certainly for 29 Audi team that had featured so strongly. It was a cruel end to the race, but on these small margins, every team will have a story to tell about what went right and what went wrong. But you have to say it all went very, very right indeed for the Octane 126 team. And they will be truly, truly delighted with that performance. Bit of housework time. Francois Perrodo brought the number 8 Mercedes Forget Speed Performance to victory in the Pro-Am class, sharing with Manu Collard. That was in 17th place overall. The SP9 AM class, Arno Klaassen took the finish for the number 50 entry. So it wasn't Huber today, it was the rival team, Team Equipe Vitesse with their Audi, shared with Michael Heinrich and Rudy Adams. Be delighted there. And going on down through the classes, SP7, the Porsche Cup class, we mentioned that went to the number 62 crew. So that'd be very pleasing indeed for the H&R Special Faden team. SP10, that's for the GT4 class cars. It's 192 that takes the victory in that class. It's Hoffer racing by Bonk Motorsport. Michael Schrei, Michael Fischer and Gabriele Piana took the victory at the end of that class. SP3T always look down to, well, let's look to Cup 3, because in the end it was 979 winning the Porsche Cayman class. Cup 3 class, Mühlner Motorsport, Torsten Jung, Moritz Krantz, who brought it to the finish, and Peter Turting. SP3T, 806 was the winning number. The winning raffle ticket was drawn from the bucket and handed to the 806 team. And that was Matilda Racing. They were the Seat Leon Cupra that stuck to the tail of those 5 Caymans at the start of the race and stayed there as much as it could. Heiko Hammel and Matthias Vassel. But today, really, the talking point is mighty HRT, the team that rose to the zenith, has been chopped back down by under a second. But it's not any team that did it. It was a Ferrari team. The first Ferrari win here for 3 years. This time around, it was the Octane 126 team that will have the biggest smile on its face. The drivers, Bjorn Grossman, who brought it home, Simon Trummer, Jonathan Hershey, and Luca Ludwig. What a great job they all did.
Didn't they just?
But one of the beauties of the NLS is simply how if someone comes in to look at the timing screen for 5 minutes in the middle of the race, even at 3/4 distance, they still can't really tell what is going to happen unless they're sitting here with that chart listing how many seconds they have to be at a standstill. But it's not just that. Yes, if you pit a lap later than everyone else, you're going to be 20 seconds less at a pit stop, but 24.5 kilometres with tyres not wanting to stay on your car anymore, just turn to lumps of rock, you can shed so much time. It's about calling it right, how to keep a sweet spot in your car. And then the drivers have to deliver. But it really, this season, it's proving the point. You have to get the right race tactics in here. Engineers should not be buying the drinks. They should be bought the drinks after a race if your engineer has got it right. Not everyone did today, but for Octane 126, this is their day of days. And whether they build from here, we do not know, but they clearly changed their tactics. Yesterday, they finished at the tail of the top 10. I seem to recall it was in 9th place. A quick look at the screens. So it was. But at the end of the race, yesterday they were 1 minute, 21 seconds in the rear. Today, they were 1 second in front. What a vital second that was.
Well, 2.5 seconds in front is the point of what they've improved. It's quite incredible. And the thing is, 2 weekends' time, beginning of August, we've got the next round, NLS4. It could be completely different again, and that doesn't take away from anybody's effort and achievements that we've just seen. This race is some of it's still going on because the next category cars are still finishing, and we're just talking about the top cars, not taking anything away from their efforts and thinking and strategy. But 2 weeks' time could be totally different again. And as you said, we still haven't had that one other little thing thrown into the mix yet: weather.
We've got another element, not just the weather. It could be 5 degrees warmer, and that could really stop people doing 8 lap. And we did see some 9-lap stints today.
Yeah, tyres unable to cope with that, not able to do it. So that could change it completely. So what can play to one team's advantage at a point and how that car works? How can you get 2 totally different cars? Look at those 2 cars at the first and second there. We haven't commented on this. We talked about strategy, driver lineup, and whatever. Mercedes, big, heavy front engine car, as we've said. Grunt. Ferrari, exquisite Italian, sweet handling mid-engine car. Totally different layout, totally different type of car. And yet, 4 hours of racing, 0.7 of a second apart. How many variables are there in this? How many permutations? But they did it. Absolutely incredible result for both of them, actually. It's extraordinary. As I said, going on to that last lap, it almost didn't matter which one came out on top as long as they had a good, clean race out of it, because they both deserved it. And that is incredible after 4 hours of racing. And that's what we love. That's what you and I, people, got petrol through our veins. That's what we want to see.
You know, a lot of sports, you want the result to be completely obvious, i.e. I watched it, I understand it. This takes a bit more explaining, but I think this is one of those rare sports where that's good. You know, if you looked at cricket and didn't understand why one team in a rained-off match was suddenly given victory despite having scored fewer runs than the others, I still don't understand.
I was going to say, I still
don't care. Yeah. But in motor racing, I very much care, and I like the fact that it's not just the drivers who have a role to play in the race. And, of course, there are ifs, buts and maybes, but there is no doubting that was a tip-top performance from the Octane 126 team. And you'd certainly say they've earned their spurs today. Can they repeat it next time we go racing in August? Well, we'll find out. But from 9th yesterday, 24 hours later, they're first. And they've toppled the team that really was setting the pace in this championship. So that is a turn up for the books.
And the extraordinary thing about that is, and it just validates exactly what you've just said about having to explain this, is you know that next time out, could they possibly do it? Yes, of course they could. We also know, because of the way this works, it could be the complete opposite. It might be somebody totally different that, we weren't expecting or don't predict. We might not even predict it after qualifying, when we're sitting here on the 1st of August saying, right, here's the qualifying, look at that. That Ferrari was third, it's this, it's that, so-and-so, it won last time. We do all that, and all of a sudden, something else pops up. But you won't know for at least 3 hours of that race what it might look out to be. And I think we were 3 hours 15 into this one before I even said to you, didn't I, that, Bruce, we could be on for a humdinger of result here. And that was the inklings of this might just pan out. Boy, did it pan out.
You could say that the first two cars into the opening corner 4 hours ago were the first two cars at the end of the race, but there were so many twists in the tail. The Ferrari, we thought, yes, it was quick yesterday, but only finished 9th. Qualified well today, that would give it a bit of a chance. But I didn't think it was going to give it a leg up. At the 16, Mercedes, for the second day running, controlled proceedings. But as the proceedings went on, the Audi, they suddenly thought, hold on, he should have dropped away by now. That crew should have dropped away. But with Luca Ludwig in the penultimate stint, and then Bjorn Grossman taking it to the finish. Not just taking it to the finish, fighting with the number 16 car, overtaking it, getting behind again, overtaking it again, and staying there. That really laid down a marker for Bjorn Grossman. Many other people played different roles in the race. We had very different race tactics, of course, with that number 5 Audi, Phoenix Racing, Frank Stippler driving an extraordinary first two stints, but he pitted very early with a very long second stint, but then unfortunately it started to go away from the team, and once we got to that third and final round of pit stops, suddenly we could see the Audi were still in the mix, but not for overall victory. Maybe a podium. In the end, two of them fought over the podium, and one of them got there. That was Mirko Bortolotti, took the third position. There was a bit of body work rubbing through the race, notably the Walkenhorst Motorsport car. Christian Cronjes not too impressed when he was given a bit of a rub, but it was a story of Ferrari just coming through, coming. But surely I thought the grunt of the Mercedes onto the straights would give it some form of advantage. But the Ferrari always had just enough of a gap going onto the Dottingher to be in front when it counted. That was when the checkered flag came out after 4 hours. So super close, and one of the place changes to the top 6 happened right on the line with the number 2 Mercedes going up into 5th place. But what a day, and what a slowing down lap for Ferrari. Honours to them.
And that was all the things you said consistently, particularly this last 2 days, these last two rounds, round 2 and round 3. You've used the word consistently, correctly, grunt for that Mercedes. It's got it out of the low-speed corners. It's that engine. It's deep. It's a bass note. You can feel it. You can literally hear it, but you can feel it. You can see it. It's visual. It's visceral. It's there. It's got that grunt. But the end of that lap, coming out of Dottinger, on through the Tiergarten, and then straight onto the last straight there, it's got the grunt. What absolutely stunned me, and where I thought we might be on for a result here, was when the Ferrari was chasing it, and I thought the Mercedes would pull away, and it didn't. It closed the gap down, albeit by a few centimetres at a time, but it didn't lose out. And I suddenly thought, hey, we could be on for something here. This Ferrari might just, not only is it quick through the twiddly bits, I didn't think it would have the grunt the Mercedes did, and it clearly did. And it wasn't that the Mercedes had a bad run onto it. There was no issue about that. The times were there. There was nothing wrong. It's like that Ferrari's got something that I wasn't quite expecting. And boy, did he use it to his maximum advantage.
Well, I'll tell you why. We also weren't used to it. It was in yesterday's race, though it rose up to 9th place. It wasn't often on camera because it wasn't often anywhere near the leading group. So we were looking at the BMW versus the Mercedes onto the start-finish straight, and the Mercedes definitely had the more grunt to get going. But today the Ferrari showed it too has plenty of grunt and clearly works around the back part of the circuit as well. So how bad's that? Another manufacturer not only in the mix, but taking a win. Yesterday we had periods with 6 different manufacturers in the top 6 positions. By the end, it looks so it was Mercedes against BMW. But today, it's shown Audi have got their act together. Porsche still not, but Ferrari in the mix as well. Lamborghini cameo roles. We know the pace is there to be in the top 10, possibly the top 6. So I say this is boiling up very, very nicely indeed. And what is not to like? The only bad thing is we have to wait until August to do it all over again. But 3 races in the space of a very short time, just 15 days, 2 weekends ago. We kicked off at the end of June. The next time we come out is the 1st of August. Gosh, that really is in no time at all. 3 weeks from now, we'll do it all over again. And I really think there is going to be a lot of head scratching between now and then. And who gets it right, we will see. It's been a great, great weekend of racing. 8 hours of racing, 8 hours of overtaking, 8 hours of very, very clever tactics, some possibly less so. But overall, the standard in the LLS just goes up and up and up. And I just think anybody not playing now, if they fancy doing the Nürburgring 24 hours later in the year, they are losing a march because we're getting very much towards the end. So it's goodbye from me, Bruce Jones, and from Peter Snowden. We're now going to draw breath and start breathing regularly again in about 4 hours' time. But we'll be back full of breath all over again for the 1st of August for NLS 4. We've enjoyed this weekend enormously. We hope you have too with us on Radio Show Limited. It's goodbye from both of us. Goodbye.